There was no George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, or Juwan Jennings available. The 49ers didn't have quarterback Brock Purdy either, but Niners backup Mac Jones delivered one of his best career performances, and the 49ers somehow pulled off this 26-23 overtime victory. The Niners entered the game as 8.5-point underdogs, according to ESPN Bet, making it the largest upset of the 2025 season so far. Moving over to Major League Baseball, the Detroit Tigers will face the Seattle Mariners in the next round of the postseason. The Cubs moving on for a matchup with the Milwaukee Brewers. And it's the Yankees who will battle the Toronto Blue Jays. But there was tons of history made yesterday, all of it in New York. Cam Schlittler, who grew up in Massachusetts, he loved the Red Sox, but he was the reason his hometown team was sent packing. He became the first pitcher to toss at least 8 scoreless innings with 12 strikeouts and 0 walks in a postseason game. His 12 strikeouts were the most in a winner-take-all game in history. It was the most in a playoff debut in Yankees history and the most that he compiled in a professional game at any level. And mind you, he's only been in the majors for 80-some days. Schlittler surrendered just 5 hits, allowed 1 runner to reach scoring position. So talk about history being made in New York. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. B, how you doing, buddy? Back in the Navy Yard Studios. I'm in Los Angeles. It's overcast. It's very odd weather here.
What's wrong with your voice? All right, well, JP is calling us from California. We're some kind of way trying to get him connected here. This is a Vodka Red Bull Friday, and it's powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's vodka is Maryland made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMV, and now available in select Virginia stores. All right, the 3 people. We got 3 people that are out already for the Sunday game. Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and Sam Cosme are ruled out. But you know what? We may have John Bass back, which I would tell people is probably more important than some other folks that will be playing, because that dude actually makes the running game go. You back, Jay?
I'm here, dude. You got me?
Yeah, but what's wrong with your voice?
Something's wrong with the connection because I'm, like, echoing. Do you hear that also?
I don't hear you echoing, but you sound like, you lost your best friend or something.
No, dude. Something's up with the connection. Landfill, turn me back down, and we'll...
All right, well, listen, we're going to get the connection fixed. The whole thing about it is we have a game coming up this week, tomorrow on Sunday. The Washington Commanders traveled out yesterday. They'll be practicing today at the Coliseum. JP is already out there. I'm going to be leaving tonight to get out there. But we have a game coming up, and I think it's about time to get things going. I just saw a post that JP responded to where a guy saying this is a lost season. You know what, man? I hear a lot of stupidity out there, and I'm going to just say, come on, fans, because we came into this year with a overly exaggerated confidence in this team doesn't mean that the season is lost, okay? We kept trying to tell you all that last year, yes, they were ahead of the curve, but they're still building this thing. This is the second year of a real rebuild, not the BS we were dealing with before. But so many people are saying so much. But as I begin to look at it, I want to say this. There are a lot of people that are making posts and saying stuff that I don't really believe that are Commanders fans. And we got to find a way to make sure we weed them out and don't allow them to make us start thinking stupid and things of that nature. You're sitting at 2-2 with 13 games left. If you think this is a lost season, then you're not a damn football fan. You don't understand football. You never will. So many people out there upset for this, upset for that. It's okay to get mad at the team if they don't reach goals. But stop trying to act like you all are general managers and you know more than the people that are playing. Stop trying to act like you're going to be play calling and things of that nature. And let's start learning sometimes. Cheer. Do all that. But don't act like you know the game the way that you try to when you don't. And listen, I look at stuff, and I normally don't say anything. I just try to go with it. But it pisses me off to hear so much stupidity. But you know what? I should know it. That's what social media is about. The dumbasses come out in droves and try to be the best out there, talk because they can hide behind avatars. They can hide behind all types of things and push it forward. But this is a team, I think, that is talented enough to go out there and go back to the playoffs. They did not perform in 2 games. And they got what they were supposed to get. They lost the games. In the other 2 games, they performed. And they won those games. I believe if they go out and start getting their players back, they can do the things that they need to do to get back into contention. But to say it's a lost season at this point, go dive head first into some concrete.
What did I miss, B? You're already yelling at people to dive head first into concrete.
I saw the thing that you had commented on, and as I went through it, listen to me. The people that were commenting and responding, brilliance. Thank y'all. Because they were attacking the dude that I guess said it's a lost season. But, you know, I have noticed something, bro, where a lot of people from other teams are getting into our stuff, saying stuff, and we got to be careful instead of let those idiots come in there and make us begin to have problems. Listen, man, we have a lot of season left. Man, and we'll get into all that talk. But I'm going to go back to last night, Jay, because I know you love your boy. Well, JP's gone now. Well, Sean McVay, okay? Sean McVay is supposed to be this offensive guru. I'll be totally honest with you. Last night, I think that damn 4th down play was the dumbest call I've seen in a long time. Everybody there, run a play action pass, you're wide open in the end zone. I don't know why they tried to run that play. It was too many people there. And Puka Nacua, say he's a fullback, he better learn how to block because they blew his ass up. I need to start seeing, listen, I know Sean came in early, things happen. Talk about how somebody can figure out somebody's offense. I think they're starting to figure him out a little bit. Puka gets a lot of passes. Down the stretch, they faltered. So that 49ers team injured. They're winning. You find a way. And I'm looking for this team to find a way too. So as they go out there to L.A., they're going to be taking on the Chargers, and they coached by a guy who I think the man's a psychopath. But I'm saying that in a positive way. He is going to do what he needs to do. He'll headbutt a damn helmet, but he's going to get his team fired up in Jim Harbaugh. And we're going to have to match that intensity. I don't care about much, but if they show up without intensity, that's going to be a damn problem for them. You know, football is a game, and yes, we've got a lot of nice people in it. They're trying to soften it up, make it a little bit easier for people. But ultimately, it's a physical, hard-nosed game where you got to go out there and get things done. And at this point, in 2 games, we did not act like we were going out there to get something done. It's about time we go out on the road and come out with bad intentions. You know, football is not played to be nice to each other. It's not played to be liked. Bad intentions. It's physical. And you can do what you want by saying don't do this, don't do that, but you will never, ever take the physicality completely out the game. You will never take the violence completely out the game. You will never take the danger completely out the game. And if you go out there and you're not bringing some level of that, you're going to get yourself hurt. You know, I've been asked by so many people, like, you played so long. You know what? I played maniacal when I was on the field.
You got me?
I hear you.
Oh, I'm up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know what's going on here. It's so just to take everybody behind the curtain, what's really bizarre is we usually connect through 3 different connection points. Those aren't working, so we're connecting through a different connection point, which has me echoing, which is pretty tough to do, but we're just going to try to persevere. You brought up McVay last night. Do you
Yeah.
think the call at the end
I
was
think
wrong?
that was hell yeah.
What, to go for it?
No, first of all, they were lined up to go for it. They called a timeout. They came back out again. Dude, at this point, you cannot run the running play. They were sitting there with damn everybody looking for a running play. If they call a play action pass, that's a walk-in. But all that timeouts for that play? Nah, bro, not against Robert Saleh. No. If you were going against some other defense coordinator, yes, but not that play.
Yeah, I didn't love the play call. I also was on a flight that got delayed, and I paid for the internet so I could watch a football game.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that Amazon is just going to take over the world, and God bless them, I suppose. But when you're on an airplane, and you know the airline I'm flying out of Dulles to LAB, it's probably a little bit of an older plane in their fleet, if you will. Mm-hmm. But it had the little TVs in the back of the seat. So I was watching baseball, and then the football game came on. So I was like, all right, cool. I'm going to pay for the internet so I can watch this damn game. And you don't get to watch. It's hardly a seamless watching experience, much
Mm-hmm.
like me hearing myself in my ear is hardly a seamless talking experience.
Yeah.
And it was just so aggravating to watch a quarter, and then the next quarter would just constantly be cutting in and out. But at the same time, you try to recognize, like, all right, I'm in an airplane trying to watch live television, so
Yeah.
I'm just appreciative of what I got. But you're right. The Rams offense never looked right, never looked in, you know what I mean? Just like in any sort of rhythm. And you got to credit the Niners. B, you were talking about like kind of the Commanders fans that just might be a little bit crazy. There's like two ends of that spectrum, right?
Yeah.
Because I think about halftime of that game, I tweeted something just like, man, this is a really good coaching job by this Niners team because they have so many guys down. Mm-hmm. And I thought offensively they were really, really good.
Yeah.
And I had people replying to me like, oh, that's an insult to the Commanders coaches. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with the Commanders coaches.
Dude, listen, bro. People, just because we cover the Commanders doesn't mean that every damn comment has anything to do with the Commanders. That is a masterful coaching job that's going on because they lost their starting quarterback, the guy they just paid. They got a lot of other people banged up. You know, their tight end, who is all out of this world, okay, right. He's hurt. But they are still winning games. Now, I'll say this. Just like when they had Dan Quinn going against Pete Carroll. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I was asked the top 3 things of how you beat a guy like that. I said, run your ish, okay? Run what you run. But also play chess, not checkers. So sometimes show him the stuff that he knows, and make him prepare for it, but do something else. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when we've said it, Sean is like 1-6 against Shanahan. Sean runs basically what Shanahan runs. They run the same stuff. So if Shanahan goes out to his D coordinator and gets him ready for everything, you know, that I will be showing him what he thinks and completely do something else. And sometimes I think players, that's like when people play against their cousin, their big brother, they don't go as hard. They show them so much respect. Man, hell with that. Big brother or cousin, whoever, you go after them. You know, you don't show them that much respect. And in a sense, after every time I've seen him lose, he walks over, he has this level of respect for that Shanahan family where I feel he just don't do his best against them.
There is something to that, B. It's interesting because they should have rolled in that game, and that's what makes football unique, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you never know what's going to happen. But, yeah, Sean does not look his best against the Rams. I don't know. Against the Niners, rather. it's hard to figure that out. But they also just had terrible turnovers and terrible drops. They had the fumble in the first half.
Yeah, going into the end zone.
Yeah, dude. And then Kyron Williams has that drop on a huge third down. But what do you make? I don't know what the answer to this is, but damn if Mac Jones wasn't really good last night.
He looked good.
And
He looked
gutsy and got hurt and kept playing through it. Like, it was an impressive performance.
It was. Listen, man, I always say this. When you go somewhere, if someone can make you believe in you, on top of showing you that they have faith in you, it's easy to play. But guys go to some areas, and let's be real, every football player states that I don't care about what the media say. I don't listen to the noise. We block out the noise. BS. They all hear the noise. And when all of a sudden, if the noise is outside of your building, and then when you go to work, and then the noise it filters into your building because the coach is getting on you and the players don't show you respect. Because if you're a quarterback and the coach doesn't show you love and respect, you know who doesn't follow you? The people in that damn locker room.
Right.
But if you get a coach that is outwardly telling you how much he believes in you, to a point where you start believing in yourself, those other guys in that locker room are going to believe in you, and then it's easy to go play. But when you have everybody coming after you, you know, if all this team will listen to these idiots out here and don't have any kind of positive reinforcement coming, they might feel this in this town right now, the way these people are acting. But the ultimate thing is you start to play freely. Nobody can do any job they have. I don't give a damn if we're doing radio, I don't care if you're doing IT, whatever. If you have that stress where I cannot make a mistake. You know, when you go out there, you ever notice when people say, okay, man, they get that water on the left. What people normally do on the golf course, Jay? They hit it to the left, right?
To the left.
So what you do, I remember I was playing golf with a guy, and he said, everybody's sitting up here worrying about hitting it down the green. He said, man, look at that gray blue sky. Hit the ball up into the sky and let it fall where it falls. It was a long drive guy. I'm at Westfield, on the ninth hole at Westfield, playing from the white tee. The dude drives the green. You know what I'm saying? So the rest of the day, you know what I was saying? Look at the big blue sky. I started hitting stuff right down the middle instead of looking at the traps or looking at the trouble. So when you have positivity coming at you, it's easy to go perform. I don't care what level of this sport you're in. And I believe, as crazy as I believe Kyle Shanahan can be at times, one thing he does, he knows how to draw up a damn offense. I've always gave him and his dad respect for drawing up offenses. But he also makes people feel good about themselves. He makes people believe in themselves. He makes people understand that I care about you. Because if my job depends on what you do, I'm going to praise you to the utmost. That's what most coaches have to do. But some of these coaches, they think it's all about them, and all they do is go out there and just poop on people all day. You know, and they didn't expect that guy to go out there and do whatever he can for you. Man, one finger salute to you. I don't care who you are. You're a human being. If somebody constantly drags you, talks bad about you, whatever, you can try all you want. You will never, ever give 100%. It's impossible.
B, listen to some of these stats from that game last night. So the Rams ended up with more yards than the Niners. The Rams ended up with 456 yards to the Niners' 407. Mm-hmm. They had 2 turnovers. Pretty hard to win with 2 turnovers. Listen to time of possession. This is staggering. Now, granted, it went to overtime, but still. The Niners had the ball for 40 minutes.
See?
They played for 60. Now, they ended up playing for like 66. The Niners had the ball for 40 minutes. L.A. had it for 26. You're giving your defense 0 chance. Like, that's just so hard.
See, it gets to a point, Jay, where if you methodically drive down the field, you make the defense tired, you make the offense of the other team antsy. If you just score big plays all the time, when you can't get those and you have mistakes and you can't methodically drive down the field, it comes back to haunt you. That's why when you can have the ball for 40 minutes, you lose games. That's what happened to them last night.
Well, here's a real question then. The Niners are now 4-1
Yeah.
That is the second best record in the NFC, I'm guessing, behind the Eagles, right? Because just they played earlier.
Yeah.
The Niners have a zillion injuries. Presumably, they'll all get healthy. Are the Niners a Super Bowl threat to you?
Hell, they 4-1 right now, and they're winning without having all their best players. They get their best players back. They could be. I would say they're more of one without one. They're not being one. Say it like that.
It's interesting, man. Credit to that staff. Dude, it's funny. I tweeted out last night just how impressed I was by the coaching job. Robert Saleh was the Jets coach. He got fired. He's back there. And my man, John Roscoe, people just decided to be grumpy on social media last night. He said, no one, and I mean no one, loves the Shanahans more than the D.C. media. Dude, I didn't cover the Shanahans. I wasn't full-time on the beat until Gruden was the head coach. I know
man,
Kyle.
Jay, one finger salute to that
I don't
dude.
have a relationship there.
Me and Kyle never got along, never liked each other. So don't say I don't like the Shanahans. I like what they do on a damn football field. So
Yeah.
what to do, whatever, Roscoe, Bosco, whatever, one finger salute, bastard. Nobody will care about that. Hey man, let's skip on here. Take a break here. Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
I wish Rude could be in charge of this remote connection on the Comrex because Rude systems work well. They're whisper quiet, no noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. They've got the variable speed compressor, which ensures humidity control, man. That keeps everything perfectly balanced, delivering you comfort and performance. But you got to tell them about the cash, too. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
It ain't right.
Carolina Panthers running back Chuba Hubbard is not expected to play on Sunday against the Dolphins due to a calf injury that's kept him out of practice these past 2 days. Hubbard currently leads the Panthers in rushing with 217 yards on 53 carries. And Colts fans, Raiders fans, and fantasy players, you're going to want to keep an eye on this one. Colts receiver Michael Pittman was added to Thursday's practice report with a hamstring injury. He was a limited participant in that day's practice, and he also leads his team. 21 receptions, 3 touchdowns, no designation made for him yet, but he was added to that injury report with a hamstring injury. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right, B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Friday, Vodka Red Bull Friday. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Commanders taking on the Los Angeles Chargers this weekend. A team that has a quarterback that's very good. He was bombarded with pressure as they played against the Giants, but ultimately they lost that game. The Commanders coming off a loss to the Atlanta Falcons. But let's skip that, and we're going to go right to the phone lines and talk to our guy, King of New York, Peter Rosenberg. You can follow him at Rosenberg Radio on X. What's up, Pete? How you doing, brother?
Yo, B. Mish, what's good, my guy?
Man, I'm chilling, brother. Chilling, you know.
I know you're getting this fall golf in right now. I know you got the sweaters on, so you can get out and hit the links.
I actually have my golf bag packed to go to L.A. I'm playing in the morning.
Damn, you didn't invite me.
Oh.
I'm already here.
I know you're already there. So,
JP, you didn't know there was going to be a golf outing.
Hey, Peter, don't let JP fool you. He already been talking to his friends about golf out there in L.A.
I know.
See, he full of
You and I talked about this yesterday, and you did not have anything set up.
I had nothing, but
something has happened in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, that's how it normally happens. When someone's supposed to call you back, they call you back eventually, right?
I have 0 golf clubs with me. Peter, how are you, dude? What's going on? What's the baseball fever like in NYC?
It's palpable now for sure. I mean, listen, as a sworn Memorial Stadium, Camden Yards attending, lifelong Yankee hater, you know, obviously I've sort of mellowed on that over the last 20 years here with all my time on the Yankees channel and working with Michael Kay. But like even the hardest hardcore of Yankee haters has to admit that when you see Yankee Stadium looking like it looked the last couple of nights, it feels like playoff baseball more than anything else.
Totally. I am not a Yankee fan, but there is something about, and I hate to, like, 22-year-old me would punch 44-year-old me in the face for saying this.
Oh, yeah.
But there's something about watching Red Sox Yankees in October that has a little bit more juice. And the way that kid pitched last night, how old is that guy? I mean,
and that kid's from Boston, right?
Oh, is he?
Slitler's like,
yeah.
I think Slitler's like 23, 24.
I think he's from Boston.
Really?
And he was dealing last night, 12 strikeouts, and you know, Judge was actually good in this series, though he didn't go yard at all. He was batting over 300, which you love to see if you're a Yankee fan. Listen, the playoffs, I don't even think it's just New York bias being here. The playoffs just hit different when the Yankees are playing. Like, it does feel just bigger. So, listen, it's going to be a lot of excitement. I mean, the downside is it's probably all we're going to be talking about. But I'm going to Australia with WWE on Monday, so it doesn't matter what happens. I will be gone. I am literally going. I looked this up because like I was having a moment of feeling sad about, you know, leaving my 8-month-old, and I was like, let me ask ChatGPT, what is the furthest destination in the world from New York City? And it gave me some destination in the middle of the Indian Ocean. It said if you're looking for the closest land, though, it would be Perth, Australia, which is where I'm going.
Well, you know what though? Pete, I'm just tell you this: all the animals in Australia are very, very poisonous and dangerous. Be honest. Be safe, dog.
Yeah, I'm going to keep a distance from. Although apparently there are these animals called quokkas, like these little, like furry rodent-y things that are supposed to be okay in this part of the country. But you know me, I'm going to keep a distance. And shout out to the Commanders who honor my friendship and fanship so much. The only thing I'm not going to miss is the Commanders because they play Monday night when I get back Monday morning.
There you go.
Cool.
Well, dude, safe travels. Obviously, that's a long haul, man. I'm complaining about a flight to L.A. You got a much longer flight coming your way. But speaking of the Commanders, we're talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Peter a follow at Rosenberg Radio. Jaden's back. How excited are you? How do you feel about this game against the Chargers?
I feel great. I'm happy Jaden's back. I wonder sometimes what they would have done if they had won last week. Does that impact the decision? But then you lose to a not so great Atlanta team and go, all right, well now we really got to beat LA here. I worry whether that can consciously or subconsciously affect the decision. But I think he's good, man. I take him at face value when he says he feels good. I'd feel a little better about the Chargers if they hadn't lost that game to the Giants last week. Maybe that made me feel a little better about it. I've been to games out in LA before. It's a weird place to play. I don't know how you find it, guys. I just find the energy always to be sort of like soft and weird. It's just an oddball place to go. I'm sure there'll be a lot of Commanders fans in the building. But no, I feel pretty good. I am concerned about the identity of this offense. But I believe that they will find that identity as time goes on. And I feel that way about the defense, too. I saw a stat online comparing last year's defense through 4 weeks to this year's defense through 4 weeks. And what it made me realize is like that team last year came along as the season went on as well. So I really actually feel pretty good. To me, the first month is the preseason. You had injuries to your two best players, and you got out of the first month 2-2. I think that's a pretty good place to be.
I think they haven't said it yet, but I'm kind of hoping, this is my wish, that, and I know people don't look at this as something pertinent, but Bates, if he's on the field, I think that's a hell of a plus. If Jaden's out there, yes, that's a plus automatically, but Bates is probably just as important as anybody else you can name because that dude makes the run game go. And if you get the run game going, which I think they need to have for Jaden to be even more successful, I think that'll be perfect for him, getting him back.
That's a huge piece too. Absolutely. So, maybe Bates being on the field will allow them to finally commit to Bill. I think I'm watching a lot of people online, like a lot of fantasy owners, who are so excited to draft Bill, and then they're like, 5 carries? What the hell is going on here? So hopefully we see them lean into that identity a bit more this week, because is it me? I feel like when they run the ball, it's pretty effective, and it just seems like they don't ever stick with it in a way that's truly committed.
Dude, what's crazy is they have the second well, this was prior to last night's game, because last night's game is a 5th game that might have skewed some statistics. Through 4 weeks, they had the second most rush yards in the NFL on the 17th most carries. Which
wow! So literally, what I just said was 1,000% facts. They are very effective, and they just don't run the ball as much as you'd like to see them run it.
Yes, but then you got to dig a little deeper, right, than just a straight up stat, because 110 yards. Jeremy McNichols goes for 60 against the Raiders. C-Rod goes for 50 against the Falcons. Like this early in the year, a couple big plays can skew some stuff. So you don't want to go too head first into that stat. Plus, you've got quarterbacks that run in the 4 games, both in Jaden and Mariota. So that kind of impacts the stat. But yeah, they've been running the ball effectively. You'd like to see them do that more. One thing that I think is really interesting.
I hate their running play calls, by the way, on short yardage. I do not like
a lot of the shotgun.
Yeah, a lot of the pistol, and it just feels like every time they run it that way, they're getting blown up right at the quarterback. It has not seemed effective to me. Sorry, you were saying, JP.
It's okay. Do you follow Doc Walker online, like on Twitter and Instagram? Because you should. I love Doc. Whenever they line up,
I need to follow Doc. All right.
when they line up in short yardage in shotgun, I almost like I can't wait for Doc's reaction because Doc would prefer them not to be in shotgun in short yardage. Is my interpretation.
A lot of old school guys hate that.
Yeah.
Because you got
I can kind of wrap my head
snap
around
the ball way back, then you have this slow handoff. They want to have it hitting it downhill.
It is the absolute worst, bro. I mean, I'd rather have you do anything. I'd rather have you pitch left or right where at least the runner's getting a little momentum first. Like, it just feels like on a play where you need one, it's the opposite of the tush push. Like,
right.
What makes the tush push effective is that it is instantly going downhill the second the play starts. This is like, let's back up and stop behind the place where we need to get to before we start. I actually feel validated by someone who actually knows football like Doc saying that, because every time I see it, I'm like, do they want the first down?
It's a fair question. Here's what I can tell you. Kingsbury yesterday was asked about kind of the running back room. And for the fantasy people that are mad about Bill's carries, Kingsbury said, I really like the 3-man rotation we have going, and we'll kind of see who gets hot.
Hey, but you know what? You got to look at it,
run them enough to get hot.
Look at the runs, though. McNichols has the longest at this point right now, or is it C-Rod?
No, it's Jeremy with the 60.
60, and
C-Rod's, I think, was 48.
How long was Bill's?
Maybe?
I mean, all of them are doing something for you.
Bill had the long one. That was preseason. In regular season, he hasn't hit a. He's hit.
But B-Mitch, could you argue that the running back by committee, while it can be great, at a certain point when you're developing an identity, hopefully you notice that someone has a hot hand, and then you start to feed that person?
Yeah, and I think that's what they've done in the game. When they saw somebody that's running, they stuck with them. But I'm gonna tell you that was the main thing, though, Pete. You better block for that quarterback. If you can't pass pro him and pick up those blitzes on a consistent basis, you're not going to get the time you want.
And did we get any answers as to what really was going on with the defense last week? Because the fact of the matter is, I listened to you guys. Monday, and when you were giving out the blame pie, I heard someone leave out the defense, and I'm thinking a Mariota-led offense without Terry McLaurin was good for 27. That should have been enough to beat Atlanta.
I'm with you.
100%.
I mean, the defense, they have some blown coverages. They did not make adjustments because they ran the same route combination all game, and nobody stopped them. That dude dropped back and threw the ball to the same spots on both sides of the field all day. Penix did. So you got to be able to, and they got no pressure. So if you don't get pressure, you don't make adjustments to the route combination that's beating you, and then you have some blown assignments, you lose.
Yep.
Yeah. Peter, last thing. Jaden coming off the injury, starting against the Chargers this weekend. He has said, I got to try to be smart. I got to understand that it's a long season and it's not just about every snap, but at the same time, if the game's on the line, I got to go all in. The Chargers are actually vulnerable to quarterback runs. Look at their 4 games. Quarterback runs have beat them. How much do you want to see Jaden use his legs this week?
I'm fine seeing him use his legs. I just don't want to see him take some of the pops that I'm sure you went back and watched the tape. I don't want to see him take some of the pops Jackson Dart took last week against that Chargers defense, because they may have been vulnerable for some yardage, but I'm telling you guys, Jackson Dart, who is a more stout kind of guy than Jaden is, he took some big hits at the ends of those runs. So, Jaden's obviously a lot smarter, more experienced, knows what to do at this stage in his career. I have no problem with him running. But you guys, early last season, it seemed like Jaden didn't know how to slide. As time went on, it seemed like he got more comfortable. As long as he's smart, listen, I've had many a football expert tell me that Jaden is not the kind of guy that they worry about as much, that the kinds of hits that he takes are generally not ones that have you totally panicked. But he needs to be mindful, certainly. But the fact of the matter is, we all know that's what makes him deadly. He's an incredible thrower, and he can beat you from the pocket, but also on a 3rd and long, when you think you have him and he's done, he's gone. And he has to be able to do that. Like, if he's not ready to do that, he's probably not fully ready to be playing. So I hope that he feels good enough to do that when it makes sense.
There you have it. Peter, thank you for the time, brother. Appreciate it. Safe travels to Australia, man. Damn.
Yeah, man.
Yes, I guess I will not be speaking to you guys. Actually, you know what? I won't even rule it out. You never know. It might be
You may
11
need your
p.m.
government for that long flight, dog.
Well, I need something. I'm telling you that. I think it's 25. I think it's 25 hours in the air.
Is it direct?
No, it's. So I go to Dallas on Monday where they have Raw, and then there's a charter flight from Dallas that stops in Sydney and then goes to Perth, which is the equivalent basically of you're going to New York and then continuing on to LA. It's like it's that big a distance once you get to Sydney. So and then I come back on Qatar Airways through Doha. So it's going to be a journey. But guys, either way, we'll chat either next week or the week after. Let's go ahead and be 3-2 and not 2-3, though. I would much prefer that.
Yeah, I think that would be a lot better for a lot of reasons. Thank you, man. Safe travels. We appreciate your time as always.
Yep, definitely.
Thanks,
man.
boys.
All right, bro.
Later.
Yo, that travel sounds bananas, B. As somebody
Yep.
that was on a plane all last night and spent far too much time delayed in Dulles, good luck, man. That sounds
Call
like
me.
a lot.
I bought you something to drink.
I would have appreciated that. Nobody go anywhere. We got to talk about Jaden Daniels and what are our expectations in his return to the starting lineup. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. NFL Sunday's coming, and you've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now we're making it even better because this week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sunday should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. FanDuel, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Like a big deal. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan.
Waterfall.
Out here in Los Angeles. You know what they got out here, B? The Marine Lair. Every morning it's cloudy as hell. But by, I don't know, 11:30 noon, it all kind of burns off. And then you get a really pleasant day. Now, I am no construction expert. Let me be fair. B, would you call me a construction expert?
Hell no.
Okay. Well, I suppose I'm not a construction expert then. My hotel is relatively nice. I'm staying at a Marriott, nothing crazy.
Marriott.
It's I have a view of how would I describe this? There are palm trees in my view, but it's pretty dominated by a large road and a Subway sandwich shop and a number of other little strip malls. But there's a construction site just in like dominating my view, and I just sent a picture of it in the group chat. I've never seen so many buckets in my life, and I am not a construction expert. I'm sure there are others that could speak to this. Why does this construction site have what has to be hundreds of buckets? Like, if your construction is dependent upon just the standard, whatever that is that a 5-gallon bucket? Yeah. Whatever, like that big, a regular ass bucket you buy at the hardware store. If your construction site is dependent upon a bucket, I think you have bigger problems.
I don't think it depends on the bucket. I think they were bringing stuff in those buckets. That's what it looked like. And
Did you see the picture I sent?
I'm looking at it, but
it's an absurd amount of buckets.
Yeah, but you look at all of this stuff, and I'm anticipating based off of some of the areas that the stuff that's there look like those rocks and stuff were in those buckets at one point.
I don't know, man. That seems like all right. We have more serious matters than bucket talk. There's a lot of injuries for us to discuss. There's some real questions to ask.
I'm real quick. I look closer. They putting stuff in the buckets. The white thing is some type of tarp. The buckets are there weighted to hold it down.
Oh.
Look closer.
Okay.
That's what that is.
All right, now I'm going back. I'm back to the scene of the crime. Nah, dude, I'm looking at it, B. That's not a tarp. That's like it's like some of it is finished and some of it isn't. It's not a tarp, dude. I'm looking at it. It's not a tarp. It's just a bunch of buckets. More importantly, however.
Bucket talk.
Hashtag bucket talk. Yo, I have 1 million people right now. Greg just asked me to send him the picture. I have other people asking me to send them the picture of the buckets. I will not. Bucket talk is a private matter. I can't just go out here telling everybody about my bucket. B, I think there's a legitimate question to ask, and I think there are two sides to it. So okay. I want to be clear about that. Noah Brown is set to miss his third straight game. Noah Brown missed almost all of August. Noah Brown's a super physical receiver that just hasn't been able to get right throughout this offseason. Mm-hmm. But you get an extra day going into Monday Night Football. Noah Brown has obviously had success against the Bears. It's a microcosm of a up and down season thus far. Noah Brown did not get placed on IR. He's now about to miss his third straight game. He didn't travel. Like, roster-wise, where is Washington heading into this Chargers game? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Lots of NFL injury updates, starting with Minnesota Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy. He will miss his third consecutive start because of a right ankle sprain after he was held out of practice once again this morning. Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell had hoped that he would be able to practice today, but rain started falling and he decided against it. Carson Wentz is set to get the start against the Browns on Sunday. Tampa Bay Buccaneers running back Bucky Irving is expected to miss Sunday's game for their matchup against the Seahawks due to a foot sprain. There's also concern that he could miss next week's game against the 49ers with the same injury. Lamar Jackson did not practice for the second straight day yesterday. He has yet to be ruled out for this week's matchup with the Texans, but if he can't go, it'll be Cooper Rush getting the start for the Ravens, who are pretty banged up. Jaden Daniels, though, he was cleared to play this week after missing the past 2 games with a sprained left knee. The Commanders, though, will be without 2 receivers for Sunday's game against the Chargers. That's Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown, both of them ruled up for this weekend's matchup. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm out west. It's 8 a.m. for me right now. We landed late. I did get to catch up with Pete last night, B. It was his, I think it's his birthday today. Happy birthday
Pete
to Pete
Haley?
Yeah, dude. So he worked the Rams game last night. And our hotels were like, they were.
That's why you sounded like that earlier today. Yeah.
No, B, the damn connection.
No. You still sound a little groggy, dog. So that's I know what I'm talking about. And I just had a SC call you a SC.
You had an SC call me an SC.
Yeah.
Ricky Irvin, Southern California.
No, a space cadet called you a space cadet.
Who's the other space cadet?
Scotty.
I mean,
Scotty said that dude's a space cadet. JP, when I said that was a tarp, it's plastic, dog. It's tarp.
It's not a tarp, dude. I'm looking at
bro,
it.
I'm telling you what it is. They putting the rocks on top of it, and they got those other buckets to hold the thing down. But
it dissolves into the roof. Like it's not a tarp. Like there's no edge to
whatever it is, it's something that's holding it down till they put the rocks on top of it. I'm telling you.
Okay. Fine. I mean, for Wildcard Scotty to call somebody a space cadet, it's pretty
I'm saying, space cadet called you a space cadet.
Now, I want to get into this injury report. There's a lot for us to discuss. Brian, you know I'm not a coffee guy. But, just by the time I landed last night was like 1 a.m. our time. So I'm running on little sleep.
All right.
And I went down to the little market during the commercial break, and I got myself a Kickstart.
A car? The little what's called?
Kickstart, B?
Kickstart is made by Gatorade or somebody, isn't it?
It's Mountain Dew.
Mountain
at least
Dew,
the one I have.
Mountain Dew Kickstart. Yeah. So you should get your.
I don't know what to make of this drink.
It gets you moving.
It's 5% juice. They proudly advertise. It's got caffeine, 5% juice, B and C vitamins.
Yeah.
So one thing that sucks, which at this point I kind of wonder if it's not just a straight up cash grab, is how they don't let you bring drinks. I'm not saying alcohol, but like you can't bring a bottle of water through security at the airport, right?
Yeah. You can buy it at their place.
I know, and they jack you for it. But so I like Celsius in the morning. Specifically, I like Peach Vibe Celsius in the morning. That's like I buy it by the case at home, so I have it every morning. I have one of them a day. Save me with your spiels to all you fake internet doctors. But so they were selling it at Dulles last night during my 90-minute delay. And I was like, I wonder if I should buy one here. Then I know I will have it in the morning. But I wondered, B, and I'm curious if you know, or maybe I'm an idiot for even like thinking about this. Can you buy like a pressurized drink and fly with it and it be okay after the flight? You know what I'm saying?
You mean like something in a can?
Yeah.
They ship beer all over the country, dog.
That's a great point.
I mean,
that's
how
a great
about all
point.
those sodas the sodas and the Celsius? They don't make those Celsius here in the Navy Yard.
Yeah, but I thought most of that stuff gets shipped on trucks.
I don't think they're gonna ship everything on trucks.
Okay, so I should have bought it. All right.
Yeah.
Good to know. Instead,
ZP, hold on,
I'm drinking
hold on.
Kickstart.
Let me ask you a question.
Ask me anything.
Have
Brian.
you ever asked someone to give you a soda on an airplane?
Now you've got a point. now you're on to
So
something.
you know what? I'm going. Hey, Scotty, I'm high fiving you, dog. He's a space cadet.
Listen, if the allegation is I'm a space cadet, I'm not here to fight it. Just so we're clear.
I'm sure you've had a Red Bull on the airplane.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, B, you'll be shocked to know I may have had some club soda yesterday on an airplane. I'm not saying what I mixed it with.
Oh boy.
I want to talk injuries because it's all right. Yesterday, the Commanders ruled Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and Sam Cosmi out. They ruled them out. They did not travel this week to L.A. The Commanders came out here last night. I came out here last night. Their flight had significantly fewer delays than mine did, but whatever. We've all arrived, right?
Uh-huh.
Terry, Noah, Cosmi are out.
Expected Cosby to be out. I expected Terry
totally.
to be out.
I agree. I don't think I'm starting to think Cosmi might not be back until the Dallas game. Maybe it's the Bears game, in today's Friday, Sunday to Sunday, 7. I guess the Bears game is, what,
13th?
9 days away?
13th.
Okay, that's an easier way to do it. So 10 days away. Today's the 3rd.
There you go.
I think at the earliest we see Cosmi is the Bears game. I think Cosmi's recovery is pretty damn remarkable. He blew out his knee in that Detroit game. That's barely 8 months ago.
Yeah.
Like, that's a significant injury. That's a big man coming back from it. It's one thing to get him back at practice, but now he's got to practice. He's got to get used to blocking dudes. There are steps to that recovery.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect to see Terry. Yesterday was the first time I physically laid eyes on Terry when he was out there just on the side field during practice. What do you make of Noah Brown, B? Because I want to be clear that there are two sides to this coin, right?
Uh-huh.
They did not put Noah on IR. He's now missed 3 games. And
Yeah.
in 3 games, you can really kind of question, okay, would you not be better off with a roster spot here and putting this player on IR?
Well, I think that if they are not putting him on IR and giving up their roster spot, they have a lot of confidence in what he can do. And he's a little different than every other receiver on that roster.
How much of a difference does the extra day next week, because it is a Monday night game, like, do you think when they were deciding on an IR spot for Noah, whenever that was, a couple weeks ago, or actually, let's backtrack from that, because maybe that wasn't the discussion then. With Noah Brown, do you think they thought this was a 3-week, maybe 4-week, maybe 2-week injury, and they just weren't sure of the severity? Do you think they thought this would be shorter, and that's why they never considered IR? Or do you think it was like, all right, well, that 4th game is the Bears, where this dude caught a Hail Mary last year, and it's a Monday nighter, so we get a little extra rest. Like, do you think that was all part of the consideration?
Can't for sure tell you that. Don't know. I just think it's a situation where they felt like he's not going to be. I think they probably felt he would have been back sooner than now. And that's probably why they didn't put him on IR.
It's also like when they made the decision to not put Noah on IR, they didn't know Terry was going to get hurt. That to me is like the bigger, one thing that all these things happen and exist in a silo, and then the silos get stacked up across a field. You know what I mean? Like, beyond the Noah IR discussion, because I think you can see a lot of different angles on that, right? The injury list coming in here is still significant. Now, the fact that you're getting Jaden Daniels back outweighs arguably everything else. I heard you mention earlier that you're excited to see them get Bates back, and that could really help offensively.
Yep.
Sanders still 2 straight days, Wednesday and Thursday, DNP with a knee. Debo, 2 straight days, DNP with a heel. How do you feel about? We'll start with Mikey.
A knee where at a cornerback position, especially at a slot position where you got to go both ways, that one worries me a little. Debo, I saw Debo walking into the bubble yesterday. I didn't see one bit of a limp. I think Debo is going to be good to go.
So it's interesting. I don't think either player. What do you think of Mikey then? We'll do the Debo and then Mikey, and then we'll talk about the group.
Well, I said the thing about Mikey. I said Mikey would play in the position he plays. If he has a knee injury, that troubles me a little bit. I don't know for sure if he'll be able to go.
I think both guys play this weekend. Do you?
I hope he's healthy to go. But
You
Debo,
feel good about Debo?
Debo,
but
yes.
about Mikey.
I'm questioning Mikey. Yeah.
So a little later this afternoon, they practice at 1:20, I believe is the time, p.m. Pacific time. So whatever that is, 4:30 roughly at home. At the LA Coliseum, which is a pretty cool venue. I've been to the Coliseum a couple times, so I'm excited to go watch practice from there. And we'll see what happens. I don't think Dan Quinn, DQ, would let either guy go if they don't practice all week. Do you think maybe Debo has hit like a veteran level where he can not practice all week and still play?
I think I just think his whole makeup is that type of way. Some guys have a makeup where, they may not be able to be out there, but they'll be ready to go. These are two different people, two totally different sizes.
Sure.
I look at Debo more like a Gary Clark than I look at him like others. You know what I mean? Where I told you Gary wouldn't go, and then all of a sudden go in the game and would just ball the hell out.
Yeah.
So I see Debo on that type of mindset.
Gary, it was hammies, right? It was
Yep.
always his hammy that held him up.
Totally.
I agree with you on Debo. I feel good about him playing. I just wonder how healthy he is. Like guys play and they play through stuff. And we kind of saw this with Debo and San Fran. People love to point to injuries with Debo and San Fran. And he didn't miss a lot of games, but I think he was impacted by injuries.
But this thing is saying is a heel.
Yep.
And normally those heel injuries, it comes down to, can you handle the pain?
What usually is that? You land
like,
on it
like
funny?
landing funny, or the plantar fascia that attached to the heel and to that the part like the mid part of your foot. So it could be something like that. That could be inflamed.
Elsewhere on the injury report, like to me, Brown, Cosme, Terry is not really a surprise. Certainly Cosme and Terry is not a surprise at all. I think you're hoping because you have Monday Night Football in Week 6 and you get a little extra rest, I think you're really hopeful to get definitely Noah and then probably Terry back for that.
Mm-hmm.
The Debo, Mikey stuff, I think is I don't want to be hyperbolic. Like maybe it's not alarming, but it is absolutely something to pay attention to when we're out at practice this afternoon and just kind of curious of what's going to happen here. we're all aware of the explosive plays. Joe Witt talked about it extensively yesterday. I do think getting Percy Butler back on the field would help the organization. 2 days, Percy's been limited with a hip. Now, I've talked to Percy, honestly, multiple times throughout him dealing with this injury and when he missed last week. We were actually joking about Greg and how Percy wanted to go fishing. But with a speed guy, with a defensive back like Butler trying to come back from injury, being on there with a hip, does that give you pause, or just when the body's ready, it's ready?
When it's ready, it's ready. You know, it's like you get hit, you get funny. Like him having a hip injury was funny to me.
Why?
Yeah, like mostly defensive backs don't normally get hip injuries. Did he get hit, land wrong? What? You know, that's the whole thing. I don't normally. I rarely hear safeties and DBs like cornerbacks with hip injuries. So that's like an odd injury to me.
That's actually fair. A hip injury sound is a hip injury the oldest person sounding injury there is?
Nah, it's like the thing about when you go to tackle somebody, you can get caught stretched in a different way. You might get some friendly fire. Somebody might catch you instead of catching the other person.
What do you think is the oldest sounding injury? I think it might be hip. Back? Like when you hear of an old person that is.
Because you say, man, my back killing me, man. What happened? Man, I don't know. I just sneezed and my back hurting.
Doctor said I need a backiotomy.
It sounds like an old person thing, that's the back.
Jeff, when the kids make fun of you on the internet, do they think you have a hip injury or a back injury?
Playground.
No, B, I think Jeff is talking about the playground on the internet. He's not talking about an actual playground.
Yeah, it's called. So
they don't see you. They already call you old?
No, it's because my man is bald.
So you are bald.
Yeah. So when they see a bald man playing the game, they be like, "Oh yeah." They said, "I bet he bald in real life."
Put one with your hair. See, they really think you're old.
Oh no,
you made an avatar with a bald dude.
Yeah,
he can't make it with like a horseshoe stadium.
No, why would I have a player with locks in his head?
I guess that's fair. That'd be really like fantasizing about something you don't have.
Yeah, and I just like my bald head, you know? I want it on the game.
Happy for you.
It shine on the game and in real life.
What do you think the oldest sounding injury is? Hip or back?
Definitely the hip.
Old people are like, oh, my trick hip.
Yeah, because you can hurt your back by lifting weights or something.
Nah, but most people that complain about their back and they say they did absolutely nothing are old people.
Yeah, I think B got more experience with that.
My back don't hurt me.
My back hurts. I have consistent lower right back pain. I'm
need
very
to
old.
stretch.
Ooh.
I don't take care of myself, Jeff. There's a lot of things I need to do.
I mean,
I'm trying to eat this yogurt, Jeff.
Don't
Give me
you
a break.
run like every morning or every other morning?
Dog.
So say.
I've not been saying that
like
lately.
the old people say, Jeff, so say.
I've not been saying that lately. I tried to run the other day, and there was a damn incline on it. The incline busted my ass, B. Landville, what do you think is the oldest sounding injury, hip or back?
That's definitely hip. Like, what a hip pointer, I think, is the oldest thing you can have.
But
no, I think a hip pointer is actually athletic.
Happens to athletic people. Old people don't get hip pointers.
Sounds old, though. Doesn't matter.
I think
old people don't get hip pointers.
Breaking your hip is the oldest sounding thing. Because I don't think I don't know this. I'm sure we could do some research, which we won't. I don't know that anyone under the age of 70 has ever broken their hip. I think like when you break your hip, you're typically retired and living in a golf cart community in northern Florida.
Hip.
Do you agree, Brian?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just saying that back thing. I hear so many people talk about their back, and like, what happened? I was asleep.
Doctor said I need a backiotomy. If you want good news on the injury report, Jaden Daniels is his name. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch Finley. We're going to talk a little Terps football coming up at 11:45.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The Nevada Supreme Court unanimously rejected the NFL's request to rehear its decision to allow John Gruden's lawsuit against the league to proceed in public. It's another really big win for Gruden, who sued the league and Commissioner Roger Goodell back in 2021, claiming that this campaign organized by the league was to destroy Gruden's career by leaking his old emails. The NFL appealed the ruling as expected shortly after it was delivered, but now, however, the league's appeal to rehear the decision has been denied. So the NFL's only option is to take this to the Supreme Court of the United States, but they only hear a few cases every year. So the Nevada Supreme Court did not say whether or not Gruden was right or wrong, but that this will continue to a very public trial. This October, only score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Girl, look at that body. All right, folks.
Out.
First 90 minutes, a little choppy. Smooth waters now. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, brought to you by Scotty's Vodka, Maryland made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMV, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores. Lambo, how much do you think me and B. Mitch talking about Scotty's every week got Scotty's in the Virginia ABC stores? Because I don't think it was 0%.
I'm not sure how much credit we deserve,
99.9%.
but I feel like we should take all of it.
B said 99.9. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
That's basically all of it.
Brian, how much do you think the one piece of advice I offered consumers that wanted Scotty's in Virginia that Landfill had to hit the dump button on me, how much do you think that piece of advice is the reason Scotty's is now for sale in Virginia?
0.
99.9?
0.
Okay. Well, we'll have to let the fates decide. Jaden Daniels, Brian, is back after 2 weeks off. Got injured in the game against the Packers. Knee sprain is all we've been told. I had heard LCL. People have heard lots of different things. A knee sprain, in whatever capacity, it's either very severe or very
Yeah. Come on. Say the word, Jay. Say it, bro. Get it.
insignificant.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever. On some level, it's a bit of a tear. Whether it's a minute, microscopic, or a massive, that joint is torn tear. Mm-hmm. I certainly think for Jaden, it's far towards the microscopic area. What do you expect in his first game back, B?
I think you're gonna see a little bit of O. I mean, I don't think it's gonna change him up much. As I watched him on the videos I saw yesterday, I didn't see a lot of limp with the brace. I didn't see no limp actually with the brace. You can just see the brace there, but you don't see any limp. So I expect him to be the same guy. You might not see that big brace. You may see a smaller brace. You never know. A lot of people practicing a bigger one than they normally play with.
Yeah.
Sounded a little weird what I just said, right? That was a little weird, bro. Damn.
I want to ask the boys in the aquarium on this because there's obviously, a lot of moving parts here. Landfill, what are your expectations for Jaden's first game back after 2 games with the knee injury?
I think that he will probably play a little more cautious than we're used to him seeing. I kind of think that's natural when you're coming back from an injury. Particularly, a lot of people think that it has to do with kind of maybe the number of hits that he takes when he runs the ball. So I think that he probably won't run as much, which is a little disappointing because we heard yesterday from Matt Money Smith that the Chargers can't stop it when the quarterback runs. So that's a bit of a bummer. But yeah, I think I'll take it a little easy. Maybe be a little more cautious to kind of just make sure that he can stay out there the whole game. I think that's probably the right thing to do too.
See, I just don't know that Jaden's that kind of guy. I don't think a cautious Jaden Daniels exists. And I'm not even sure you want a cautious Jaden.
I think he goes into the game with the mindset of being cautious until he sees the situation. But I think one thing about him, the kid seems to he say, I know I have to be more careful unless the game is on the line. I think in ordinary situation, he'll try to take care of himself. A game on the line situation, I don't think he even knows what he'll possibly try and do. And I don't think that's a stretch to say something like that.
I agree with that. Jeff, what are you expecting? Jaden back on the field?
My honest opinion, I think he's about to go out here, and I think he's coming for revenge. And not against the Chargers, of course, because it wouldn't be no revenge. But he's been out.
They're your second team.
They were. But Jaden has missed 2 weeks, and I think he's ready. He's ready to play. Now, I hope to see that the offense is moving. That's what I want to see. But I'm expecting him to come out there and ball. He's a competitor. That's why we love him. So I think he's going to go out there and ball out.
Will be interesting to see. I think he's got a real opportunity. I think you'd really like the entire offense to look good. For me, it's about possessing the football. If you looked at what the Niners did so well last night, and not to say that that's a direct comparison, right? Like the Niners and the Rams are two different teams than the Commanders and the Chargers. But when the internet was working on the airplane and I watched the first quarter, the Niners just had the ball the whole time. It honestly reminded me of how Atlanta just possessed the ball the entire time last week against Washington.
Yeah.
And you'd like to see Washington get in that zone where they're picking up first downs and the time of possession is just dominant. And that really changes the operation for the opposing team. And I think, dude, B, did you notice last night SoFi Stadium was all Niners fans? Did you notice that on the broadcast at all?
Yeah, you can hear it too.
Tomorrow, it may not be as one-sided. Chargers fans don't really exist, man. Like, the people that were actually fans of this team are pissed they left San Diego. People in L.A., I'm looking at Los Angeles right now. You know what you got? Palm trees. I can see the Pacific Ocean. Just beautiful scenery. A ton of buckets on a roof for whatever reason. They're just not that locked in. Like, SoFi Stadium is going much like Atlanta last week, I would say, Brian. And you and I talked about it before the game. Mercedes-Benz Stadium yesterday, or last week rather, was ready to erupt for the Commanders.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, offensively, they couldn't get much done early, and defensively, got nothing done the whole game, so the eruption never really came. But that stadium was ready to erupt for the Burgundy and Gold.
Got it.
You're going to have the exact same situation on Sunday in L.A. You are. You're going to have, the way I look at this, you're going to have like 35% Charger fans, actual Charger fans. Then another like 20% indifferent Los Angeles people that are at a game for an event. And by my math, that leaves you about 45% Commanders fans. Because I think they'll be there. Dude, I know you've got the big rally tomorrow night.
Yep.
Tell people where it is. I don't remember where
Tom's Watch Bar on Figueroa.
There you go. Tom's Watch Bar. I'm going to try to go to this thing tonight.
What time is it?
I'm trying to look it up. If somebody has the information about the thing tonight, send it to me. I think it's Summers Sports Bar in Manhattan Beach. I believe that's what it's called. Many, many years ago, that is actually where I met Uncle Don. If you remember Don, B. That's where I first met Don. So I don't know. Somebody send me the information because I think there's something tonight that I'm going to try to attend in Manhattan Beach that is like a Commanders festival, if you will. The fans are going to be there. You need a good performance early offensively, and you need this defense to show up, B. Like some of this
100%.
isn't that complicated.
Oh, definitely.
That's how you start better on the road, and it's what they need to do. When we come back, speaking of a team with a big opportunity, the 4-0 Maryland Terrapins are hosting the Washington Huskies this weekend. First time Washington's ever been to the University of Maryland. Our friend Joe LeBou from the Terps Athletic Department joins us next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel has got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boosting with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. So here's how it works. Each week, we're giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy, it's fun, and it's only on FanDuel. So go to FanDuel.com/Brian to download the app, check out the Boosting with the Boys offer, and get in on the action. FanDuel, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Party rock, baby. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Listen, it's Friday, and a lot of our focus is on Sunday. Commanders taking on the Chargers out here in Los Angeles. I'm watching as the sun is rising on the West Coast. Shaping up to be a beautiful day in Southern California. It usually is. You know where else it's going to be a beautiful day? College Park, Maryland. Tomorrow, Saturday, the Terps, 4-0, undefeated, stud freshman quarterback Malik Washington hosting the Washington Huskies. Joining us now is my friend Joe LeBou from the Maryland Athletic Department. Joe Boo, what up, dude?
What's going on, man? This is fun to talk to you in an official capacity. This is a good time, man. How you been?
I am good, brother. I am good. So, dude, I wanted to add, so people understand this. Like, we had Jim Smith, the Terps' new athletic director, on the line maybe last week. And, you know, Jim's coming from where he worked for the Falcons. He worked for Ohio State. Like, he chose to come to Maryland. You worked for the Capitals. You worked for the Skins. You worked for the Panthers. You chose to come back to Maryland. What are you guys trying to build in College Park and get that athletic department really kind of humming?
Championship culture. You know, I came back because, and I've told people this, JP, like, it's not aspirational. I mean, you and I, when we were here, we were on the top of the mountain in a lot of sports. We mean something to the DMV. We mean something to alum and fans. And I think, you know, having been in the professional side for 24 years, we are that old. Having an opportunity to come back and make a legitimate impact at a place that I care about, my friends care about, my family cares about, is the opportunity of a lifetime. And with the evolving landscape of college athletics, you know, we're the right people for the role.
What is it that makes us feel like this is the right time for things to start hitting at University of Maryland?
Yeah, you know, we've got an amazing alumni base. We're in the most powerful region in the country. We play in what we consider to be the best conference in the country. And, you know, you've seen the talent coming through here. You've seen all of the ingredients are here to put Maryland on a map locally and nationally. And I just, there's so much opportunity. And anytime you want to take a shot at something, you look at sort of risk reward. And for me, yeah, there's a little bit of risk, but man, the reward is just so great. Mm-hmm. And you'll see it. I mean, we've got a freshman quarterback, local guy, doing big things. Who doesn't want to be a part of that? You know, the basketball team coming off that, it sort of woke up everybody. It woke up me in Charlotte last year. You know, the group text, people I went to school with, everyone was talking about
you and I,
dude. Basketball again. Yeah, it's great. You and I were texting back and forth for sure. I mean, like, you know, that stuff is why we do what we do, right? And to be able to now be right here, sort of woven in the fabric, is pretty amazing.
Dude, how difficult is the new college sports landscape? Like, just how complicated? I don't know the right way to describe it, but just, like, what is your day-to-day like trying to just cope, I suppose?
You make it sound so difficult. I honestly don't think it's as difficult as some may think, because again, from my perspective, you know, the priorities are the priorities, and that's to deliver best in class fan experience, best in class environment for our student athletes, make sure from a reputational standpoint, University of Maryland's, you know, the best in class. Those were all things that we did day in and day out where we were before. You know, every decision you make, you know, you stand to be criticized or applauded for it. You have to weigh those things out. And for me, you know, I look at it from a revenue standpoint. You know, how do we become resourced in a better way? And I think the sort of wild west part of this is people's understanding of how do I become involved? You know, what is NIL? What is rev share? Are they the same? I don't get it, you know, and just letting people know there are several ways to be involved. You can buy tickets and show up tomorrow. and that investment is going right back into the university. It's going right back into our facilities. It's going right back into rosters and out. So you do play that role. And there's a little bit different value prop than the pro side, and that's what's exciting about this too. So for me, I think just prioritizing, getting people here, getting them engaged, and then the secret sauce, JP, is like getting them to come back, getting them to feel great about Maryland. If we're gonna press the foot down on the revenue side, we want to make sure that value is reciprocated, and that's what we're doing. So the first 2 months here has been just evaluating what we've been doing, what's working, where the opportunities are, where are some early wins. Getting a sellout tomorrow, that's a massive early win for us. But a lot of little things behind the scenes too that maybe people don't notice, but sort of some of the parts. That a lot of things are happening.
How much fun are you having getting all this stuff done? And it's like a first for a lot of people. It's a first for a lot of programs. But if you do it right, it can be something that lasts a long time.
That's it. It's all about the impact. For me, there's a professional piece to it, but a lot of it's personal too. And you're right. The impact is great. And if you can impact a place you care about, what better way to spend your day and your time? Because as you guys both know, this industry is a grind. You're away from your family quite a bit. It's 24/7, 365. As much as you want to unplug, it's impossible. So, you want to make sure you're at a place that you love and you believe in. Somebody told me a long time ago the biggest thing of sales is believing in your product, and there's no product I believe in more than the University of Maryland.
Hell, you were B. You want to know something about Joe Boo?
What you got?
Unlike me, Joe Boo and I would go to the bars frequently. We would go out a lot, but Joe was able to maintain what, a 4.0, like a 3.7. My GPA was a little bit different.
I thought you were going to tell everybody how great of a flag football athlete I was. 4 titles in 4 years here.
Pretty elite. He's got quicks, B. He's got quicks. How close is that thing to a sellout tomorrow? Is it sold out?
We're less than 2,000 seats away. So yesterday was massive gains.
JB, buy that up, man.
That's a B-Mitch salary to buy up 2,000 tickets. That ain't a big-eared blogger, B.
So we're pacing really well. The ticket buyer these days, they love to wait until day of or, day before. So we really anticipate being able to announce a sellout. I think I would be disappointed if we didn't at this point, the way things are moving. So fingers crossed, if people are listening, engaging now, there's still opportunity to come out here. It's going to be beautiful weather. It will be the Los Angeles of the Mid-Atlantic tomorrow. And
I love that.
3:30 kick. Let's go. Get to College Park early, enjoy it, the sights, the sounds, the smells.
Easy on the smells. I've walked around College Park lately. It doesn't exactly. The smells can be quite interesting.
That's true. except for a game day.
Tailgates, grills.
You got the grills going on early. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing like it. You guys know that.
Dude, I assume you saw this. Did you see Jaden Daniels showing some love to Malik Washington? What do you think that means?
Of course I did.
What do you think that means to the kid, the player, and then what does that mean for the program?
I think it shows how important we are. It also shows what a tight knit community sports can be, and people support those that they believe in and they see big things. It puts Malik in that category of must see and must support, and for Jay to do that speaks volumes about him too, and how he's assimilated into the DMV, and he wants to be a part of this too. And I think that's great, and that's something that Commanders fans can get behind, and they know they've got their guy as QB1. So it was really cool.
Absolutely. What is Malik like? I've met him briefly. I imagine you dealt with him and talked to him a fair amount. It seems like a great kid. He's clearly a great player.
The maturity level, JP, is off the charts. I've I've been around pro athletes my whole life, and I haven't seen many more mature than Malik is, and he's wise beyond his years. But it was funny if you're around him for just a couple minutes, just kind of seeing how he interacts with people and sort of the questions he asks you. It's not surprising that he can command a huddle, and it's not surprising that he's got the offense humming the way it is, and he's got the belief of our coaching staff as a true freshman.
All right, man. Go Terps. Should be a fun one tomorrow. Let's get a dub over these Huskies.
Let's do it.
And we got to have bragging rights over Kerwin.
That's right. Well, no, he's a Wisconsin.
That's right,
not a
Wisconsin. I
Washington.
forgot. I'm thinking the W.
But whatever. We need bragging rights over Kerwin regardless. Joe Booth, thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
man.
that's our friend Joe LeBou from the University of Maryland Athletic Department. We're giving away Terps tickets right now. Caller number 10. You can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow's game, Terps versus Huskies. Big opportunity for Maryland to go to 2-0 in the Big Ten. First time Maryland's ever hosted the Huskies. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Pair of tickets for tomorrow's game to watch the Terps hopefully pummel the Huskies. Call right now.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. The Commanders have ruled out wide receiver Terry McLaurin for Sunday's game against the Chargers due to a right quad injury. The Commanders will be quite shorthanded in the receiving department as fellow wideout Noah Brown also ruled out for Sunday's game. Brown and McLaurin are not expected to make the trip with the team to Los Angeles. While McLaurin and Brown won't be playing in Week 5, quarterback Jaden Daniels is slated to play against the Chargers. Daniels was a full participant in practice on both Wednesday and Thursday after he missed Week 4 with a sprained left knee. And over at the Ravens, one of the most notable names on their injury report was quarterback Lamar Jackson. He didn't practice for a second straight day. Now, he hasn't officially been ruled out yet for this matchup with the Texans, but if he can't go, it's Cooper Rush who's going to get the start. It is a decent list of did not practice for the Ravens this week. Joining Jackson are safety Kyle Hamilton, linebacker Roquan Smith, cornerback Marlon Humphrey, and fullback Patrick Ricard. The Ravens are now looking to avoid falling to 1-4 for the first time since 2015, but that is a laundry list of guys that could be missing this week's matchup. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, folks, it's time. We're going to open these phone lines up. The MGM National Harbor listener lines are open, 800-636-1067. It's time to ask B. Mitch anything. Ask B. Mitch anything is sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. B, I'm going to start. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Get to ask B. Mitch anything you want. I'll keep the phone lines open for a while if we get a bunch of calls. We do have Jeff's song coming at 12:45. Week 5, need a win song. Plus, our friend Chris Hare will join the program at 1 o'clock, tell us everything we need to know about the Los Angeles Chargers. B, you've been in these locker rooms. You've been in these situations. You're 2-2. You had high expectations. Hasn't really gone the way you expected. How important is a win here this weekend?
I mean, it's important. If you go 3-2, it's much better than being 2-3. But 2-3 is not the end of the world either. You know what I mean? But the thing of it is, they have to show up. This is the third road game. The first 2 were duds, in a sense. You know, especially defensively. They have to go out there and show what they're made of, what they're capable of, and come with a lot of energy. You know what I mean? Because they did not have much energy in the 2 road games I've been on.
Have you ever been part of a team where they struggle to get it going on the road like this?
Yeah. But, you know.
What causes that?
Sometimes, you know, it's just like you go out there and you're trying too hard, you know. Also, some people, they get out of their routine. Like when they're at home, they have a routine. You know, in front of your crowd. Hell, like you said yesterday, guys didn't like playing at home here for a while. But for me, it was always like, I want to shut their fans up. And I came with that energy. And the thing I've always said, it doesn't start Sunday. You got to practice like that. You got to bring that energy all week. You know, we always talk about you play like you practice. Well, if you practice low key and nothing like you, that's how you're gonna play. Somebody got to bring the energy in there, and there are guys on this team that I know are the Energizer bunnies. They're the hype men. They bring that energy, that electricity with the team. Those guys got to lead the way.
Need to see it, man.
Yep.
At some point, you got to see it. Phone lines are open for Ask B. Mitch Anything, brought to you by Collars & Co. 800-636-1067. B, you played quarterback at college. You were a running quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever go into a game I know you never sustained a major injury, but did you ever go into a game dealing with an injury where it was in your head going into the game. How do you cope with that?
Well, I never went to a game in college like that, but in high school when I had a knee injury and I had to wear a knee brace, and I went to the game and I was thinking about the injury, and when I got into the game, I realized that just having the brace there had me focusing on my knee more than it had me focusing on the game.
Yeah.
And I went into halftime. I was like, Coach, look, man, this brace is a hindrance. And it's making me think about it. I say, I need them to just, so you remember that thick brown elastic tape?
Maybe.
It's just, it was like a little wider, but it was thicker. So I had them, they did a special way that they taped my knee with that stuff. And soon as I got in the second half, I started balling. Because I wasn't concerned about the knee anymore. I knew to protect myself, but when you got that knee brace, it was a reminder, you know what I mean? That something ain't right. You know, although they had already, they told me I was able to go play, I passed all the tests, everything's all right. But having a knee brace just was a reminder to me. And I understand it's high school. It's not a value thing. They got value now. And but the thing of it is, you got to eventually get in your mind where you just got to go. You got to get it out your head. You can't. If you're thinking about that, you're gonna have problems.
Landfill, can you imagine what knee braces must have been like in the '60s? I mean, that thing had to be made of wood.
Full of
Just gigantic.
oh, bastards.
Let's hit the phone lines. 800-636-1067. It is Ask B. Mitch Anything. John is in Manassas. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, gentlemen, great show as always.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, if you were to make a trade, offensively, defensively, from what you've seen in the first 4 weeks of the season so far, which position, and is there a particular player, for example, I know Trey Hendrickson was, mentioned earlier, in the offseason, or with the secondary, the poor performance last week. So just curious to get your thoughts on that.
I mean, right now, I don't think there are many teams that's getting rid of top-notch players at this point in the season. So it'll be hard to just say who I would trade for, because if I don't have nothing I can go get that's going to make me better, why make the trade?
Sure.
Yeah.
But is there a particular position, though, maybe not a player, but just an area of the team that you, like a glaring need from your perspective?
Receiver.
Yeah, the receiver,
with all
because
the injuries
guys are injured, that's about it for me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's only because of injuries.
But in terms of like production, because those players are going to come back, you've got defensive needs big time with players that aren't injured, right? So like from my perspective, it's like we got to do something. Like at the trade deadline, as an example, what are we proactively doing, right? And I trust Peters, but it's like I expect them, and I'm sure the rest of the fan base does too, to make some moves. If they are where they should,
they make moves if it's the proper move. You don't make a move just to make a move.
Honestly,
That's
dude,
fair.
Be honest with you.
Dude, everybody wants to talk about the trade deadline, right? Which is roughly a month away.
Right.
They made a move last year at the trade deadline that was largely celebrated. I mean, how does that Lattimore trade look now? You know what I mean? Like, necessarily making the move isn't always the best decision.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
but you can't be complacent either, right? So it's like, I mean, you don't want to make a move just to make a move, but I'm saying they do have
we're
to.
saying that right now. Let's say they go on a 3-4 game winning streak. Are we going to be thinking that right now? Thinking that then?
I think it depends on the performance of. If you're winning games by 1 point and it's like 42-45, right, and you're still giving up, big passes and big runs, I think I mean, it just depends on the performance of the team. But I'm really concerned about the defense.
Last year, what was the final score in the Bengals game? 37-34, 34-31,
38,
something
34,
like that?
something like that.
All right, I just pulled it up. 38-33.
All right.
I don't think anybody was like, "Oh man, this isn't good," right? Like they win on the road. Like if they win tomorrow and it's 30-27, and they get to 3-2, and then they're coming home for a Monday night game against the Bears. Like I don't think there's a direct translation. I appreciate the call, John. Thank you, buddy. Like, I don't think there's a direct correlation with, like, oh, man, they've got to make a move. The secondary is getting beat, right?
Yeah.
Like, they are getting – they really are not looking good right now.
Yeah.
How much of that, B, do you think is on the players in the room versus –
I think it's a combination of things. I think it's a combination of the players in the room and the scheme that they're playing. If they're not going to make adjustments until halftime, but listening to Joe Witt, they were making adjustments, and the communication wasn't proper. They got to find I've always said it in the secondary. If the ball is being snapped and you're still looking at your guy trying to communicate what to do, it's too damn late. They got to be able to know when they line up, communicate, boom, gone. Now I'm looking at the player. Too many times that ball was snapped and guys are looking somewhere else instead of looking at the ball or looking at the player that they're supposed to be checking.
Right. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Ask Me Mitch Anything is brought to you by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. B, you probably do it more than I have, where you're like endorsing clothing products.
Uh-huh.
The amount of people I have asking me, yo, do you actually like this? Or are you just saying it? Is off the charts. And let me just be clear, I actually really like it. Like the dress shirts, I'm gonna wear one on Sunday, are phenomenal. Like
Me
those
too.
polos are dope. You know what I mean?
I got on the pants right now, and I'm going to be throwing on a sweater later. Like, you get your little sweaters, and the collars kind of sag.
Yeah.
Not with these, brother. I love it. I absolutely love it. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't be on here talking to y'all about anything that I talk about if I didn't like it. I'm going to be real.
I just got to say, I'm proud of you for wearing pants, B. Because I know every day you make that decision, and today you wore pants. So I'm proud of you.
You're sick.
It's my understanding, Jim on line 2 has a question. Ask B Mitch Anything. What's up, Jim?
Yo, B. Mitch, what's your favorite crawfish recipe?
Why I got to be looking at the dude asking me questions trying to act like he's somebody else?
I mean, that's Jim on line 2.
Okay,
dog.
Jim, I'm going to give you a little way to do. I'm going to give you a quick recipe to do some etouffee, all right? Get you a stick of butter and saute it in the pot. Then you throw some onions, some bell peppers, garlic, little celery in it. Saute that. Take your shrimp. No, let me get crawfish. Let's go crawfish. Go use crawfish. Put your crawfish in there and do that. Cook. Then do it around a little bit till you start to see the crawfish begin to you can see the little part, the little tail part starts to come up. It's letting you know it's about done. Throw you some cream of mushroom soup in there.
Ooh, I wouldn't have thought that.
Yep, cream of mushroom soup, and get one. So if you get you get 3, I want you to get 2 pounds of crawfish. You're gonna get 1 can of cream of mushroom and 1 can of the golden cream of mushroom. And you're going to just roll that thing around a little bit, saute it up. Because you don't need to add the tomato sauce when you use crawfish because it gives off its own little reddish color. And you just cook it a little bit, let it simmer for, now you got everything in it. You can add maybe a cup of water, and you let that simmer for about 15 to 20 minutes on medium. Turn it off, ready to go. Serve it over rice. Bam.
Sounds great.
Now, well, I forgot to add the cayenne pepper and a little Louisiana spice, not no damn Obey.
Kanye Pepper. Can I ask a follow-up, Brian?
Yeah.
Do you think Landfill's ever going to actually cook all that?
No. He's going to wait till I cook it, so I'll bring it in and he eat it.
I also don't think – Landfill, are you actually going to cook etouffee sometime?
No. Why you even asking that question? You know I ain't going to do it.
I better odds Landfill makes etouffee sometime or Landfill orders movie theater popcorn to his home this weekend.
Popcorn.
Oh, he doing that today as soon as he get off.
I mean, the popcorn's probably not going to happen. I feel like there was a lot of steps, a lot more than I expected. I'm probably not going to go that far, but I will wait till P. Mitch makes it and try it, or try to find a restaurant around here that has it.
I probably won't have a restaurant around here that has it.
Left hand up, I am in for when B makes it and brings it in for the boys. That's what I'm here for. I'm not going to make it.
Yeah,
I
please
really,
don't.
Yeah,
I
you'll
really like.
you'll probably just take it out the can and just bring it in. Just
JP
ahead.
not even washing the crawfish off.
left hand up. I love shellfish. I know my way around an oyster. Landfill, I know my way around a clam, but I am not a crawfish expert. I struggle to get them out.
The crawfish are already clean when you get them. It's just the tail when you make etouffee.
But B, I'm telling you, like I've been in New Orleans and sat down and gotten like a bowl, like a bucket of crawfish when they pour it on the table, whatever you call it, boil.
Yeah.
And I don't have a ton of success sucking the tail or whatever
Suck the head and
the
eat the
sexual
tail, dog.
innuendo is. Yeah, I'm not great at it. So there's probably a litany of reasons why I'm not your guy for this, but I'm definitely not your guy for a crawfish boil. I will happily attend.
We're not doing a crawfish boil. We're doing etouffee. It's different.
It's different, Landfill. Let's go to these phones, 800-636-1067. Brian is in Herndon. Brian, what's your question for Brian?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday, JP, B. Mitch, Landfill, Jeff. Happy Friday, fellas.
Same to you, brother.
Hey, B. Mitch. So, long story short, I coach my son's flag football team, 6th grade. Last week, we got a big bounce back. We need a big bounce back win tomorrow morning at 11. Long story, man, we were marching down the field down by 4 last Saturday, and my son threw a bomb to his best friend, caught the ball, got tackled at like the 8, got up to the ball, no timeouts left, snapped the ball, but the referee called the whistle right after the snap and said the game was over. It was kind of a bogus, but anyhow, we're moving on.
Yeah.
So game's tomorrow at 11 a.m. What's your opening play call for tomorrow morning at 11 a.m.?
Y'all run the ball a lot?
All verts.
Yeah, man. So we start. So we get the ball at the 5-yard line, going out of the end zone. So we can run it or pass.
You got it. Do you have a good quarterback?
Yeah, I do have a good quarterback.
Play action pass.
Play action.
I remember. I'm gonna tell you why, because we had a play. We had called. Coach said we're gonna run same thing that the Eagles did against us when LaRon Landry when Deshaun Jackson went by LaRon. So he said we run this play action pass first play of the game, and I say no matter where we at, he's like, yep. So we had a penalty, so we on the 7-yard line.
Okay.
I rolled the fullback in, boom, came out of that thing. Troy Reack was wide open. I hit him at the 50. He went into the end zone for a 93-yard touchdown, opening up the game.
Bang.
You're talking about a big fly right out the gate. Play action. We're talking.
There you go.
Go big.
They not expecting it. They think you run the ball a lot. They're gonna expect you to run, ride that thing, and then that quarterback come out there and hit this guy in stride.
Take your shot.
Backside post.
Thank you, Brian.
Backside post.
Post, yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, bro.
There you go.
There you go.
B. Mitch, the play caller.
Oh yeah.
Nobody
Let it
go
fly,
anywhere.
baby. Let it
Yo,
fly.
B. Mitch and Finley. Ask B. Mitch anything. Phone lines are open. Jeffrey has a song. Plus, we're going to preview the Chargers at 1 o'clock. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. JJ McCarthy will miss his third consecutive start because of that right high ankle sprain. Carson Wentz getting the start for the Vikings, going up against Browns rookie Dylan Gabriel over in London. Tampa Bay Buccaneers running back Bucky Irving is expected to miss Sunday's game at Seattle due to a foot sprain. There's also concern, though, that he could be missing next week's game as well. He's been wearing a boot all week and has been using crutches around the team's practice facility. Carolina Panthers running back Chuba Hubbard is expected to miss their game against the Dolphins with a calf injury. Hubbard has not practiced at all this week. Now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and now powerful performance, Honda has got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, CRV and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Medcal 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Enjoy responsibly. I got to be honest, at home, it's what, 12:30? That's enjoyment o'clock. It's 9:29 a.m. here in Los Angeles. A little early. I got to work this afternoon. Headed to the L.A. Coliseum. B, did you ever play in the Coliseum?
Yep. I returned a 100-yarder in the preseason game there.
Awesome. Against the Rams or who?
Oh, Raiders.
That's very cool. Yo, I mean, back then, the Raiders playing in the Coliseum, that might have, what felt more dangerous? The Raiders playing in the L.A. Coliseum or the Oakland Coliseum?
Man. Oakland Coliseum. It was like when they had that little black hole area.
Yeah, dude.
You don't mess around and try to jump in those stands. You might come out stabbed.
Yeah. That's like the line and hit him up. Don't one of y'all have sickle cell or something? Let's go to Andrew in D.C. with a question for B-Mitch. What's up, Drew?
Hey, guys. How you doing? So I wanted to ask about tackling. Since we know that they're not allowed to, tackle during practice, how can they get better at tackling during the week between the games? And do you think our guys should maybe try being, more aggressive when tackling, really try to force themselves on the guy to really, force themselves down, or would that be too risky with, a possible penalty?
They can practice hitting dummies, wrap the dummy up and lift it. You can grab your player, grab him and lift him. At least put your arms around him. The problem is, I know guys don't get a chance to practice in practice like that, but you don't throw forearms in practice either. So I don't know where that throwing the forearm thing comes from, because when I watch people in practice right now, they just run up to the guy and go, woo! They run past him like, I would have gotten you. No. Run up. If you put your arms around that guy and lift him up, that's a short tackle. You get in the game, put your arms around him, fall down. That's all you got to do. They used to have these little dummies that run around these robotic things. I don't know if they have that anymore, but you can put a dummy out there. They can do practice drills with dummies going to the ground. May not be able to hit your player, but you can do that. But at least wrap your arms around them.
Thanks for the call, Brian. Appreciate it, man. Andrew. I believe Jeff on line 5. Jeff from Fairmont Heights. What's up, Jeff?
Yo, B.
What up?
You know what I'm going to ask you for. It's getting cold outside. Just tell me what I need to get. When can I get that red beans and rice, man?
Damn,
I've been
Jeff.
waiting on it.
Why is this Jeff and Jim guys just calling me about some damn food?
Yeah, seriously.
I bought them chicken today.
Because the last
Damn,
time
you bought chicken? I'm not even there.
the last time I tried to make red beans and rice, it was okay until I tasted somebody from Louisiana's and I said, I need a pot of this. I know who I can call. B. Mitch. If I get the ingredients, he'll make it. That's some good.
Go get you 3 packs of camellia beans, and get how you like. You know what pickle tips are?
Whoa! Pause.
Isn't it like some type of beef or something?
Hold up, Jeff. Are you playing hide the pickle?
Pork. Okay.
So
JP,
pickle
I'm
tips.
not listening to you.
Pickle tips and go get you some andouille sausage. Like get like a pound of pickle tips to 2 pounds and get you 2 pounds of sausage. Bring it to me. I'll cook it and bring it to you. No, you got to get your onion. Well, don't worry. I do the onion bell pepper. I handle that for you.
Let's get it.
Now, and I'm bringing it to work so all of us can taste it.
Yeah.
That's
Jeff,
fine.
I have an answer for you, Jeff.
What's up?
It has nothing to do with hide the pickle, okay? I've made a decision in my life. I still use Amazon Prime all the time. But you see those videos of these dudes that just roll into like CVS or Target and they just steal like the entire wall and the people are freaked out and then they just walk out with it? I have decided those people then sell that stuff on Amazon. Like that there's like a direct correlation. So I try to be a Walmart Plus guy when I can because at least it's owned by like a company and it's not directly or indirectly supporting like outright theft. So Jeff, here's my red beans and rice recipe, Jeff. Are you ready for this?
I'm not.
Download the Walmart Plus app and type in red beans and rice. And within 3 hours, I could get you Zataran's red beans and rice delivered. I could get you Glory Foods red beans and rice delivered. I could get you Uncle Ben's original red beans and rice delivered.
See, that's
within 3 hours.
They
and
won't.
all
They
of
won't
those
taste
cost
like Uncle
fewer.
B's though.
They
man.
cost less than $2.
See, that's the problem with the world now, JP. Everybody want this instant food. We missing the times when people put love in the food. That's what we need. That's what
Hope
you
they
get.
don't put their love in it, Jeff.
You're not gonna get the same
Jeff,
love in the Ben's red
listen,
beans
man.
and rice. Come on,
Jeff,
man.
All I say,
be careful where you're putting your love in.
if
right?
I cook these red beans and rice and bring them in, JP don't get none. He got to bring his own little canned beans and rice here.
No,
Yeah,
Brian.
then we take it
if
back.
I may,
Since you
if
want
I
to
may,
eat that type of crap, nah, man, this man wants the good stuff.
But Brian, I would love for you to cook red beans and rice. I would love to eat the red beans and rice. I'm just not going to persistently request that you make it. I'm more of the like, yo, we brought food in, that's great.
At least
I've
he
tried to
offered
make
to buy the stuff. And he's asked me for recipes and stuff like that, but he tried to cook it and it was kind of watery. I'm being real.
Kind of. It looked like soup.
So he wants it to be done right. So, I don't mind. It's the time I don't mind cooking for certain people at certain times.
I know what the problem is, B.
What?
JP mad because nobody asked for his beans.
Nah, that's just baked beans.
They don't.
I have a
nobody went.
it's a family recipe, Jeff.
That's
It's
not a family recipe. That is your recipe. Your family like, dog, can you at least do something else to these damn beans? They taste like can.
Yeah, because they're out of a can. I have some level of pause with Chef Jeff, not Geoff. That Chef Jeff knows what he's doing, but Chef Jeff, Jeph, Jeff Too Funny. His masterpiece that he's brought in was the fresh fish,
The bony fish?
Yeah, I've never seen. He must have caught a fish that only persisted on bones. It was the boniest fish in history.
Yeah.
So forgive me if I.
Yeah,
Hold
Jeff,
on, hold
that
on,
was
hold on.
bad, dog.
I let y'all taste some of the rockfish that I made. Y'all said that was good.
Which one?
The bony fish?
No, I had some rockfish that I caught.
Oh, that day you
With-
did. It was good. It was good.
Yeah, now I gotta go catch some more so I can make sure JP
Yeah,
tastes
but-
it too.
Don't ever
I
bring
love-
that bony fish again.
I love stripers, Jeff.
I'll
If
tell
you
you,
bring in fresh stripers, I will eat it. I don't think
never
you need to
taken
bread
that
and
long
fry
to
that
eat fish in
though.
my life.
My bad.
All right, our guy. I had a comment dialed up for B. Mitch talking about eating bony fish, and I decided to move forward. That's maturity. Drew is on line too. What's up, Drew? Ask B. Mitch something.
I got so hungry listening to you guys, I almost forgot what I wanted to ask B. Mitch.
That's the weed, Drew.
what's
That
happening?
ain't being hungry.
Oh no, I'm too early for that. We got plenty of time. And I do apologize. I will not be out in LA with you guys this week, but we got Bama Vanderbilt tomorrow, so that'll be equally
That'll
good.
be fun, man.
But,
Yeah, enjoy it.
Yeah. But my question, one, I'm still optimistic about where the season's going, but I have seen a lot of kind of negative chatter. And my question is really, B. Mitch, kind of think of three different things. Love to get your opinion about what's real and what's kind of just noise. Obviously, on the away games, they came out flat, and hopefully they don't do that Sunday. But I think also the fan expectation this year is just a lot different than it's been in years. And I think we kind of come out expecting to win every game and be crazy every game.
Yep.
And I think last year, if we would have been 2-2 with 2 dominant home games after 4, we'd be pretty happy. And then the third is we really haven't seen Jaden, light it up like we know he can. And so from your perspective, what do you think is really real going on, and what do you think is just noise that we shouldn't be paying attention to?
I think it's a combination. So fans' expectation is way, way, way high. They forgot about that they're still rebuilding. They just saw last year. Now everything should be ready to go. That's how fans think. A lot of fans are pissed off because their fantasy football stuff is not doing what they wanted to do. That's why I have a problem with fantasy football, because it makes fans stupid. Secondly, like, the team didn't come out with the energy that they should have, but they could change that around in no time. You know what I mean? So I saw somebody else saying this. They're like, fans, don't get mad at the players because your expectation is out the roof. I want you to go out there. I want you to give me the best effort. If I see great effort and you lose a game, I'm cool with it. But if you go out and give great effort and lose a game, I guarantee you most people on social media won't be cool with it. So my advice to players is don't look at it.
Joe Witt actually talked about that,
Yeah.
which I thought was pretty interesting. And he said, I know my players look at it, but I wish they wouldn't.
Yeah, because the thing of it is this, Jay. And listen, bro, a lot of people have played football. But you can play football and still don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, I try to give you more of a situation based off of my experiences. I'm not telling you what the hell they're supposed to do, because I don't know what they're supposed to do. But I know they're supposed to try to tackle a guy. I know they're supposed to try to cover a guy. I know they're supposed to try to block guys. I know they're supposed to try to put pressure. So I can discuss those things. But for the people that want to call in and tell me about how they should run this gap and that gap and run this cover and that, I don't want to hear that, because you don't know what they're doing. You don't know what their marching orders are. So if you are mad because you didn't see somebody give effort, boom, you can have that. But when you start trying to act like you know what they're exactly trying to do, nah. I shy away from that, and I would tell players, don't get pissed off, because you know what you're trying. If you messed up because you didn't do what the coach told you to do, you already should be mad at yourself, because you know the coach going to curse you out.
Well, dude, it's interesting because we've had this, like, I don't know why. Maybe it must have been an actual – I'm trying to remember what coach it was that talked about it. One coach was asked about Pro Football Focus grades and how they've become this, like, end-all, be-all in discussions. And the coach was like, I don't know how anybody can provide a grade without knowing what the design of the play is.
That's what
I've
saying.
always said about PFF. I think PFF's, like, actual data, how often is somebody in 12 personnel, 13, 3 wide receiver sets, bunch formations.
That's cool.
The defined data they can provide, and other sites, right? Like, not just PFF. The defined data they can provide has so much value. But their subjective stuff, pass rush win rate, like, you don't know what the play design is. So you don't know if the person is achieving their goal.
Yeah. Like the pass rush win rate. If you don't get to the quarterback, but you made that quarterback move, you won. If you don't get to the quarterback and your color flashed and he pulled the ball down, you won. If I go to block you and I don't knock you on your back, but you don't hit my quarterback, I won. That's the stuff that PFF does not talk about. See, a lot of time you watch quarterback stand and then he just go and you go, well, why the hell did he move? Well, something flashed. And that guy that didn't even touch him, that was a win. But they won't call that a win rate because he didn't get home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why
some of it is more nuanced, like trying to measure pressures versus, you know what I mean? But,
Jay, as I said a long time ago, bro, it's like the people that wasn't involved with sports trying to take over it, and they've come up with stuff that, like, the sports people don't really understand a lot of stuff that's being discussed. The geeks do, and the geeks are taking over sports.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Jeff Walker's got his Week 5 song next. B-Mitch at Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're going to do a Chargers preview in about 10 minutes. But right now, to celebrate a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday in the fall, when the Commanders play, our guy, DJ Jeff Too Funny, Jeff Walker, makes a special song. Jeff, you tried to blame me last week because I said we were going to get a whole bunch of chicken wings. I got nothing to offer. You're up, buddy.
Yeah, this song was inspired by the San Diego Chargers. Yeah, that's where we're going. That's where we're going to play at. I know it's LA, JP. I'm messing with you. This is inspired by last week's loss leading into this game, and it's just questions that need to be answered. Landini, let's get to it.
I ain't like that L. We gotta put a little more heart in it. I need to know where my dogs at. Do we still got some dogs on this team? Yeah, where my dogs at? Where my hustlers that's gon' go out there and ball at? When we score, who gon' go and get the ball back? I know we got them and we bout to stop ball at. Yeah, where my dogs at? Where my hustlers that's gon' go out there and ball at? When we score, who gon' go and get the ball back? I know we got them and we bout to stop ball at. Watching the game, man, I was living. I rapped about the belt, but we the ones who got the whipping. I almost broke my TV cause the defense got the tripping. Number 1 on 3rd down, but it looked like easy picking. Now we're soaring to LA, marching it so fast. We gon' handle this electric like a Pepco guy. Sent panic through the fan base and I don't know why. We can turn this thing around cause it's only week 5. But if we go and do it, man, we gotta get to it. Everything gotta click just to keep this thing moving. Couple fumbles and some picks, man, I swear that's the solution. Get the ball back to the O, man, I swear they gon' move it. It's the little things that count when you try and make a play. Cross your T's, dot your I's, and it's gonna come your way. You ain't gotta try hard, do your job, man, just play. And knock the lights out of California, ayy. Yeah, where my dogs at? Where my hustlers that's gon' go out there and ball at? When we score, who gon' go and get the ball back? I know we got them and we bout to stop ball at. Yeah, where my dogs at? Where my hustlers that's gon' go out there and ball at? When we score, who gon' go and get the ball back? I know we got them and we bout to stop ball at. Like Big Bro Doc Walker say, where the canines at? Where the dogs at? You don't need the heart of a lion, you need the heart of Brian Mitchell. That's what we need to activate, tap in. Yeah, where my dogs at? Yeah, where my dogs at? Yeah, where my dogs at? Knuckle up.
And that's it. We need our dogs out this week.
I like that.
So here's my question. I'm not there, so I don't know what was produced audio. It was a good song, Jeff. Thank you, buddy. But was B doing his barking there, or was that in the song?
That was
okay.
B barking.
Okay, because I was like, damn, Jeff perfectly recreated B's bark. I was blown away. Yeah. All right. That was strong, dude.
That was strong,
I liked
brother.
It.
Thanks, fellas.
You better sit at the dock, dog.
Well, let me ask. Yeah, you should send that to Doc. Maybe we should get Doc on, especially playing in his hometown. Who is the dog that steps up? Is it Jaden? It might just have to be Jaden.
Hey, man, listen. There are all types of dogs, okay? You can have a Rot. You can have your old German Shepherd, a Belgian Malinois. It may just be a Yorkie. If that Yorkie bite your ass and you don't see him coming, it's going to hurt. If that Yorkie, if you're walking down the street all of a sudden and a little Chihuahua starts to bark, you jump and you start to run real quick, don't you? It's not how big the dog is. It's like how big is the bite of that dog?
What do they say, B? It's not the size of the boat, it's the motion of the ocean. Is that the right phrase?
I don't know if that's the right phrase to be used in this situation.
Oh, it's not the size
of the dog. It's the bite. It's the size of the bite in the dog.
It's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that fight.
I ain't as good once as I ever was, but I'm as good once as I ever was.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah. So if the bite in that dog is big, bring it. Listen, I've watched Mikey play. If Mikey's on the field, Mikey's brought some bite. You know, he'll go get you. Jaden is a dog. Jaden is not smile all day, but he's trying to win, trying to take care of you. Debo is a dog, and he brings some girth with his little thicker guy. You know, we got guys on that defense that have been playing. They can get it done. We need the dogs to come.
Oh, one more thing, y'all. Every song that we drop this year is on all streaming platforms.
All right.
They drop every Friday. They're there.
All right.
There you go. Jeff, I got feedback from one of our regular guests, friend of the program. The feedback was that might be the best one yet about your song. Do you want to guess who sent me that?
Heather. No, she's not. She's a friend of the program. Nikki
Greenberg.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Okay.
Thought you'd like that.
You hit that, dog. Seriously.
Our friend Chris Hare joins us next, tells us what's going on with the Chargers as we get closer to kickoff. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. New York Jets running back Braylon Allen placed on the injured reserve with a knee injury. He's going to be sidelined 8 to 12 weeks. Allen, who was hurt returning kickoff on Monday night, is deciding whether or not he's going to have surgery on what is believed to be an MCL injury. This is a huge loss for the winless Jets, who rely really heavily on the ground game. And 9:30 a.m. Sunday morning, you can watch Carson Wentz and Dylan Gabriel face off in London. J.J. McCarthy out again this week with a high ankle sprain, and veteran Joe Flacco was benched in favor of the rookie for Cleveland. Speaking of Cleveland, tough break for them. The 2025 MLB playoffs continued and the wild card round concluded. The Tigers beat the Guardians, Chicago Cubs beat the Padres, and the Yankees sent the Red Sox packing. So tomorrow, you can watch the next round. You got the Cubs taking on the Brewers in the NLDS, along with the Dodgers facing the Phillies. Shohei Ohtani on the mound for Game 1. Over in the American League, the Yankees travel to Toronto to face the Blue Jays. And the Tigers, after that whole mess at the end of the regular season, they get the last laugh. They walk away with the win, but now they have to travel to Seattle to play the Mariners. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right, it is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday on B. Mitch and Finley. Chris Hayre joins us now from KCAL, California, Los Angeles, does the Chargers Weekly podcast, used to work for the Lakers, covers the hell out of these L.A. Chargers. Chris, what's up, dude? How you been?
JP, always good to hear from you, man. Look forward to seeing you guys this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's interesting you say that because I almost just made a tremendous mistake.
Oh, no.
You're gonna laugh at this because I luckily did not hit send. I posted something on Twitter that I then wanted to post on Threads, and I went to just copy paste the text I wrote on Twitter onto Threads, and I just hit paste, and I was about to hit send, and I realized the text that I had just pasted was your phone number, not not the. So I almost tweeted out your phone number, Chris, but I didn't. So that's the good news.
It would have been a wild Friday here in Southern California if that happened.
All right, dude.
Oh, boy.
Get us up to
JP, you are a
speed.
trip.
I didn't do it is the good news. Get us up to speed on all things Chargers, coming off a really bad, almost shocking loss in New York.
Yeah, you know what? It started with 3 straight wins in the AFC West, right? So, like, that was kind of the theme in training camp. It's like, we're going to learn a lot about this team after the first 3 games. And to go down to Brazil and beat the Chiefs, and then Monday Night Football handle the Raiders, and then really a hard-fought game that Sunday before at SoFi Stadium where Justin got hit a bunch against that Broncos front. But to gut it out and to win on a Cameron Dicker field goal, be 3-0, you're feeling pretty good. But you know what? Everything that could go wrong did go wrong for the Chargers up in MetLife. First drive, quick 3-and-out. Jackson Dart, who no one has seen in the NFL in a regular season game, goes down the field, 89-yard touchdown drive, and then on the very next series, their all-world left tackle Joe Alt gets hurt and leaves the football game. So you're already down 7-0. Now you're down. I put him in the category of Derwin James and Justin Herbert as guys you simply can't lose. And you're kind of playing with a new offensive line combination and kind of playing catch up. And there was a time where I thought that they were going to turn the corner in the third quarter rather when Omarion Hanson had that 54-yard touchdown. Like, all right, I think this is where they make their move, and they just weren't able to claw back and win it. So you're 3-1. I think silver lining, there really is no silver lining to losing Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt. But
at least you have a week to kind of game plan for what that's going to look like on Sunday as opposed to do it in game.
With the offensive line in particular, who are the backups? Like, how is that group going to look on Sunday?
It's a great question. So Jamari Sawyer, who played right guard on Sunday, keep up with me now. There's a lot of different combinations that are going on. But Mekhi Becton did not play in the game against the Giants. He was a limited participant yesterday and the day before. We'll know more about his status later this afternoon. But Jamari Sawyer was playing left tackle on Wednesday at practice, and Jamari, when Rashawn Slater went down a few years ago, he actually filled in pretty serviceably for Rashawn at left tackle. So I would expect to see Jamari Sawyer there. And then you have the regular four that started week one, Zion Johnson, Bradley Bozeman, Mekhi Becton if he's ready to go, and Trey Pipkins kind of at their natural position. So that really the only player that you would be missing from week one would be Joe Alt. But still, I mean, you can't emphasize enough just how big a loss Rashawn Slater was, and then to lose Alt as well. That's probably the best tackle combination in the NFL entering 2025.
Well, has that, I mean, losing your tackles, and sometimes quarterbacks will get affected by it. Has it affected Herbert?
Yeah, no doubt, B. Mitch. And, it didn't help that it was the Broncos the week before and then the Giants in their pass rushers, right? Like, to go back-to-back with those defenses and that type of pass rush has been tough. Justin was hit 26 times the last 2 weeks. I think it was 14 times against the Broncos and 12 times against the Giants, or maybe that's reversed. But a stark difference from the first 2 weeks against the Chiefs and the Raiders. So protecting him is going to be paramount. I think Amarian Hampton will help with that. I think the fact that you have kind of a diverse set of weapons on the outside with Quentin Johnson and Keenan and Ladd McConkey, maybe the quick passing game will help with that as well. But, Justin likes to push the ball down the football field. We will see if they give him enough time to do that on Sunday.
Talking with our friend Chris Harry here, covers the Chargers for KCAL, CBS here in Los Angeles. Chargers are playing really good defense. They've been vulnerable against quarterbacks that run. Is that fluky? Is that a flaw? Where can the Chargers get beat defensively?
Yeah, that's certainly something that happened in week one with Mahomes. Mahomes is so good with his legs anyway. So, just him extending plays, they knew that going into that game that was going to be an issue. Jackson Dart, a lot of design runs from him last week. Again, it was a very impressive 89-yard drive, but you take that out of it, guys. Like, Dart didn't do too much. Like, Herbert threw 2 interceptions, and that led to 11 points. So you take that first drive out. Like, Jackson Dart really didn't have that big of a game, that big of an impact on the game, I should say. But yeah, certainly. I mean, I expect Jayden Daniels you have to expect him to have no limitations coming into this game. So certainly I think it's going to be a big test for guys like Deion Henley, the Chargers star linebacker, maybe spying Jayden, or a guy like Derwin James who's just all over the football field. You have to account for Jayden's legs, especially, with his weapons kind of beat up on the outside, and, who, I don't know, you guys can tell me in terms of who they're going to use to maybe push the football down the field. The Chargers defense, they're really good about not getting beat by big plays through the air, but certainly a running quarterback, it's a small sample size, but it's given them some issues the first month of the season.
Is it just the quarterback running that bothers them, or is it the running game?
It's been the running game has been good. Like the run defense has been good. I think it's been more the quarterbacks, right? Even Geno got loose a little bit in that Monday night game, and again, I talk about Mahomes with his legs. They see that twice a year. I really do think that it's tough when you're seeing a rookie quarterback for the first time, and you're not really knowing what to expect coming out of the gates. That obviously that first drive by the Giants was scripted. But yeah, it's been more the quarterbacks. They've been pretty solid against the run in general. But that three-headed attack with Washington, I expect them to probably lean on that with guys like Terry and Noah Brown out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what Washington's offense looks like. What about the rookie running back for the Chargers, Omarion Hampton? I mean, he's a big play waiting to happen. Washington's been giving up big plays far too frequently. What do you think of Hampton in this game?
I mean, he's an absolute monster, man. Like the 54-yard touchdown, maybe the lead in the box score, but I'm sure you guys saw that 18-yard run that I think it won like the angry runs that Kyle Brandt does. But he's a relentless, big, physical running back. And you know, the plan kind of going into the season was to kind of pair him with Najee Harris, who coincidentally had never missed a game in the NFL. It was as durable as they come. So you're going to have that combination to kind of wear teams down in the fourth quarter. Najee pops his Achilles a couple of weeks ago against the Broncos, and it took a while for Omarion to get going. They really leaned on Justin's arm the first 2 weeks of the season, but when Najee went out in that Broncos game, they really placed an emphasis on Omarion, and he only had 12 carries in the Giants game, but he averaged 10.7 on the ground, including that 54-yard touchdown. And he's just a load to bring down. Like, just the effort there is relentless. So you look at what Bijan Robinson was able to accomplish last Sunday. I'd be shocked if he wasn't the focal point of the offense going into the game against the Commanders, especially with the offensive line kind of beat up the way it is. I do expect Omarion Hampton to have a big say in the result.
Yeah, I mean, he's a baller, dude. I'm curious for you, how strong is the Chargers fan base these days? Like, you've covered the Chargers for a while now. They've been in L.A. now for a long period of time, and yet I feel like on the East Coast, like so many people, my friends, when I was telling them I was headed out here, like B. Mitch, you'll laugh at this. Bees tried to get me set up to play Del Mar down in San Diego, and I was like, Bees, they play in L.A. Like, how?
So Bees and Jeff on the same page, huh?
Yeah, exactly. But my boy Jamie, who is in the media business, said the same thing. He's like, "Are you going to play Torrey Pines?" I was like, "Dude, I'm in Los Angeles, not San Diego." But I think there's going to be a lot of burgundy and gold in SoFi on Sunday. How established or fair weather, whatever the right term is, what is this Chargers fan base nowadays?
Well, a couple of things. It's grown exponentially since 2017 when they moved up here. I remember, the first couple of games in that soccer stadium, and you have like the
Dude,
Eagles
I covered
in week
a game
4,
at that
right?
stadium. It was crazy.
Yeah, and just keep in mind with Los Angeles, you saw it yesterday with San Francisco kind of taking over SoFi Stadium. Like when there's a game in LA, the opposing team's fans will circle SoFi Stadium as a destination to come out here. I will say this, over the last couple of years, really, I don't know if it's coincidental with Harbaugh, but just having Harbaugh and Herbert the last couple of years, the crowd's been really, really good for the Chargers. And I know last year they didn't play like the Cowboys and the Steelers and in some of the fan bases that travel pretty well. But last couple of Sundays ago against the Broncos, it was a really, really strong Chargers crowd. Also recognizing that there's a lot of transplant Broncos fans here, and listen, I've been out here for 19 years from the D.C. area. I know a lot of Redskins, Commanders fans that live here, and I'm sure there will be some burgundy and gold in the crowd, no doubt. But the fan base here is definitely growing, and I think when you have a winning coach and a winning quarterback, you have that combination, I think that does wonders. Plus, they have some star power, too. They have guys like Derwin James and Khalil Mack and Lad McConkey, Keenan Allen, Omarion Hampton, kind of up and coming. So it's been fun to kind of see the evolution of the fan base and just kind of the second act of the Chargers here in Los Angeles.
How much burgundy and gold are you expecting Sunday?
Listen, it's one of the best road, especially like JP was different like 5-6 years ago, right? Like the fact that there's so many Jaden Daniels fans here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to Bram a little bit ago, and I was telling him about one of the events I did. I interviewed Jaden and his mom at this parade that they had for him at his high school, at Cajon High School, where they named it Jaden Daniels Field. It was like a rainy weekend before the Combine, before he was even thought to be a Washington Commander. And it's cool to see high school football and just how big it is here, and how many Jaden Daniels fans there are in Southern California. So that's going to play a big part. But listen, I know about the burgundy and gold, man, and they certainly travel. It's going to be fun on Sunday.
Oh yeah.
Where'd you grow up? Reston?
I grew up in Falls Church. I worked for the team for a couple of years, and the reason the reason I'm in this job and I'm covering football is because of B. Mitch's Washington Redskins. I went to every single game as a kid. Section 301. I was there in '91 for every game, the Super Bowl year, and it's been fun to follow them from afar. But I was out here for some dark times, and it's been really cool to see just the life being brought back into the fan base, probably not only in DC but around the country.
You ain't lying about that, man. Well, it's exciting.
Chris, honestly, you and I are probably the same age, roughly, even though you're significantly better looking and look younger. It's the same for me. That 91 Skins team, I think, changed my life and put me on a path that I'm sitting doing this for a living now, because I was just obsessed. And I was
on the front page. I was on the front page of the Fairfax Journal. I think I had a black eye from a sledding accident. I was in 5th grade. I was on my dad's shoulders at the parade in '91, and it's like one of those memories. It's like the Washington Redskins are why I do this, So it's going to be fun to see UJP and just a bunch of guys I worked with at the radio station I worked at 25 years ago.
Wow.
It's awesome. We're talking with our friend Chris Hayre here from KCAL, covers the Chargers, sports anchor reporter here in Los Angeles. You can give him a follow at Chris Hayre, Chris, ChrisHayre. What is the Harbaugh effect on this team? Because Jim Harbaugh certainly seems like a very interesting dude. I imagine he is furious about that loss to the Giants last week.
The effect is real, man, and it's hard to put your finger on, but you know it when you see it. He established a culture. Keep in mind, when Brandon Staley was fired, they gave up 63 points to the Raiders on that one Thursday night game. Yeah. You bring Harbaugh in, just like that, 11 games last year, and the schedule is considerably harder this year. But to start your season off by beating Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, then beating Pete Carroll in the What's Your Deal Bowl on Monday Night Football, and then to beat Sean Payton, that's a heck of a way to start your season. He's uber competitive. He has a really, really good coaching staff, guys that he's brought from Michigan, including the defensive coordinator, Jesse Minter, who's been awesome, really right from the rip. So his personality is infectious. He just wants to win so badly, and it rubs off on everybody in the organization. So I think those guys recognize they let one slip on Sunday. But that's the beauty of this game on Sunday, is because I'm sure the Commanders feel the same way about what happened in Atlanta, and the expectations are sky high for both teams. So I'm just so excited for the game, because I don't know what to expect. When you have quarterbacks like Jaden Daniels and Justin Herbert, who coincidentally played against each other in college, I think Jaden's true freshman year when he was at Arizona State. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun.
It really will be. Do you know, I'm trying to get information on this place, and I feel like maybe you'll know it just from living out here for so long. There's a big-time Skins bar in Manhattan Beach, I believe. Do you know the name of that bar? I think they're having an event tonight that I'm going to try to go to.
Yeah, I you know what? I've been there a bunch, and I forget why does the name escape me. There's one in Culver City called Joxer Dailies, and I'm sure anybody listening to you guys streaming, it's one of the coolest experiences if you're a Redskin or Commanders fan. But the place you're referring to is an old dive bar in Manhattan Beach that I've been to so many times, and I don't know if the name's changed. It escapes me, but it's right in Manhattan Beach, across the street from the ocean, and it's awesome. It's in the El Porto area of Manhattan Beach. Why does the name escape me?
You know what? That's what Google's for. I will figure that out. All right.
You sure,
Chris? No, I'm not sure. To be honest with you. You know where I ended up last night was the Whaler, Chris. I guess that was Venice. Yeah. It was fun. It was karaoke night.
I did karaoke with my brother there about 10 years ago. I remember that night very vividly.
Wow.
I did not sing, Brian.
You
You'll
didn't
be happy
do
to-
Whitney Houston last night, dog?
So it was Pete Haley's birthday at midnight. So he got done working. We went out for a cocktail, and I did not sing Whitney Houston last night. I did not think. I did not think the West Coast was. Bees. That is, what, Chris? What's your go-to karaoke song? I sing Whitney.
I think
Houston.
we did a Snoop and Dre collab. I think in Venice at the Whaler. Hey, I just found the name. It's called Summers.
Summers. Okay.
Yep.
If you want to see me tonight in the LA area, I'm going to go to Summers in Manhattan Beach. Chris, thank you, brother. I look forward to seeing you on Sunday.
Hey, always appreciate you guys. I'll see you on Sunday, JP. Looking forward to it, man.
You'll see B too, man. I don't know if you guys have ever actually met, but we'll make sure that
You
happens.
be there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I'm leaving
all
at
right.
5 something.
I'll get in there early. I'll come find you guys.
All right, cool, cool.
Take care, man.
All right, appreciate you.
Take care, man.
That's our friend. That's our friend Chris Hayre. Give him a follow at Chris Hayre, Hayre. Does a great job covering the Chargers. When we come back, let's go through some specifics. Let's see where Vegas has this game, where we think it's going to end up. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. NFL Sunday's coming, and you've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now we're making it even better because this week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sunday should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. FanDuel, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson missed his third straight practice and final full one before Sunday's game versus the Texans. It's looking like Jackson will miss his first game due to injury since 2023. Cooper Rush will get the start for the banged-up Ravens. And Panthers running back Chuba Hubbard, who has been dealing with a calf injury these past couple weeks, hasn't practiced at all this week. He is expected to miss Sunday's game against the Dolphins. And Coach Brian Schottenheimer said the Cowboys don't expect CeeDee Lamb to play in Sunday's game at the Jets. Business success is like success on the field. It takes teamwork, strategy, and a strong home advantage. In Fairfax City, companies play to win with a community that rallies behind them, and it's a place where employees can live, work, and play without leaving the neighborhood. Visit gofairfaxcity.com to learn more. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Get started today. You know what else we're going to get started today? The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll question of the day. Poll question of the day. Who's going to win on Sunday, Commanders or the Chargers? The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. All right, B, I'll ask you the poll question. Who do you think wins, dude? This is a weird game, but you got two teams.
Weird game, but I'm going 24-20. Commanders.
Good guys?
Yeah.
What's your key in this one?
Running game. And I mean that on both sides of the football. You just heard him talk about how rough and rugged Amari Hampton is. We have to stop the run, and we also have to establish the run. We can do both of those things, we win the game.
Yeah, they got
I don't want it to be Jaden's back. Let's just go out there and just use him over and over again. No. Let's establish the run to make it when he decides to tuck it and go, he's gonna have a lot of space to do it.
Considering like Jaden and the offense didn't look great when he was healthy, what are your expectations for the offense tomorrow? Just in getting in rhythm, getting back to the consistent first downs, all that.
You say what?
Like, what are your expectations for this offense tomorrow? Because the offense looked pretty good in Atlanta, but they couldn't sustain long drives. Do you think?
I think the third down conversions will be better. I'm looking for a running game somewhere from 160 to about 195 yards total.
Okay. Landfill, I'll ask you the poll question. Who's going to win?
I don't feel good about this one. I kind of think it's going to be the Chargers. Unfortunately, I'm not a big believer in the defense, and I think Justin Herbert is actually relatively competent. I know that they've got their problems with both their tackles. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that's enough to let our defense get some pressure and maybe we can disrupt that and pull out the win. But I do think the Chargers will pull this one out.
I'm guessing my man Jeff has a little more confidence. Jeffrey?
You know, Mr. Optimistic checking in.
I think a frog in your throat, dog?
I was clearing my throat. I think
in my throat.
But yeah, I do believe we will win. I got us winning like 27-24.
Okay. Vegas, depending where you're shopping, has the Chargers as a 2.5, 3-point favorite. The total in this thing's 47, 47 and a half, 46 and a half, depending where you're shopping. If you look at the props in this, so Justin Herbert, the first 2 weeks of the season, was going for 280 a game. The last 2 weeks, that has dropped to 250 a game. Vegas has Herbert at 265, perhaps a nod to the Commanders' secondary struggles. They've got Jaden at 208 and a hook, which is kind of on par for him. If you look at the running totals, this is where things get interesting. B, if you had to pick the leading rusher for Washington, who would you pick?
Leading rusher in this game. I'm going to go with McNichols.
Interesting. White Bride, see if you can find it. I don't even see a prop for McNichols. On the ground, Vegas has Omarion Hampton, the Chargers rookie running back, with 69 and a half rush yards. The highest rushing prop bet is Jaden Daniels, actually, B, with 44 and a half rush yards.
Okay.
Which is
That's because they give up runs to the quarterback, but I believe that I have faith in them to not go out there with all those planned runs off the bat with him.
Yeah, I think that would be wise. Of the actual running backs, Vegas has Bill at 31 and a half rush yards, C-Rod at 23 and a half rush yards, and then Justin Herbert at 16 and a half. Interesting numbers, I think, to kind of gauge things. You go to the receiving yards. Quentin Johnson is starting to really come on for the Chargers. They've got him at 65 and a half receiving yards. Then Ladd McConkey, who's been really a down year to start anyway after a fantastic rookie season. McConkey with 56 and a half receiving yards. Then Keenan Allen, the longtime veteran receiver that was with the Chargers, I think went to the Bears for a season.
Yeah.
Keenan Allen, 52 and a half receiving yards. The first receiving yard total, the highest receiving yard total I can see anyway, is Zach Ertz with 40 and a half receiving yards.
All right.
So no Debo there. Maybe that's just because of the injury. They're just waiting.
That or they're expecting more of a Debo as a runner.
Omarion Hampton, 20 and a half receiving yards. Considering how Bijan torched them last week as a receiver, that might get you a little bit of pause. That might be a number worth considering. And then how about this? Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Bill, 7.5 receiving yards.
What you think about that?
I mean, I think he went 2 for 10 last week.
All right.
And we talked to him this week in the locker room, and he said, I'm trying to show I'm a complete back. I want to be a pass catcher. I want to be a pass blocker.
I think that second thing, that's the most important.
Who do you think defensively, if not counting Herbert, because the quarterback's just going to get so many attempts, right? Like the quarterback's going to be a main factor in this game regardless. If you could shut down one player on the Chargers offense, whether it's Johnston or Allen or Hampton, like who do you think they need to make sure does not go off?
Hampton. If Hampton goes off, then they are able to do whatever they want in their playbook. Hampton doesn't go off, and then you can start getting a little pressure on Herbert. He plays into your hands.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to be able to generate some pressure in this thing. You'd love to be able to get to the quarterback. Herbert has wheels, though, and people kind of sleep on that. Like, he can run. What do you think, B, it means for Jaden to play in this? For Jaden to play, he said to play as a pro back in my hometown. And he's not from L.A., he's from Inland, right? Like, nobody's trying to pretend that he's a straight L.A. guy, but he's a Southern California guy for sure. What do you think that'll mean for him to be back here?
Well, I mean, he's healthy. I think if he wasn't healthy, they wouldn't be playing him. but
Sure.
he's going back, and I think it means a lot to him to be able to come back to the area where he was supported. He got family, friends there. You want to put on a good show for him, but you don't want to put on a good show at a risk. So I think if he was not healthy, they wouldn't let him play.
I totally agree with that. Like, he's not playing because they're playing in L.A. and they want to give him a chance to play in his hometown.
Yeah,
like
I
that's
agree with that.
That's not what's happening here. They probably made him sit at least a week more than he thought he should, and now he gets the chance. And so Jaden's from San Bernardino. His high school from my current location is about 2 hours inland, maybe an hour and a half. Now, I don't know how much of that is traffic related. It's about 80 miles inland, kind of in the mountains. I imagine it gets quite hot in San Bernardino. I don't know that, but that would be my guess. Going to be really interesting to watch what Jaden can get done this weekend, and if beating them on the ground with the quarterback is the way to beat them, then you know what Jaden's going to want to do? Beat him on the ground.
Hell yeah.
Like, he just wants to win the damn
He wants
game.
to win the game. No matter how he has to do it, he wants to win it.
Speaking of wild, I was hoping to meet up with Burgundy and Gold fans tonight. Apparently, the bar in Manhattan Beach that I was talking about is closed. So
you chose the wrong bar.
I swear I saw Jeff. You're in these internet streets. Was there a thing tonight in L.A. somewhere? Did you see that?
I don't know, man. I don't pay attention what goes on in L.A. and I'm in D.C.
Well, I appreciate your support, Jeff. Thank you. I'd be lost without you. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. Maybe we'll play Jeff's song again. Maybe I'll find a bar to go to tonight. It's B. Mitch and Phil.
I'll be there soon.
baby. I'm going through withdrawals. All right, B. I finally got some information.
All right.
Shout out to DK Boss 14. Sent me this thing.
Where's it at?
Well, that's Unc.
Shout out to Unc. I thought you were Unc, Jeff.
Nah, that's
He's
Unc
ball.
right there.
He's
no,
B,
no, no,
He's B-Unk.
No, I'm
Jeff
big
is
cuz.
ball Unk.
I'm big cuz.
They call you Unk.
I'm not Unc until
They
38.
call you Unk Ball.
B-Unk. I like that.
B-Unk.
Hold on. If I'm Unc, what are y'all two?
I don't go hang out with the kids, so I'm nobody to them.
So you're Gramps?
He's G Mitch, dog.
Hey, I'm Gramps. I don't care.
I am fine to be. I don't know that I'm gonna.
JP, you're Unc. Like
left hand up here. Can white dudes get called Unc?
yes.
Okay,
Especially
I'm
when
fine
you got
being
them.
an Unc.
Especially when you got them big New Balance on with the navy blue end.
I was wearing New Balances in the 90s. Don't come at me about New Balances. So there's a command. I don't know that I'm going to go to this, B. Left hand up. Tonight at Obie's Pub and Grill in Manhattan Beach. I love Manhattan Beach. I like being on the beach in Los Angeles. I don't like going downtown. There's a Commander's Karaoke Takeover.
Yeah, you should go, Jay.
It starts at 9 o'clock, B.
Do your Whitney Houston, bro.
I don't know.
I'll come meet you.
I want to feel the hate with somebody.
Don't be scared.
The poor people. So I'm in a very nice hotel room. Shout out to Marriott. I got upgraded for my platinum status. Shout out to Bees. The poor people that are in the rooms next to me that I've been broadcasting live loudly on the radio for the last 4
They
hours.
probably gonna curse you out. When you
They must have really enjoyed this morning.
They're like, who the hell is this idiot?
I'm gonna be honest here. Left hand up. I don't know that I'm gonna make Obie's Pub and Grill tonight at 9 o'clock. I was thinking of like a 6 o'clock meetup. If I'm gonna do something, maybe I'll just tweet that out and people can come find me. What time do you land, B?
8.
8 o'clock. All right. All right. I got to go work practice. Practice is at 1:30 here.
Oh, that's gonna be over way before this.
Well, I'm gonna have lives. I'll probably be live on television till 4 o'clock ish local is my guess.
Hey,
And
Jimmy,
then-
somebody just found we paid the charges in 1998. B. Mitch went 100.
There you go.
Stiff on a guy for 20 yards and then threw him down at the goal line.
All right, you need to
That was
post
Jimmy.
that, dog.
That was Jimmy Spencer's punk ass.
With your punk ass Jimmy Spencer. Let's make some bets and then let's play Jeff's song one more time.
Heard it here first.
White Brian?
So B Mitch went 4-2. JP went 3-1. So B Mitch had more wins, but JP, your winning percentage was higher.
I had more wins. I won.
Duh. Duh. White Brian, I also think you're wrong, dog. Again.
You were he was 2 and 2
I took the
yesterday.
Rams last night.
Oh, I thought you took the Niners plus 8.5.
You know what?
Nah.
You off the damn beat.
Well, you said you were going to lay the points, so yeah, I guess that's
he
the
said taking
minus.
the Rams with points.
See, you know what?
I didn't hear team.
White Brian has cemented himself in the role of keeping track of the bets because he's the only one that will kind of keep track of it. But the problem is he's doing a poor job at it. Will anyone else take over White Brian's role?
No.
I'm not going to do it.
Brian, you
Nope,
have
he
it,
can
dog.
keep it.
But I won. Just say that.
B
I
won
think he's
the
doing a
week,
great
for sure.
job.
Well, I mean, we should say the bar for keeping track of the bets is so incredibly low because Jeff used to do it and was awful at it.
Hold now. Now
What-
I
what-
didn't write them down, but at least before the segment came, I always pulled up the time from yesterday to get everybody's bets.
I don't know that that's accurate, Jeff.
Oh, it's accurate.
Landfill?
He usually would do that, but also Jeff isn't here 90% of the time.
Yeah, that's another factor.
That's part of being. That's a requirement to do the job, though.
That is a factor. But
I plead the
Landfill,
fifth.
I counter that, Landfill. How often is White Brian here?
Well, he's not
I mean,
here.
he's fair.
He's
as long
here
as-
late.
more than Jeff.
He's just not here early.
As long as he doesn't go swimming in a hurricane, he's usually here.
White Brian's out here fighting the ocean. The ocean's gonna win, dog.
Hurricane season is going to be over fairly soon, so we should be good.
Anybody got a pick for this weekend?
Commanders to cover, baby.
Yeah. No, Commanders to win. Hell with cover.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, B.
I'm going to go with another Luke touchdown.
You call that, Lance. If that happens again, boy, you paying for breakfast. You paying for lunch on Monday.
I don't know about that one.
I think.
I mean,
the
I'm
Bills,
sure you betting on it, so you may well win something.
I'm definitely betting on it.
I think the Bills beat the hell out of the Patriots Sunday night. Thank you to everybody. Governor Moore texted me his picks. He wasn't able to join us. He's got the Ravens, the Eagles, the Bills, the Chiefs, and unfortunately, the governor of the great state of Maryland is taking the Chargers. I'll let you discuss that with him,
Yeah,
Brian, next time.
he better be worried about them Ravens. Somebody needs to be worried about.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Thank you to Chris Hayrie. Thank you to everybody that called in. Going to be a fun weekend in Los Angeles. B, I'll see you tonight or tomorrow. Everybody, be safe out there. Great and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
J.J. McCarthy will miss his third consecutive start because of a right high ankle sprain. Carson Wentz getting the start for the Vikings. He'll be facing Browns rookie Dylan Gabriel in his first NFL start across the pond in London. Tampa Bay Buccaneers running back Bucky Irving is expected to miss Sunday's game at the Seattle Seahawks due to a foot sprain. There is some growing concern, though, that he could be missing next week's game as well. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson missed his third straight practice before Sunday's game with the Texans. It's starting to look like he may miss his first game due to injury since 2023. For the Commanders, Washington has ruled out star wide receiver Terry McLaurin for Sunday's game against the Chargers due to a right quad injury. The Commanders will be quite shorthanded in the receiving department as fellow wideout Noah Brown also ruled out for Sunday's game. It's being reported that neither McLaurin nor Brown will be traveling with the team as they face the Chargers. Jaden Daniels, though, he is all good for the start on Sunday. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Friday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. We are out and about and on the road. October 3rd, 2025, and you are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. We are at Public Bar, not far from DuPont. We're on 18th Street in Northwest. Come on out and hang with us today. We will be here from 2 to 6:30, a very rare cameo for the lads at a DC-based sports bar. We are in the district today.
I've had a lot of history at Public Bar. A number of shows here. I did an NCAA tournament preview show with Cakes years ago. Did some midday broadcasts before you and I started working together. One of my stops on my buddy's bachelor party was here. It happened to be the night of a heavyweight boxing fight that some people cared about.
You and I hung out with one of our really good friends, Mia Khalifa, here for a night watching a Thursday night opener. You don't remember who played that night?
It was Caps game.
Wrong.
Nope. Okay.
It was the Thursday Night Football NFL opener. Who played?
I'm pretty sure it was Caps because she's wearing a Caps jersey.
She probably was.
Yeah, I remember
because she was trying to say she was a Caps fan.
It was Caps opening night.
Wrong. It was the Kansas City Chiefs and the New England Patriots. The starting quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs was?
Alex Smith?
Alex Smith in his final year at the helm right before he came to D.C. Just me, you, and our best buddy. The three best friends anyone could ever have.
Just a few pals.
But we're hanging out. It's going to be a fun day. 2 to 6:30 out here at Public Bar. Come kick it with us. The Grant and Danny Field Trip Series continuing on The Fan. We have Caps tickets, speaking of the Capitals. If you're watching in high definition on 106.7 The Fan, thank you for doing so. You will see my lovely new navy blue Caps zipper jacket here. They are opening their season next Wednesday night at Cap One Arena. If you want tickets, we got one more chance for you to win on Grant and Danny today at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz, so you'd better be listening. I got out to the arena last night. Tons of listeners out there. Awesome to catch up with a bunch of people in the concourse, in the lower bowl last evening. It was the diehards. You know, it's a preseason hockey game, so it's a lot of people who have
you gotta really want it.
Hipster hockey jerseys. But it was a good night at Cap One Arena. They didn't win. They finished second. Not an important game. But the kids looked good for the most part, man. They got a lot of young talent.
That's what I care about the most, honestly, because this, you know, I've argued that if things were slightly different, a.k.a. Ovechkin wasn't chasing down one of those impossible records that I thought would never be broken in my lifetime because of how dominant Wayne Gretzky was in a completely different era where half the defensemen didn't have helmets on. And it was easier to score. It was just a 3-on-2 continuous drill going back and forth. If Ovi wasn't chasing down that record, this group could have used a refresh and maybe even a rebuild a time or two. But he was, so you can't do that. Now I'm sort of going, man, how are they going to inject some new life into this older roster? They need some of the fruits of the draft, guys to come up and have impacts like Protas did last year.
What's the greatest compliment you can be paid in your life?
Wow. The greatest compliment you can be paid.
The greatest thing anyone could say to you to make you feel the best about yourself. What would that be? I'm thinking that would have something to do with your humor or your impressions.
For me, it'd be like I actually think you're a good person. Like you're a genuinely good person. I think that's the best compliment you can get.
Okay.
How's that? I went philosophical there.
You went very deep.
Is that
there.
wrong?
I was kind of looking for. I really like your Barkley impression, but
Yeah,
hey,
dude, you're, how about this? Your impressions are awesome.
I was kind of
That's
looking
the
for
deep
that.
level. There we go.
Okay, but
give
hey,
another chance.
It's your answer, not
Damn
mine.
it.
Here's what I was going to tell you. The greatest compliment I can be paid has nothing to do with my character or the caliber of the person that I am.
Okay.
It happened last night to me when I went to Capital One Arena and I made my own Caps jersey. And the guy that has to do the letters and do the ironing and all that stuff, he said to me, I've never made one of those before.
That's it for you.
Come on,
That's
man.
it for you.
What's better than that?
Well,
Hipster Paulson getting a jersey, and the guy looks at me and goes, never made one of those before.
Not a lot of demand for that letter Q. Yeah, why can't you get a jersey that someone else might have had?
Why would I?
But to recognize the popular, it's okay to like a popular thing.
I like all the popular things. I bought my son a Tom Wilson sweater last night, a 4-year-old toddler-sized Tom Wilson jersey. He's allowed. He's got 2 jerseys. He's got an Ovi and a Willie.
Yep.
It's not like I don't support the cause here. I got the captain and the future captain.
What if somebody gave you an Ovechkin jersey?
I would say thank you, and I would frame it and put it in my basement.
But you wouldn't wear it.
I would not.
Why can't you? This is what I want to get to. Why wouldn't you ever wear it? Because there's something there. You can't be like everybody else. Why?
Yeah, of course.
Why not?
I am a jersey hipster.
But why? But I want to get to the core of it. I don't know why we started to get deep right now.
Yeah.
But why can't you wear a jersey that other people might have?
I don't know.
Do you need to feel superior to them in some
Maybe.
way?
Maybe so. What I don't think it's even a superiority thing. I think I need them to see that jersey and go, oh, I like that. Like, that's a good jersey.
Well, that's an obscure
That's
one.
all I'm hunting for is, dude, I remember that guy. Or, whoa, he's got an Andrew Crystal 28 before he makes the team.
And nobody has that.
That's pretty fire.
That's what you want.
But I got a great compliment last night. Oh, I'm just still on cloud 9. Very, very good. Thursday night football, Major League Baseball playoffs. There was a lot going on. I was multitasking with the phone last night at Capital One Arena. Let's go to the football and the Thursday nighter first. Anybody know a guy who was completely wrong about last night's game, who has 2 thumbs and a beard and he's talking right now? This guy. 49ers beat the Rams with all of those injuries. That is as impressive a W. I don't think there's going to be a better George Bush in the first half of this season. I'm just telling you right now. Kyle Shanahan with QB2, tight end 2, wide receivers 4 through 7, going to L.A. to a pretty healthy Rams team at 3-1 and getting the best of his buddy Sean McVay and Matt Stafford's boys. What a win for the 49ers. That was gutsy. And it took overtime. I mean, over and over and over again, it looked like the Rams were going to get right. They missed a field goal. They miss an extra point that would have ended the thing. They call a terrible play on 4th and 1 in overtime. They fumble at the goal line. They lose a fumble at the mouth of the red zone on another possession. I mean, they gave the game away, but you got to give the 49ers credit. They just battled with their B team last night.
Well, they came out and punched the Rams right straight in the kisser. And the Rams were not ready for it. They were on their heels. And then once the comeback started, you went, okay, yeah, they've messed up a few times. It's Thursday Night Football. Crazy bleep happens. They're going to end up winning this game. They just have more. When San Francisco won a few drives and couldn't move the ball and had to punt, and you go, okay, this is a matter of time. They're driving down to win the football game. And one of the great defensive plays I can remember. I mean, I'm not like the second-round pick for the Niners. I'm blanking on his name. Who forced the fumble in that moment of Kyron Williams right by the goal line. But his left arm it was Collins. Thank you. Is not available for usage at that point. Like he's part of this pile and it's getting pulled in the opposite direction. All he has is a desperate lunging punch that he landed absolutely perfectly square on the football on a moving target that's headed to the end zone and then falls on it, recovers it. Ta-da. What an unbelievably clutch play for the Niners, and that's why they win.
For San Francisco last night, they couldn't really run the ball at all. It was Mac Jones winning you a football game on the road against an elite team, or you're in trouble. And he's 3-0 as their starter now. Jones, 33 of 49 for 342 yards and 2 touchdowns. He was throwing most notably to Kendrick Bourne, who had 10 grabs for 142 yards in a career game. Because, again, wide receivers 1, 2, and 3 were not playing for the backup quarterback. This is very Marcus Mariota to Jalen Lane and Luke McCaffrey, right? Making it work. San Francisco Gave the ball to Christian McCaffrey 22 times. I give him a lot of credit for that, but they couldn't run it. He got held to sub 60 yards, 2.6 per pop. By the way, last night, B-Rob, 2.4 per carry. For the season, this will not surprise you, Danny. He is averaging, I think, 3.99 or 4 yards per carry, something right around there.
Yeah, what a trade for Washington. That anybody was interested, please take him. Thank you very much. Good dude, but not a particularly effective running back.
But that is a great win for San Francisco to get to 4-1, to have now won all 3 of their games without Brock Purdy. And it's just so much bigger than that because now you're going to get George Kittle back. You're going to slowly but surely, there's a couple guys that aren't coming back through that door. Nick Bosa's out for the year, but you're going to start to add Brandon Ayuk's going to come off PUP here shortly. Juwan Jennings should be back. Ricky Pearsall should be back. And as you move forward now, you just birdied a hole. I mean, you could bogey somewhere, and it's probably okay because you're off.
And their schedule gets a little softer.
It does.
A little softer.
On the other side, the Rams have to be kicking themselves. Again, that was a lost game as much as it was won by San Francisco. I give them all the credit in the world because of how undermanned they were. But if the Rams make a field goal or don't miss an extra point when the game was tied to take a lead with a minute plus left, or don't fumble the ball with about a minute remaining, or don't turn the ball over the times that they did earlier in the game, over and over and over again, they would have won. But both of their losses, Danny, they're 3-2,
are just gut punches.
Special teams losses, where you have kicks blocked, extra points blocked, kicks missed, just gross special teams play, or else they are 5-0 right now. Instead, they're 3-2 with a good team in Seattle in the division, hard charging, and with San Francisco now with not only a 4-1 record, but the tiebreaker over you early on with a win as well.
Yeah, killer. I mean, those losses hurt double, right? I mean, losing to the Eagles, if you have playoff aspirations, which they do, will hurt your seeding, and you'll probably have to go on the road now in the postseason when you start adding up the wins at the end of the year. But those divisional losses count double. To your point, that is just a gut punch. You could be sitting at 4-1 with a beat-up San Francisco team that's got to start playing much weaker opponents, quite frankly, than you do, and you let that one slip away. I mean, it's their own mistakes. I mean, McVay, to his credit, is trying to wear it because of that fourth down call, which I didn't love either. But as Matt Stafford, by the way, keep underrating Matt Stafford, who just threw dime after dime after dime. I mean, he had one of those roll of dimes, and he's just doling them out for people near 400 yards last night.
The overtime throw he made to Tutu Atwell for 38 yards, it was quite literally the Zach Wilson play in the workout ahead of being drafted that went viral on the internet, where everyone's like, look at this, he's running to his left and he throws back to his right. It's 40 yards downfield on a rope. Except it was in overtime, in a division game, with the game in the balance, with guys coming at you trying to crush you, not against air in a workout pre-draft. It was one of the most incredible throws I've seen in terms of just arm talent in a long, long time. He went 389 and 3 last night, Stafford did. And with the game on the line, 4th and 1, they give the ball to Kyron Williams, which is fine. I wouldn't have done it. I think it's a mistake. But to bring everybody in after a timeout now, so you've got this bunch formation where you got all basically 22 lined up, and you just go power against power, mano a mano, let's have a shoving match. What a bad play call. And to your point, McVay apologized after. He already said, I don't know what I was thinking. I feel sick to my stomach. That was terrible.
Because it's like trying to outfox the fox, trying to think.
But you've moved the ball with ease.
Exactly.
They got no answers against your passing game, and Stafford is your franchise, and Puka Nacua is the best receiver in the league, and you got all of these things going on through the air all night long, and you go, hold on, guys, let's try to run the ball one more time, even though we haven't really done that well.
Right. I mean, it's again, you got so smart there, you outsmarted yourself, right? What was working, and it's like, well, that's what they'll be expecting. They won't expect the ineffective thing, and then of course it leads to disaster. But so good for McVay for wearing it. But you already touched on it. You make an extra point, you win the game. You make a field goal, you win the game. You don't fumble at the 1 yard line, you win the game. I mean, even if Williams just goes down there, you kick a field goal, you probably win it. There's a million ways that happens. You don't come out flat and get punched in the mouth and get down by 14. So many opportunities for them. This is the second loss, though, where you go, come on, man.
Yeah.
You had it, right? Especially if you're a Rams fan. And there were almost 50 or 60 Rams fans in the building last night.
So I'm going to apologize in advance because he's a legend and an icon. But we've got to talk about Al Michaels today. We have to do it. My normal caveat applies here. One of the greatest of all time, Hall of Famer in every sense of the word, hang his microphone wire from the rafters. There are few better than Al Michaels. It's over, Johnny. I mean, this anymore is a rough watch and a rough listen. So we've talked and we've joked about the energy in the past, Danny, but it's past that at this point, I think. The energy's one thing. Last night, he was struggling to keep up and just call what was happening in front of him at different points. And it took away from the enjoyment of an amazing game in the end. I'm going to play a couple clips for you from last evening on Amazon Prime, this billion-dollar operation, tens of millions of dollars paid to Michaels and Herb Street and everything going on in the booth, right? These are legends. These are big-time superstars. But at the end of the game, Kyren Williams, with the Rams trailing by 3, is running the football on a 1st and goal from the 3 with a little over a minute to go. You take the lead. San Francisco likely loses. This is a massive moment and one of the generational, like once in an era, once in your childhood kind of awesome defensive plays happens, where you're sitting there knowing you're about to lose because the Rams have walked right down the field, and you're praying for a fumble. You know you're not going to turn the ball over, but what if we knocked it out at the goal line?
That never happens.
But it did this time. When is the last time this has happened for the Commanders? Team's about to take the lead with less than a minute left on the goal line. Guys plunging into the end zone, and someone punches the ball loose, and you take over 1st and 10 to save the game and win the game for yourself potentially. You can't even remember because it just doesn't happen. This is a once every decade kind of thing. And this was the call. 3 seconds after the ball's fumbled, he acknowledges it. 7 seconds after the referees tell you it's San Francisco ball, he's telling you the ball changed hands. And it kind of ruined this amazing moment last night.
Williams, can he get in? They signal that he, with the ball coming out, and it goes the other way. And the call is a fumble in San Francisco ball. Wow. That is unbelievable.
He was just surprised and kind of waiting and didn't really know.
So if you're listening, you're just going, well, that wasn't that maybe not the most energetic call. That's not quite Kevin Harlan, up to 11. Understand that everybody at home knew way before he did.
Right, seconds.
See what I'm saying?
Before.
So like it's almost like a movie soundtrack that doesn't match up. Something like that, where you see the guy's lips move or whatever, like one of those weird moments when your cable isn't working right, and like the lips has already moved, and like 4 seconds later, then the audio happens.
The Niners,
it is jarring.
The Niners are all sprinting to the other field to do their let's all sit in the end zone pretzel style for a photo in the paint, basically. And he's still going, did he fumble the ball? And he's asking
came out in the other way. Oh, my God.
This is what that should have sounded like. I'm going to give you a little juxtaposition here. Incredible moment. Can you believe this? Oh, my goodness. Years in the making. Game on the line. Fumble at the goal line. This was Kevin Kugler on Westwood One on the radio call last night.
On 1st and goal, handoff Williams. Jump cut to the right. Diving for the goal line. Did the ball come out? The ball came out at the 1-yard line, and San Francisco recovers. Kyren Williams fumbled the football. He got to the 1, and he coughed it up, and the Niners have it. At the bottom of the pile, it's San Francisco football.
I'm watching last night, and I'm going, this is such a big moment. This is a generational defensive play. This is great. And as a Niners fan, you're going, wait, we got the ball?
Do we have the ball?
I mean, if you're doing something else, looking down at your computer, washing a dish or something, do you even look up based on intonation there? I don't think you do.
No.
So there was another play earlier in the game, which may have even been a tougher moment for this legend, Al Michaels, where, I mean, you want to talk about not knowing what's going on. So Mac Jones gets hit as he throws, okay? They call a roughing the passer penalty correctly against Mac Jones. So it was from the 13-yard line or so, maybe the 14. He gets a completion to the sideline up to about the 26. You tack on the pass interference to the 41, and it's just very normal stuff, right? Completion, out of bounds. The camera shot shows the referee. His mic is on. He says, roughing the passer, we're going that way for 15. But even still, it's like Al didn't notice it or he didn't pick it up. This was last night on Amazon Prime.
He's the open man along the sideline, and that's DeMarcus Robinson, the former Ram who missed the first 3 games. He was suspended, but there is a flag on the play, and this one's coming back.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense number 10.
15-yard penalty out of the end. Hold on a second. The 49ers are going back up to the 41-yard line. Did they, by replay assist, that was legal? The 49ers up at the 41-yard line now. They marked it after the catch is what they did. So up to the 46-yard line goes Christian McCaffrey. Second down.
It's not exactly what they did. No.
And you hear Herbstreit kind of trying to help him, and he's asking. It's just not great right now. It's not great.
Nope.
I'm not taking glee in this. I'm not happy about this. I'm just telling you, as someone who watches these games and enjoys the play-by-play element of it, this is getting tough.
Miracle was 45 years ago, man.
Was it that long
yeah,
ago?
in 1980. I mean, he
Wow.
was one of the great broadcasters of all time, Hall of Fame. Hang up the microphone glass, but man, oh man, it's tough.
Yeah, you got to be able to just keep up with the game. Is kind of the bottom line prerequisite, I would say. And it was a bit of a struggle last evening. We will be covering all of the action in Week 5 in the NFL as we go today on Grant and Danny, including in great detail the Commanders and the Chargers from Los Angeles. I want to get into that matchup next. There is one particular over-under set in this game that I find fascinating. It has to do with Jaden Daniels. Let's dive into that as soon as we return on The Fan. We're live at Public Bar on 18th Street in Northwest today. We'll be here until 6:30. Hey, it's Grant Paulson for my friends at FanDuel. FanDuel's an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. NFL Sundays are coming up again, and we are enjoying ourselves out here at Public Bar in DuPont. That was Danny, by the way. Everybody's out on the dance floor. Well, forget the dance floor. Let's get to the football field. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. That's a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet with my friends at the FanDuel Sportsbook. I'm on FanDuel for every single game like last night. Getting home from the Caps game, got a live bet in. Felt like Puka Nacua was going to catch a couple of balls in overtime. Put that bet in. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. You got to use my promo code GP. All customers, 50% profit boost on NFL bets. Got to be 21. Present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms on sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Last night, Week 5 of the NFL season kicked off with the Niners beating the Rams in overtime 26-23. The Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers. 4:25 kickoff on Sunday. We'll have coverage all day on the Fan. Burgundy and Gold pregame getting underway at 2 o'clock with Linnell and Denton. Burgundy and Gold postgame with myself and Doc Walker following the game coming up at 7:30, taking you up until 9 o'clock Sunday evening. Injuries going into the matchup. Wide receivers Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown have already been ruled out. They didn't make the trip with the team, as well as offensive guard Sam Cosmi. Jaden Daniels practiced fully for a second straight day yesterday. They're out in L.A. going to practice a little bit later to get set for Sunday. College football coming up tomorrow. Virginia Tech is at home hosting Wake Forest. That'll kick off at 1 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Maryland at home as well, taking on Washington. That'll kick off at 3:30. Maryland looking to stay unbeaten. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're in the city at Public Bar on 18th Street today for our Friday field trip. Come on out and hang with us. We'll be here until 6:30 as we get you ready for Week 5 NFL football and the Commanders and the Chargers on Sunday from Los Angeles. So here's one of the numbers that I find really interesting this week as far as projections for this game. Jaden Daniels' rushing attempts is set at 7.5. I can't figure out how this is going to go. So follow me for a second, Danny. The Chargers defensively have been as bad as any team in the league at giving up explosive runs to the quarterback position, and they give up a lot of space to QBs to run the football. But Daniels is coming back from a knee injury that kept him out for multiple games, that has hindered him from practices for parts of 3 weeks. And there is a chance, we don't know for sure, but it sounds like there's a real chance he could be wearing a knee brace as well. Now, I don't think you play Jaden Daniels if he can't be Jaden Daniels. If he can't go out there and scramble, he scrambles more than anybody in the league, and be himself and execute design runs. So I don't think there's going to be any kind of messaging from the coaches, stay in the pocket, throw the football, don't try to run. I think if you have to have that conversation, he can't play. And they're past that, and now he can play, and so he'll just be Daniels. But 7.5 attempts, if he's wearing a knee brace, coming back from a knee injury, still a high total. I'm thinking over. I think he just comes back and he's Jaden Daniels again.
Just does it, yeah.
With the quickness. How do you see that going?
This is one of those bets I'm going to stay away from in general for the kind of the reasons you just stated. I really don't know. I don't know if it's one of those on paper, maybe it's a feature, not a bug of the Chargers defense. They're willing to give up the occasional scramble from a quarterback as long as it stays in front or something to that effect. Or they're going to have one extra guy to dedicate to knocking or to making sure a receiver doesn't do it. It's not as if they haven't played mobile guys. Pat Mahomes obviously isn't Jaden Daniels, but Mahomes moves around and uses his legs incredibly well, both for scramble and for kind of continuing some playmaking. And it's some of the hallmark plays of his career. It's the backbreaker stuff. Jackson Dart this past weekend did pretty well on the ground against them. And it's like, wouldn't you lean towards that as opposed to, I don't know, thinking that the rookie's going to pick you apart with no receivers this before and after Malik Neighbors get hurt? So I don't know, man. I could see it being, oh, no, we're not limiting him at all. He's good to go, and, he does 10 carries. Or it could be it's just not there. It's not what they want to do. They want to get the ball out of his hands, and it's just a couple, maybe a scramble or two, and he maybe turns that fader up as we go. I have no idea what to predict, and I know that's not great analysis.
Well, so as I think about this, I'm in a place where, do you agree with this premise? If there was any element of them wanting him to be cautious about leaving the pocket or running, then they wouldn't have him play or he shouldn't play. Right? I'm working back from this.
Yep.
Like I was doing an interview today and somebody asked me, don't you think the coaching staff will just go to him and say, Jaden, we don't want you running around. We don't want you scrambling. We're not going to call design runs. Let's just play in the pocket. And I said, no, I don't see it that way at all. I think if that was the case, he wouldn't be playing. In fact, the way Marcus Mariota has played, it would be criminal and malpractice to go back to Daniels if he's only a passer and the superpower with the cape and the flying around and the running was a non-factor and not a part of this at all. So that would make no sense to me. I think that would have been last week or 2 weeks ago, and that's why he didn't play precisely. I think the fact that he's back this weekend in L.A. is indicative of he's going to be able to do everything. And there will be zero conversations from Cliff about not scrambling. And on top of that, Cliff will dial up the design run stuff to beat this defense, which they're susceptible to, just like he would if there was never an injury to begin with. I mean, that's where I'm at on it. I think he is all the way back and all the way healthy. My only question then is the knee brace. Does it look normal? I'll bet it doesn't, because there's going to be a little bit changed gait if he's wearing a knee brace, and everyone will go,
Yeah, we've done this before.
oh, he's not quite the same. He's not quite right. And it's like, no, he's wearing this big honking, contraption around his leg that goes from his upper shin to his thigh. So, yeah, he looks a little different when he runs or slides or whatever. But I just don't think there will be any difference in Daniels' urgency to get out of the pocket, how often he looks to scramble, or how frequently Kingsbury calls running plays from the quarterback position.
That's where I'd probably lean, but again, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't have a feel for it, because think about this: how you look at what Atlanta did 2 weeks ago in Carolina, where they looked horrendous. Did they go against type at all? Did they do anything even slightly differently after just getting shellacked? Right? Maybe L.A. goes back to the lab and goes, God, we've been getting killed this way. Maybe this week we do something slightly different, welcoming back a guy that doesn't have his sea legs underneath him and is wearing a brace and is probably expecting to get a whole bunch of carries to kind of play that sort of live three-dimensional chess with Kingsbury. Again, I don't know how I feel about this one. I mean, to me, it's like if there are no limitations, then he's not wearing a brace. But if he is wearing a brace, then it means he's healthy enough to play, and we're doing this whole semantic dance again.
Okay, but see, this is where I disagree with that. I don't think a brace means there are limitations.
I think you're limited with the brace on.
Okay, I see. I thought you were saying if you're wearing a brace, it means something's not right with your knee.
Yeah, well,
because I disagree with that premise.
But by transitivity, then I would say yes, it does. It means everything's not 100%.
So I just think it's a way to be extra careful. Maybe it's a semantics discussion, but there are offensive. I think there's actually a rule at a lot of schools, or maybe
where
in college
O-linemen
football.
wear them. Yeah,
like every O-lineman wears a knee brace all across America. Just a thing that they do. But I think that wearing a brace is no different than I don't have a good medical comp, but
it's not wearing a shooting sleeve on your arm to stay loose.
I don't know. It's like taking Imodium AD before you have Taco Bell a couple times in a few days. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's just a precautionary thing of I'm back, I'm running, but I don't think it means that the knee is currently compromised. I think it's just hey, we're going to let you play, but we're going to be extra careful, and we're going to have you button it up a little bit. You're going to wear this extra thing. But regardless, he ran in the first game this season 11 times against the Giants. And I remember thinking, and we may have even talked about it on the show after the Green Bay game, that they kept him in the pocket and they kept him from being effective. Maybe it was because of the yards. He had a career-low 17 rushing yards. But there were 7 attempts. He was a half attempt away in a game where he hurt his leg and played through that after the fact from this total. So that's why I'm on the over here. And I'm not even bringing this up as a topic of from a betting standpoint. I'm using this as a way to look at this game as to, is Jayden Daniels going to look like Jayden Daniels, or do they bring him back to be a pocket passer and say, let's be careful? I don't think that's the case. I get the sense a lot of fans are anticipating that. I think you're going to be surprised to see that it's just Jayden Daniels is back. He looks like the guy that was playing before the injury. Now, whether he's 100% healthy or not, we'll see as the game goes on. But I think the usage, the play calling, the plan is going to be pretty identical.
That would be encouraging if that's the case. Again, you're right, maybe it is semantics, but he's not wearing a brace on both knees. It's on one, and it tells you that there's a reason for it, whether it's a mild reason, a serious reason, or something in between. I think then having something that bulky on makes it so you're not quite yourself at the expense of protection, right? It's like here's my best analogy. There's certain kinds of cars. You drive one of those fiberglass exterior sports cars so you can go 170 million miles an hour, or you drive like an old school, station wagon with extra padding and steel reinforced this, that, and the other thing. Well, you're trade-off there. You can't go as fast because you're extra safety. They're putting him in the station wagon this week, so he might run, but how effective is it going to be? Is it a couple designs just to show that we're going to do it so I can get 5 yards, or is it that lightning quick guy that if somebody takes one wrong angle, he does kind of a stanky leg, he's gone now for 30, 40, 50 yards? I don't know. I don't know that he has that gear this week with something mild because it's better than it was a couple of weeks ago. That's obvious. That's understandable. And the brace on, I just wonder if he's fully able to do it and if that's something they even want to do. But it may even not even be in the game plan. It may just be what happens because this group can rush the passer a little bit.
It's possible. I mean, where just the scrambling takes over for him.
Right.
Because I say this all the time. I think people think this is an opinion when I say it. It's a fact statistically. He scrambles more than any quarterback in the NFL. His rate of pulling the ball down and taking off on a passing play is the highest since he came into the league of any passer. And so that is going to happen. That you can't play him and tell him not to do that. That is his game. It's what he does. It's part of why he's special and elite. It's why the offense was great. And without that, you are a worse team and he's a worse player. So you don't want to take that away from him in any way. But the other part that we haven't really dug in on is this is a flaw for a Chargers defense that's awesome. And we've said the last few days, this is as good a defense as they've played early this year. Green Bay was playing at a number one in the league level when they faced them. Well, this is pretty close to that, if we're being honest. I mean, the Chargers in some metrics here are near the very top of the league as well. They're number 4 in yards per play. They're number 2 against the pass. One area where they have scuffled is allowing some explosive runs to QBs. This is something Logan Paulson and I talked a lot about on Take Command this week. This was Logan on what he saw when he watched the tape.
I went back and watched all the explosive runs given up by the Chargers. And they're number 5 in terms of explosive runs given up, or number 2. So they do give up a lot of explosive runs. And I'd say over 60% of them were on scrambles. So Patrick Mahomes had a bunch, Geno Smith had a bunch, Bo Nix had a bunch, and so did Jackson Dart. So if Jaden Daniels is back, his superpower, in my opinion, is dissecting zone. And this team does play a lot of zone and running when there's open rush lanes. And I think one of the things about Jesse Minter and this defense is they want to bring pressure, but on third down specifically, they want to bring a lot of simulated pressure. And so in that simulated pressure with the 4-man rush, if you pick it up, there's huge running lanes for the quarterback. And you've seen that over the first couple of weeks of the season. So I think this is a great opportunity to kind of get back some of those offensive efficiency numbers, especially if Jaden Daniels is at 100% and playing the way we saw him play the majority of last year.
So the last point on this I'll make is, if he isn't able to run the ball, and I don't mean like he always has, to the level, to the extent, to the caliber with the speed and the wiggle and all that stuff. I just mean if there is a plan where they go, let's be a pocket passer this weekend. Let's try not to scramble. Let's not call any designed runs. Then I do think playing him is a mistake. Because I think Mariota was playing at an adequate level to win this football game and gives you the read option abilities and the mobility to take advantage of this flaw in the Chargers defense, which is why I trust this staff enough to know that they know that. If I know that, they know that.
Right, they've been
and they're
aware.
not going to play Jaden Daniels to tell him, don't run against the team that's going to give you a lot of opportunities to do that.
No, that's a good logical chain that makes sense to me. Yeah. I mean, I guess this again comes down to the best interest of the player, which is really the best interest of the franchise, but may not be in the best interest short term of a coach, right? Where that guy's got to figure out the next play, the next series, the next win. How do we get through this week? Who's going to be up instead of Terry McLaurin this week? And who's going to be up instead of Noah Brown this week? And so on and so on and so on. There's an inherent push and pull there where you're going, I got to get him back on the field, even if he's just part of himself. I trust this group actually because of what they've shown, the maturity of it for the last couple of weeks, to go, if he can't be himself, that actually doesn't help us as much, right? It's not just out of some desperation. I'm with you. I think it's smart.
What's the best game this weekend in the NFL in every time window? We'll tell you next on Grant and Danny. It's a field trip Friday. We're in D.C. Come on out to right near DuPont on 18th and Northwest. We are at Public Bar today all day long until 6:30 on The Fan. Live from Public Bar in DuPont, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Come on out and hang with us. We are here until 6:30 today on 18th Street Northwest in D.C. If you're in the area, make it a point to come over and kick it with your pals. We're getting ready for football and for the Commanders and the Chargers. So I told you, Danny, I wanted to go through the different windows of games and pick our favorites for Sunday. There's a standalone morning game. I love them. You hate them. We're getting started at 9:30 with the Legs, Bakey, and football again from across the pond. And how about this? For the first time, I think, ever, the Vikings were sent over there for back-to-back games, so they just stayed. Now, Jacksonville has had this where they've stayed over there.
Because they kind of are parked that.
They're like halfway a team that is London/Jacksonville on their business card. But for
Londonville.
the Vikings, another team doing this now. They had 2. They stayed. They're trying to get to 3-2 against the Browns, and I think they will because Dylan Gabriel's going to make his debut, the rookie they drafted in the mid-rounds. Dylan Gabriel starting against Brian Flores, one of the most exotic blitzing defensive coordinators in the NFL for the Vikings. This is game number 3 with Carson Wentz under center at quarterback.
This football match it opened as Minnesota 7-point favorites. It's down to 3.5. It has been steadily trending towards the Browns all week long, even with the announcement they're starting a rookie.
Doesn't make sense. I also like that Minnesota's just been over there longer.
I do too.
There's a travel advantage to that, I would think. I just think Flores against the rookie quarterback making his debut, not just a guy that's a first-year player, 11 or 12 games in, someone who's literally never started and played more than a few snaps in the NFL coming in off the bench.
Playing in a foreign country.
It's just a different world.
It just feels like did we learn our lesson last night where one team on paper is a lot better than the other in much better shape, and it should be one thing and it ends up not being, but I like Minnesota to roll in this one.
1 o'clock window. What's your favorite game?
There are a couple different possibilities here, but to me, it's Broncos-Eagles. I think Denver is the best 2-2 team we got. Like, they are really, really good. Hit their stride yet on offense. Defensively, I think they're excellent. I think that's coming, though, as they kind of start to get all the pieces to fit. And Dobbins has been good. Bo Nix had such a renaissance year last year, and I trust Sean Payton pretty immensely to get some offense rolling. They're traveling across country, playing in Philadelphia. That is a 4.5-point spread, but I just like that matchup because Philly's been, again, they deserve credit for being 4-0. They've beaten 3 really good teams and a division rival. They've earned it. They're top everybody's power rankings for a really good reason. But it feels like they've been living dangerously. And somebody's going to jump up and beat them. And Denver at 2-2 can't afford to kind of lose any more ground. And they're pretty good. Might be the week it happens.
So there are 8 games in the 1 o'clock window. There is only one where you've got 2 teams with winning records playing, and that's my answer. I can't wait for Bucs Seahawks. And I'm actually really excited that Washington's on the road out west so that we can major in this game during that 1 o'clock window. Now, I have seen that Tampa Bay is going to be without 7 starters on both sides of the ball combined, apparently. But, as you said, we learned our lesson last night thinking that means you can't win. But I do like Seattle a lot. I liked them, frankly, before some of the injury news for the Bucs. They're going to be without their starting tailback, who is a prolific player, Bucky Irvin as well. But in Seattle's case, they've won 3 in a row. They dominated the Saints. They hung on to beat Arizona. I thought they had a really good, strong plan against Pittsburgh, beat them by 2 touchdowns. Sam Darnold, for all of the flack he took at the end of last year, and he laid an egg in the final regular season game against Detroit, and then the playoff game against the Rams was even worse. I think he's proven some people wrong. Like, last year was not just a Kevin O'Connell, Justin Jefferson scheme creation. You're seeing him off schedule. You're seeing him avoid some pressures and create and extend and get the ball downfield. And they suddenly have a top 10 receiver in the game in Jackson Smith and Jigba as well.
He's fantastic.
Seattle's defense is going to finish top 10. If Darnold can play at the level he has through a quarter of the season, they're a playoff team.
I'm with you. One cleanup, it is in the 4 o'clock window of that game. Tampa, it's at Seattle. But still, it doesn't diminish it. It's a really good one. Tampa's interesting here. Coming off that loss to Philadelphia, as you mentioned it rightly, they're walking wounded. They're one of the few teams that's got plenty of injuries. Nobody feels sorry for you. Making the trip across country. There's something about them. There's a little moxie to them. Todd Bowles is always sort of looked over or passed over or never really appreciated, and that team is always competitive, always winning that dumb division down there. But I like their chance to keep this one close, but I'm on the Seattle team. I like them.
You're right. It's 4 o'clock games. This is the first week of buys, by the way. So the Falcons at 2-2 coming off the win over Washington. The Packers at 2-1-1 with back-to-back weeks where they didn't win. The Bears, who are 2-2, have a bye going into their Monday nighter with the Commanders. By the way, you don't see that very often.
I do not love it.
bye week into a Monday Night Football game. Has anyone ever had a longer break than that?
That's the most you can get, I guess, right?
And then the Steelers at 3-1, the 4 teams not playing. So that means we've got the 4 games at 4 o'clock, including Washington and L.A. A Sunday night standalone game, Patriots and Bills. We talked about this yesterday. Buffalo's heavy favorites. They should win. But this is a chance for New England to solidify themselves as being the upstart team that people thought they could be under Mike Vrabel this year. They
What a
made the
statement
coaching
this would be.
change. He's trying to implement a culture. They would be if they could win, and I don't think they can, but if they do, they're 3-2 with a signature win, and that program looks like it's already being turned around with Drake May ascending and Vrabel getting his messaging across. My guess is you lose this and you're 2-3, but then they've got the Saints, the Titans, the Browns. They could win all 3 of those. Let's say they go 2-1. They'd still be positioned to be, right around 4-4, 8 games in. You're in the conversation in the AFC at that point.
And with the other teams in your division, just battling for who's worse at this point, you got a chance to stockpile some wins. This is a statement game. Let me write you the script for it. Buffalo has kind of played with its food a little bit because they're looking to January, rightfully so, right? They're a Super Bowl caliber team. They're excellent. Josh Allen's a Superman. Maybe they play with their food in this one, and it's somehow closer than it should be. We've seen a couple of those over the course of the year, and maybe they're within a score late, and they can kind of steal one. It's on the road, which makes me like Buffalo that much more, but this is a huge, huge statement game, and I guarantee you Vrabel and company have this one circled.
The last standalone Monday night game to end the week in the National Football League. Normally, these Monday night matchups early in the season, pretty good. This one probably was better now than it looked on paper, I would say, because we didn't know what Jacksonville was going to be. But the 2-2 Chiefs, the 3-1 Jaguars, Liam Cohen, a first-year head coach, as the Jags believing. Look out for that defense. They have 3 or more takeaways in all 4 games they've played in, first time in NFL history. Think about that.
Yeah.
Over a dozen takeaways for them. Washington's got 1 as an example. 2 ends of the spectrum there. Next, let's check in on the Chargers. We will scout the opponent. What do we need to know about L.A.? Is this offensive line as bad as the numbers? 50 pressures allowed of Justin Herbert the last 2 weeks. His season caving in on him just a little bit after the amazing start because of their O-line. We'll talk to our former buddy out here in D.C., Darren Haynes. Was at Channel 9 in town, went out west to do TV in L.A. He'll join us next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. In the NFL, last night, Week 5 kicked off with the 49ers beating the Rams 26-23 in overtime. Some injuries around the league going into Sunday's matchups. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson unlikely to play against the Texans. The Buccaneers have ruled out running back Bucky Irving as well as several other starters. And Panthers running back Chuba Hubbard is expected to be out on Sunday. Rico Dowdle will get the start in Carolina. For the Commanders, they're going to take on the Chargers on Sunday in L.A. Kickoff at 4:25. We'll have coverage for you here on The Fan all day on Sunday. Pre-game beginning at 2 o'clock with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Post-game after the game till 9 p.m. with me and Doc Walker. Injuries for the Commanders. 3 players already been ruled out, didn't make the trip with the team out to L.A. Wide receivers Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown, as well as offensive guard Sam Cosmi. Jaden Daniels was able to practice in full for a second straight day yesterday. Haven't got the practice report yet as they're out in L.A. College football tomorrow. Virginia Tech in action against Wake Forest, looking to make it 3 wins in a row. 1 o'clock kickoff at Lane Stadium. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. For Maryland, they're looking to improve to 5-0 as they take on Washington at home tomorrow. Can hear that game over on the Team 980 kickoff at 3:30. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance. Honda's got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CR-V and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
You doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of the show, the law firm Kondorian Murad, would like to help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation for free with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Grant and Danny, out and about, a Friday field trip ahead of football. It is a Football Friday on The Fan, and we are in DuPont in D.C. We're at Public Bar.
I have a long and checkered history here at Public Bar. Checkered is just a joke about me, not about the place. I've been inebriated here. I've been full here. I have been everything in between. Broadcast here many times. The place has changed a little bit over the years, but it's still kind of that same vibe. It's big, huge, open space, multiple levels, all the bars, all the booze, and the food stuff you want.
They tell stories about you at Public Bar, Danny.
There was a pudgy zilch here, got kicked out years ago for being overserved and yelling about a boxing match.
Who was it? Do we know who that
That's
was?
my friend Quinn, but I was there too.
Yes.
Come on,
poor Quinn catching shrapnel.
He did catch shrapnel. It was a bait. It was me.
That wasn't very nice.
It's a bait and switch. I was the one.
Sorry, Quinn, if you're listening. Beltway Blitz today is at 4, 1 hour out. We're going to be giving away tickets to the opener for the Caps right at 4 o'clock. We got a pair of really good seats for you for the first game of the season. Got to be listening to Grant and Danny ahead of the Blitz at 4 o'clock. But right now, let's get the latest on the Chargers. Let's figure out what Washington is in store for here with this matchup out in L.A. and scout the opponent. And to help us break down the Chargers, we've got our guy Darren Haynes. You remember him from DC's Channel 9. Well, now he's a television gentleman, very handsome and well buttoned up on TV out in L.A., and he's behind enemy lines to help us get some deets on the Chargers. Darren, it's good to catch up with you, man. How you been?
Hey, what's going on, you guys? I miss you guys.
It has been a minute.
Miss you, buddy.
Ever since I moved, my phone doesn't ring anymore. I don't get the invites to come on air anymore.
It's a little different cross country, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm very happy to be back on. I miss you guys.
Well, we miss chatting with you, man. It is good to talk to you again. Good to hear your voice on the airwaves. Why don't we just start with Justin Herbert? Through 2 games, he was matching Josh Allen as kind of the MVP candidate in the league, and I still think he's been ridiculous. But my goodness, is he getting eviscerated now. Running for his life, 50 pressures last couple of games, been hit over 20 times, I think I saw as well. What do you make of how he's played the first quarter of the season?
Well, obviously, like you mentioned, Justin Herbert was playing at an outstanding level. But the big reason why is because he was also being protected, and he wasn't getting hit as much. Now we have the offensive line issues, and since Joe Alt one of their first-round draft picks a couple years ago, who's literally like the foundation on this offensive line, that left tackle that protects that blind side. Things have just been going downhill in regards to the passing game or protecting Justin Herbert. And so that's why you've seen some of the picks that Herbert has thrown. That's why you see him getting hit. And then the offensive productivity is not as good. They need to figure something out because you can't run the ball without a good offensive line. You definitely can't pass the ball without having that protection. And it is a big concern. They've worked out a few guys to try to see if they can step up. But when you're missing two of your key pieces, in Joe Alt on the left side with the ankle injury, and then Rashawn Slater, who got injured before the season even started, he was the highest paid lineman at right tackle. It's a lot of concerns for this Chargers offense, and it'll be a blessing for you guys out in D.C.
The receivers, on the other hand, I want to get to Quentin Johnson most specifically, but even without tremendous production from Ladd McConkey, it feels like this passing game. I know last week wasn't the strongest. I know you referenced why, Darren, because of that offensive line, but still these receivers are all of a sudden. Keenan Allen's on the 2.0 version that's come back to the Chargers. He's been brilliant, and Johnson's been so good. I mean, how are they doing this?
Well, let's start with Quentin Johnson. I talk to him a lot, and I'm always telling him, keep your head up, keep your head up. You know what you're capable of doing, and now it's finally we're seeing the dividends on why they drafted him in the first round. I mean, he is a deep ball threat, and especially going against your Washington defense, which the pass defense isn't necessarily that good. He should be a big concern for you guys, especially on that deep ball, but he has been everything what the Chargers drafted him to be. Obviously, he's up there in regards to ranking in the top 5 in like receiving yards. So he's a huge threat. And then Ladd McConkey has been literally consistent since day one, since he came from Georgia. This is a guy who's out of that slot position, who seems to always be open. He's like that always reliable guy. And then one thing I think about is that Keenan Allen. Some people are like, Keenan Allen's back. Keenan Allen never really his career never went down. He just went on sabbatical for 1 year in Chicago, and then he came back. This guy is still playing like he's 25 years old. He's not the fastest guy in the field, but he finds a way to get open, and he told me he's having the time of his life. He is an absolute threat. He still thinks he's the best in the league, and nobody can guard him.
I want to go back to Quentin Johnston for a moment. We're talking to Darren Haynes, who covers the Chargers out in Los Angeles, to scout L.A. for us on Grant and Danny. For a couple of years, we were trending toward major bust territory with Johnston. It just wasn't happening. He was dropping the football, wasn't separating, wasn't that utilized. And now you fast forward, and this is a guy who's caught 10 of 15 targets against man for $147 and 3 touchdowns. You can't really cover him in isolation. And he's moving him around now. He's in the slot more than he's ever been before. He's all over the formation. What are you seeing? And he's clearly more confident, but what has allowed him to take flight?
Well, one, it's definitely the confidence, but this guy is one of the most athletic guys on the field. I don't know if you ever noticed, but every single time the Chargers win, this guy runs down the field and does this backflip like he's in the Summer Olympics in gymnastics. He's one of the most athletic guys on the field. But for some reason, he figured something out to be more confident. You're not dropping down some of his numbers. I mean, this guy's had 70-plus receiving yards in 5 straight games. That's tied for the longest active streak in the NFL right now. He has figured something out. Justin Herbert and Quentin Johnson are on the same page. But it all comes back to the mental part of it. He's now confident knowing he can get stuff done. And when you mix that with his athletic ability and his speed, that is a tough challenge for a lot of defenders.
Long-time D.C. sports anchor, now out in L.A., Darren Haynes joins us here on Grant and Danny, breaking down the Chargers. All right, let's get to it. Is it as simple as the offensive line got banged up and that's what happened? I guess what I'm looking for is an autopsy from this past week. The whole world thought they would go to the Giants and win because the Giants are terrible and the Chargers are not, and it didn't look that way. It didn't work out that way. What happened?
Well, what happened is we saw what happens when the offensive lineman and Joe Alt goes down. But let's just be real. The Giants' defensive line, they can get after the ball. They got some studs on their defensive line, and they were just exposing that particular shape or form. But don't sleep on the Chargers. Even though they may not have that offensive line, they still have some key players that can still step up. Amarian Hampton, their running back that they drafted out of North Carolina, over 100 yards, back-to-back games now for him. He's now breaking out as being that number one running back. There's other pieces. If I had to really sum up everything, yes, the offensive line is a huge concern, and that's the foundation for everything. But this Chargers team, has a lot of weapons and they can beat you in so many dang on ways. And if the offense isn't really providing what they could provide, the defense is one of the best in the league. And if the Commanders can't score, they can't win.
Yeah, I want to get to that defense led by Derwin James in just a moment. But one more on the offense. Are you surprised with what they look like schematically? This is a Greg Roman-called offense, a Jim Harbaugh-led team. Last year, it was the 1974 Chargers, basically, ground and pound. This year, it's 2025 all of a sudden. They're spreading teams out and slinging it around. Did you see this in camp? Like, was this the expectation?
Well, we were a little bit surprised week one how much they passed the ball, because last year when Jim Harbaugh was hired, he was like, we need to run the ball, we need to run the ball. And then we noticed how many times they were throwing the ball. This is something that was a surprise week one. But still, he thinks so highly of Justin Herbert. He thinks he's one of the best quarterbacks and wants to win him a Super Bowl. So it doesn't surprise me that he's going to give him, the green flag to just sling it as much as he wants to. But he also understands that the ground game is important. But it was a surprise to us that they didn't run the ball as much as possible. But now they're leaning on Marion Hampton. He's a rookie. But like I told you, the last couple of games, they've been leaning on him, and he's been very successful in his role. So don't be surprised if they're going to really establish the run a little bit more to set the tone for Justin Herbert to open up the passing game for him to be more successful.
Let's talk about this Chargers defense. They're good. What makes them so special?
Well, when Khalil Mack went down, I was like, oh, no, we have, how are we going to work out on our rushing game? But then you have Tuli Pelotu, who has basically having a career year on the, it's kind of filling his shoes on the other side of Khalil Mack. He's been playing really well. And then when you have Derwin James is a guy, when you have a team, you're like, it's that dude. You have that dude on that team. Well, that's Derwin James, and he flies to the ball, blitzing and covers people. This is a defense that will shut down a passing game and will get after you and is relentless to the ball. And so far, that's been like a huge foundation and consistency for this Chargers team on defense.
Yeah, they're fifth in sack percentage, to your point, Darren. 13th at intercepting passers, number 4 yards per play overall, and number 2 against the pass. I was talking to Logan Paulson on a show I do with him, Take Command, this week about Derwin James and just how long he's been this good. I mean, he basically is as good a box safety as there is in the sport, getting after the quarterback coming downhill, but he also has elite coverage skills as well. I mean, has there been any signs of him slowing down at all? He leads all defensive backs in pressures and sacks since the beginning of last season.
There's no slowing down Derwin James. One, he's a great person, great interview. The only thing that's slowing Derwin James down is the way the rules have changed in the NFL. He had a lot of those like unnecessary roughness, unsportsmanlike penalties, whatever it is, the way he will tackle somebody. That's the only thing slowing him down. He has not slowed down a single beat. This is a guy who is the captain of the team, a leader on the team. He's a vocal leader. He's always getting the guys ready to go. He sets the tone. Khalil Mack was that same way. Khalil's not necessarily the biggest vocal leader, but in regards to how you go out there, work ethic, the way you go out there and you play, and then the vocal leader, that's all Derwin James. He is the heart and beat, not only, I think, of the defense, but probably the entire Chargers team.
I've been saying all week, I think their D coordinator who came from Michigan with Harbaugh, Jesse Minter, is going to be a head coach a year from now. What's he like at the podium, and what are we talking about in terms of his ability to handle people? Because schematically, he's pretty brilliant.
Well, he's not going to be like Jim Harbaugh. He's not going to be a great, well thoughtful out answer to every single question. But the guy knows his stuff. It's a reason why Jim Harbaugh brought him here. He's handled himself with the media very outstanding. But then all of a sudden, he's also been successful on defense. So we really haven't asked him the tough questions in regards to a defense that's necessarily struggling. But he's a cool dude. It'll be sad to see him go as a head coach because he's done so well so far with the Chargers, but he definitely has the pedigree to be one.
Where are they vulnerable right now, if at all?
How many times have I mentioned the offensive line?
Well, I just meant on defense. I meant on defense, Darren. Just on defense.
Where are they vulnerable? Ooh, I wish I had an answer for you on that, because I feel like The spot where they were vulnerable was maybe on the D line when Khalil Mack went out, but guys have stepped up and they still are playing well on pass defense. They're still stopping a run. I don't necessarily see a weakness in regards to this Chargers defense. If I had to be honest with you, I really don't.
What's your prediction for the game?
Oh man, you're gonna put me on the spot there. You're gonna have all the DC people hate me, man, and I live out here now. What if we go 20-20 tie?
And then you would just be sitting on the fence, and you're better than that.
You know what you think.
So it all comes down. Jaden Daniels, and this is the homecoming from him. He's from San Bernardino from out here.
How
Cajon
far
High
is that?
School.
Like an hour, right?
It depends on where you live, and depends on the traffic. The LA traffic.
Yeah, it's about 4 miles, about an hour.
Right.
Yeah. Let's just say from LA, I want to say maybe. Gosh, it depends on the time. It could be an hour. It could be an hour and a half. It could be 45 minutes. But it's all SoCal. It's all the Southern California
give me
area.
a comp. If we're saying DC is LA, like, give me the suburb-ish that we're talking about here.
That's a. Let me think. What would be that?
Gaithersburg or something?
No, so I want to think that because San Bernardino is like way out, like east of LA.
Okay.
So
Annapolis.
I want to say maybe. Yeah, I want to say maybe it's an hour and a half. So let's just say if you're in Northern Virginia and you're driving to Baltimore.
Okay. So he's going back to the region, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what about an hour. That's about an hour in
Right,
change.
and to your
a little
point,
over an hour
with
from
traffic,
like Northern
it
Virginia.
could be like double that.
Yeah, when you go matters.
Yeah. But they're part of Southern California. But they're way out there. But best believe, I'm sure the ticket list for him is going to be hella high. But going back to answer your question, a lot's going to depend on how well he plays. How's that his injury? Is he going to come back and look like the Jaden Daniels that we saw like last year when he was a rookie of the year? That's a big thing because when you have a mobile quarterback like that, that's a threat to a lot of different defenders. And so if Daniels doesn't play like the Daniels that we're used to playing, I'm going Chargers, man. I'm going 30-21.
Okay. Darren, good to catch up with you, buddy. I hope it doesn't work out that way, but there's a chance it might. Thank you, dude.
All right, my man.
He's right, though. Thanks for the time, as always, to all of our guests scouting the opponent from those markets that are covering their teams on these Fridays before games. But to Darren, good to have him back on the show as a guy we got to know very well here in D.C. But I'll say this, Danny. This is a Justin Herbert story. You tell me if they can get to him or not, if they harass him or not, how many pressures, how much contact of him there is. I'll tell you if Washington wins the football game or not. Because if he is allowed to just stand in the pocket and make throws, he will light them up.
Good night, yeah.
This is 300 yards and 3 touchdowns waiting to happen. I just don't see this line being able to do that for him. The stat I keep giving you is the two guys they're starting to tackle are both in the bottom 9. So is the swing tackle. 3 of basically the 9 worst offensive linemen in terms of the grading early this season on the outside. So if you're Dorrance Armstrong, if you're Jacob Martin, if you're Von Miller, there's not really a good excuse in this one.
This needs to be a feast down. I mean, it has to be. They don't win without consistent pressure. Not like a flare-up where they get a couple of sacks or, you tip a pass. This has to be a constant harassment, in my view, because of how weak their pass defense is and how good these receivers are playing.
I also just summarily reject the idea. Like, I've talked to a couple Commanders fans this week that are like, man, the Chargers are awesome. They got off to the 3-0 start. They just lost to the Giants. Like, this is a very flawed operation right now. Are they good? Yeah, they could beat you, absolutely. And if you don't take advantage of their deficiencies, they will beat you. But the Giants did. And a debuting quarterback on the road, Jackson Dart, on a day where the Giants' offense did very little, was able to do enough to beat them because he was able to run around and make a few plays. So there's really no reason Washington, with Daniels back, shouldn't be able to do more than that offensively and have a shot to win this football game. One guy the Commanders will be without, we know, is Terry McLaurin. Is he going to be missed on Sunday? Was he missed this past weekend? In what ways do they need him back? And how do they mask not having him? We'll get into that next. It's Grant and Danny. We are at Public Bar in DuPont in D.C. and Northwest. We're here until 6:30. Come on out and say what's up. Hey guys, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel is an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. Ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel has a great offer for you. This is a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boostin' with the Boys. It's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. Here's how it works each week. So tomorrow, Saturday, college football, we give at FanDuel everybody a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everybody gets the boost. Talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It is easy, it is fun, and it is only on FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP to download the app. FanDuel.com/GP. Check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer and get in on the action. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Thursday Night Football last night kicked off Week 5 of the NFL season as the 49ers beat the Rams in overtime 26-23. The Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers on Sunday. They're going to be without wide receivers Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown. They did not make the trip to L.A. Sam Cosmi also didn't make the trip as he opened up his 21-day practice window. Deebo Samuel hasn't practiced the last 2 days. No update on if he's practicing today. Jaden Daniels is able to practice in full the last 2 days. We'll have full coverage on the Fan on Sunday. 4:25 kickoff. Pregame getting underway at 2 o'clock with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Postgame with myself and Doc Walker after the game. College football tomorrow. Virginia Tech taking on Wake Forest at home. You can hear that game right here on the Fan at 1 o'clock. Maryland at home looking to improve to 5-0 as they take on Washington. That'll kick off at 3:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
A Chargers fan just rolled into
A real life one.
Public Bar. I didn't even know they had any of those around these parts.
Or in L.A.
He says he's the only one. They do exist. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on the Fan, getting ready for the Commanders and the Chargers. They get a win on Sunday at home. They're 4-1. They're sitting pretty in the AFC West. They need it, though, because the Chiefs all of a sudden
They look
like they got their act together with a couple straight wins. Chance for them, if they beat Jacksonville on Monday Night Football this week, to be 3-2, and they will have pulled even with the Chargers if Washington can get a win on Sunday. Now, to LA's credit, because of the season opener, they'll have the tiebreaker, but in a very, very quick period over a couple weeks, the Chiefs will have erased a pretty significant deficit.
And with Rashee Rice on the way back, right? They got Xavier Worthy back. All of a sudden, the offense isn't going to be prolific. It's not your older brother's Kansas City Chiefs with Tyreek Hill and in his prime Travis Kelce. But you get serviceable with some Mahomes magic and a defense that's pretty good. They're the class of the division again.
Speaking of getting receivers back, Washington's going to have to wait to get Terry McLaurin back on the field. McLaurin did not make the trip to L.A. and has now been ruled out for a second consecutive week. This came out yesterday during our show. We talked quite a bit in our final hour, 90 minutes or so, about the optics here of a guy who for years did everything he could to get ready for the season and had great seasons. And this year, I'm not even going to blame him specifically, but in a contract dispute, that clearly didn't happen. The priority was not week one. The priority was not playing football. The priority was not going out and catching 75 balls or getting 1,200 yards worth of offense for Washington. The priority was holding his ground to get paid the money he felt like he'd earned. And for the first time in 7 off seasons, he did not do everything he could to get ready for the season. And now you fast forward after 3 games where he caught the lowest amount of passes he ever had through 3 games. For the first time ever, Danny, Terry McLaurin will miss a second consecutive game with an injury, and Washington moves on without him, which in and of itself problematic. But they also don't have their wide receiver 3, if you want to call Noah Brown that. I kind of think he's their wide receiver 2, and Deebo Samuel's more of this just gadget weapon who's all over the place. But 2 of their top 3 wideouts, again, for a second straight week not playing. Welcome back, Jaden Daniels. Go take on the number 4 defense in the NFL and do it with one of your planned wide receivers on the field.
Yeah, he's the threat. He's the guy that you have to account for. When he runs, an out and up, or when he runs that little, sort of fake corner post type action that he's gotten open on so many times, or the slant or the bubble screen that he's going to take, a long way, he is a threat. He requires defensive attention. They only have one guy right now who really does that, and that's Deebo Samuel. So wherever he moves, the defense has to account for it. Nobody else is catching it and breaking away. Maybe they can get something for JCM to do that, but he's not really in the game enough, or hasn't been to this point, to start catching balls on the run like Bijan Robinson did this past week. Zach Ertz, for all his uses, is not a big yards after the catch guy that's going to catch, make a bunch of people miss, and ramble down the field for 30, 40, 50 yards. He had one make your guy miss against Green Bay. That was cool. That's like a 16-yard play. He's not dynamic in that way, and it's not his fault. It's not who he is. what do they have that scares you if you're a defense? With all due respect, it ain't Luke McCaffrey who can run what's routed up for him. And, Jalen Lane doesn't have enough deposits in the bank. Maybe this is his breakout week, but this is one of those times where a defense can sort of go, I don't really have to respect that fake.
Yes.
Right? Like if you play pickup basketball against somebody, a dude that does not hit a single three-pointer, some big oaf out there is going to shot fake every time, doesn't alarm you. You don't really respect the fake. But when Ray Allen does it, when Steph Curry does it, you're doing a flyby like Maverick to the tower.
I think after this past week, if I'm the Chargers and I'm looking at Washington's offense, first of all, you start how you start every week, right, with Jaden Daniels clearly. Now, it's a complicated preparation process because you don't know what is Jaden Daniels in terms of health, availability, run game, pass game. Can he just pull the ball down and take off like he normally did? So I think that factor actually is a benefit this week. There's a little bit more mystery to getting ready for Daniels than there typically would be. So let's start with that. But beyond that, because that's always where you're going to start your prep as the opposing team's quarterback when it's a dual threat, you're going to spend a lot of time on Deebo Samuel. The offense goes through him. Now, interestingly, he did not practice the last couple of days with this heel issue. I'm awaiting word, and Toby will have updates on this throughout the day as they get out on the practice field, in terms of his availability and just how much he gets done. But you need him to ideally at least be limited today. My guess is it'll be like Bill last week, where Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt missed Wednesday and Thursday, and then he was back on the field Friday and ready to go Sunday. That's kind of the trajectory I'm hoping for here from Deebo. But I think you plan first for Deebo. You account for wherever 19 is. You got to, if it's eye candy, so be it. If we get beat because we're following him around in orbit back behind the quarterback or in this jet action in front of him and, in motion, whatever else, that's what's going to happen. We're going to have to live and die following Deebo around. So that's number one. The other guy, to answer your question, I really believe is Jalen Lane.
I hope so.
Luke McCaffrey does not scare you. This is not a knock on Luke. He's caught a touchdown 2 straight weeks. But if he runs the route and he gets open and he makes a catch, so be it. He's not going to run past you. He's not going to break a bunch of tackles. I mean, have you seen anything that would make you think like that is an elite elusive weapon that when he gets the ball in his hands, you're cooked?
No, not to this point, and I don't blame him. That's not necessarily why he was here at this point. He's miscast if he's got to be a leading role at this stage.
And that's not what I'm saying. I'm not slighting him. My point is,
why are you ripping him like that?
He's Chris Moore. He is just a guy that you throw out there that could run around and get open and make a catch, right? The guy that might be a little bit different, though, is Jalen Lane. And I would challenge people to go back to last week and look at the plays that didn't happen, okay? Look at a 30-plus yard. That's a massive explosive where he catches a ball deep downfield for what is basically a third of the football field worth of yardage. It comes back via penalty. Look at the play where he got behind everybody, and he's running free for what should have been an easy walk-in touchdown on the overthrow from Mariota that was an interception. If he had a 4-catch, 90-yard touchdown day last week, we might be talking a little bit differently about him. So I think if you're Jesse Minter and you just look at players that have to be accounted for, you probably look at Luke and say, what he gets, the scheme will get him. Chris Rodriguez, what he gains for the most part is going to be blocked up, but the scheme gets him. It's Deebo. It's maybe Jalen Lane because he's explosive, some speed on the outside. And then Krosky-Merritt because he's going to get yards that are not blocked. He's going to create offense.
I think that's the list. And respectfully, that's not a very intimidating list as far as NFL skill guys go. It just isn't. Samuel, I love. Through all these here, he's been their best offensive player. That, to me, is the alpha and omega of it. JCM, if he rips off a home run like Hampton did last week against the Giants to change that game, get them back into it, okay, I'll eat my words, but you're still talking about a running back who's turning 3 into 7. That's valuable. I want that. I'm not anti that, but I don't see that necessarily intimidating the hell out of this Charger defense that again, I think is pretty good. To me, the X factor would be Lane then, if that's the case. I guess I'm more – it's not that I'm low on him. It's just that I'd like to see some of these things before I start assigning them to people.
You didn't see him this past week?
I did. I've seen –
You want to see more of them?
Yeah, I'd like to see a couple more deposits. Let's get the double-digit receptions before I say.
But I think we're having two conversations, right? You're asking me what players on this offense do I worry about if I'm a coordinator, and I'm trying to answer that question. The straw man way to come back and say, well, but Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is not Saquon Barkley. Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying, to answer your question, if I'm a D coordinator looking at the guys that will be on the field,
it's a fair
who is
response.
an explosive player, my answer is Jalen Lane, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Deebo Samuel. That's kind mind of the list.
And it's my list, too.
I'm not saying any of them are all pros.
Right, and, totally with you. And I guess it's my list, too. And it's kind of, and you're starting to see probably my narrative here for this game is that I don't think there's anybody that's scaring the Chargers outside of Deebo Samuel. And one weapon in this league that's scary is containable, especially for a good defense.
But I want to get back to Terry McLaurin for a second, how this all started. Did you feel like they missed him at points last week? Here's what I mean. The only time I really ever thought, damn, that could have been Terry, or wish they had Terry. There was only a point where I thought that, and it was on the Chris Moore drop. And then again on the Chris Moore deep ball where he had a dude blanketed over him like, Blanky on my son at the end of the night. Those were the two plays where their vertical passing game was this kind of big 18-wheeler of a starting, stopping possession threat, and they didn't have anyone else to do that. That was the only time throughout the game where I said, it'd be really nice to have Terry here. I didn't feel that on third down, really. I think you got Ertz, and you got Deebo, and you got some ability to move the chains there. I don't know. Were there times, other than those throws to Moore, where you were thinking about McLaurin? And maybe it's just the recency effect of he hasn't been that involved this year. Last year, it was a different world. But right now, this moment, if he's out there, how different is it? I don't know.
It is, again, another really fair question. So when they went 1 for 8 on third down in the game, and that's just sort of my, I don't know how I'd phrase that. I'd go, you probably could have used him there. I couldn't point to a specific
mostly
play.
Third and long.
Yeah, those specific plays where I went, that should have been Terry, or who knows what the options would have been right there. And I'm not trying to dodge the question, but I think your point is well seen. And this is kind of the thing, the drum that I've been beating is that the way he approached this offseason, preseason, beginning of the season, negated his ability to get off to a great start, in my view. Now, he wasn't on a pitch count in week 1 where I thought he would be, so that's a credit to him, I suppose, but still wasn't terribly involved. And, again, now you have an injury. I don't know what the drop-off is with the right now non-injury Terry, but it felt like this was around the time last year we got his sea legs underneath him, had that huge game against Cincinnati, and then went on to do a career year. I was hoping that some of those deposits where that was your glorified preseason, now you're ready to rock and roll, this could have been a week where we really could use you against a quality defense, where you go win that contested catch ball, where Jalen does kind of a YOLO situation, and you go up over somebody and get that catch and come up and pound your chest and point forward because you got a first down. That I don't know that anybody else is doing right now.
Looking at third down, which was the biggest problem they had last week offensively, here were their third down distances that they needed. 3rd and 16 on their opening third of the game. 3rd and 17. 3rd and 8, 3rd and 14, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, and then they had 3 third downs that were closer than 7 yards out of the 9. Or 8, I guess it was. Mm-hmm. But 5 of them were, 3rd and 13 or longer? I mean, so Terry, you can't be in 3rd and 13. I don't care if Jaden's your quarterback or Peyton Manning or anybody else. It's just a one-way ticket to a failure. But I guess that's the thing I want people to think about going into this game as we talk about how big of a deal it is not having Terry. It stinks. But in what ways will they miss him most? Maybe that's something we can hit on a little bit later on Grant and Danny. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on that. It is Friday, which means we will win off the field next. What little thing is going right in our day that we feel good about that nobody else would care about? You can tell us how you were in the win column. We're here at Public Bar. Come hang out with us. We're here until 6:30. It is a field trip Friday, and we're 20 minutes away from giving away Caps tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. And it is time to figure out how you are in the win column on this Football Friday. It's a field trip Friday. We are out and about in D.C. at Public Bar on 18th Street in Northwest. Come on out to DuPont and kick it with us. We will be here until 6:30 talking football. By the way, all of our football conversation is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Our winning off the field segment is not something we do lightly or take for granted around these parts. We do it to honor the former existence of Bruce Allen, who meant so much to this organization, because he once said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
Danny, I will give you a little example of how I'm in the win column.
Oh, okay, please do. Yeah, thank you.
I was coming on out here to Public Bar to do a radio program. I was kind of wondering, where am I going to park? What's going to happen? Am I going to do street parking? Am I going to get a little garage? I found a place to park that is less than a block away. They had an app. All I had to do was scan a QR code. I thought that was going to be confusing. It was like 2 taps, and they started counting my time just like that. Next thing you know, they told me, all right, you don't need to do anything else. When you leave, based on the cameras and the electronics, we'll know how long you've been here. It'll tell you how much to pay.
Wow.
Technology worked for me to make something easier. It's not always that way.
Oh, no.
Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
The Nevada Supreme Court told the NFL to pound sand. What am I talking about, Grant? Something I am starving for. I am voraciously waiting with a great hunger to read every inch of discovery, the John Gruden lawsuit against the NFL. Let me take you back a few years. John Gruden, in a sea of emails that the NFL had or the team had, that Dan Snyder might have had, nobody knows. There were 650,000 emails that the NFL got a hold of due to with this Wilkinson investigation, right? And somebody, we don't know who, Gruden is suggesting that it was Roger Goodell or his office in the NFL that leaked it to defame him and make it so that he couldn't coach ever again. But out of thousands of emails, the only thing that got leaked out, nothing about Snyder, nothing bad here, there, and everywhere, it was only about John Gruden. And that little sliver was the beginning of kind of the pulling of the thread to destroy the sweater, shout out Weezer, that ended up taking down Dan Snyder. I want to read every single word about it, and we got one step closer yesterday. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
Could be really entertaining, really fast.
Dude, it's all I want.
Yeah.
I want to know what happened between whatever that first day of the month, I think it was October 1st and then October 31st or maybe September 1st, when Snyder was like, angry letter, screw you. And then it's like, I'm selling the team. I want to know.
Let's go to Bargov in Gaithersburg, who wants to tell us how he is winning off the field. You can call us at 800-636-1067 to do the same. What's up, Bargov?
What's up, fellas? Happy Friday.
Thank you, buddy.
I'm gonna keep it more physical and pragmatic today, and not esoteric and metaphysical.
Yeah, you lost us last time.
Listen, you're on a different plane, man. Own it. I love it.
Yeah. So, long story short, I took a bit of a hiatus from mowing the lawn. It took about 18 months. I've been doing it for about 20 years. So I figured, hey, let me just take a little 18-month break. Kind of deserved. So I took a break, and I was like, all right, enough of this. I got to get back into the game. Enough of this retirement stuff. So I get back in the game, and I'm like, all right, I got to take my lawnmower for maintenance. It's not starting. Take it for maintenance, bring it back. I cut it once, but towards the end, it stops. The engine just turns off. I know something's wrong. So I'm like, what the heck, man? I did all this, took it for maintenance. Now I got to take it back to the shop. So I take it back to the shop, or I have an appointment to take it back to the shop. In between time, my guy who cuts my lawn when I don't do it hits me up. He's like, hey, man, my lawnmower got stolen. I think I'm out of commission for a couple weeks. So here I am. I can't mow my lawn. My guy got his lawnmower stolen. It might be 2-3 weeks without being mowed, and that hurts for me. That really does. That hurts. And so I'm like, dang. Dude hits me up today. He's like, hey, I'm back in commission. I got you. I'm like, my guy. So I'm getting it cut this weekend. I'm getting it fixed next week. And, I don't have to wait 3 weeks in between cuts. Thanks, guys.
Winning off the field.
There you go.
He goes from no way to cut his grass to having 2 ways to cut his grass.
He's got his choice
in the future, or he could have someone do it. The 18-month lawn retirement's a nice thing. I like and prefer to cut my own grass. It is a thing you got to have some time and some energy. Now, I am a beneficiary of the fact that I don't have a whole lot of grass. So those of you out there that have those big yards, a little bit different, takes me about 10, 15 minutes tops with a push mower, and that's, if I...
That's really taking your time checking your phone.
That's if I stop to have a snack
Yeah.
and get a drink or whatever. I mean, I could do it with scissors if I really needed to, but I still prefer that experience. Put the earbuds in, the humming motor, smell a little gasoline, get out there. I'm not like going to go full weirdo wide receiver for the Buffalo Bills on you and the Atlanta Falcons and ground with like no shoes on or something. I'm not Mac Hollins, but yeah, I like cutting the grass.
I've told this a million times, pretty much every time it comes up. That was my dad's solitude. I never understood. I was like, Dad, it's a chore. I do chores around the house. I would be happy to do that chore. He's like, I'm worried about your feet or the rotary and the blade and the girders and the inline. I'm like, all right, I guess. And he would do it. And that's when I realized, once I got to a certain age, I realized he was just out of the house for 2 hours. And he was doing something productive.
It's like being in an airplane.
Yeah, so nobody could say
bother
peep.
you.
No one could say peep because you're doing something good for the family, for the house, whatever. And he was so happy. Pig and mud.
Eric's in Annandale, home of the Adams. What's up, Eric? How are you?
Hey, how are you guys? So, I've been riding motorcycles for 40 years, and I needed a new helmet, so I went to the local Harley dealer and looked at the helmets because I had seen them online, and the one that I wanted was on sale for half price. Not only that, they were having other sales, so I got an all-season jacket, really nice, half price, and rain gear for 25% off. So anyway, at the cash register, they were selling black carry bags, pretty nice bags, for $55. But for every $100 that you spent, it knocked off like $5, $10, $15. So my total was, and after $400, it was free. My total was $401. So I am
winning off the field.
Couldn't have done it any better.
Wow.
You drew that up. You went out. You executed your plan. You got in the end zone. You look back at that first 15 script.
And by the way, it's so relatable to me. You know how much up I've spent to get free shipping over the years?
You just
know?
keep going. Or I'll tell you the one is like a delivery charge.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to get something from like the Chinese takeout place or whatever, and it's like they don't deliver unless it's $18 or something. So
Well,
you're
we're
like,
going to get to 18.
All right,
aren't
we'll
we?
do one more egg roll.
Yeah.
All right, a can of Coke. Let's go to Eric in Leesburg on Grant and Danny. What's up, Eric? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Just went to Costco, got a hot dog and a soda. Discovered that Costco switched from Pepsi to Coke in their soda machine. So therefore,
Winning off the field.
Did they really?
What?
Pepsi to Coke at Costco. That's a development. And the right decision made, by the way.
It's like moving from Maryland to Virginia. I mean, that's amazing.
By the way, what
Sorry,
you
Darius.
sleep on is having the ability to eat a hot dog.
Yep.
And have that drink.
Yep.
Get some ice cream if you want to.
Yep.
Maybe eat one or two other things at Costco for like $9. They are the Atlanta Falcons of concessions.
It is a staple and a source of pride.
I did the story years ago on a double play, but like the Costco hot dog price has not changed since 1987.
Whatever the year is, yeah.
Or something like that. And the whole bit is like, people come to us for hot dogs because they know we're not going to change the price, and by God, we're not going to change it. I'm like, I need more people
Yeah.
like you.
I need $6,000 worth of dog food.
Elijah's in D.C. What's going on, Elijah? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I have a 4-year-old daughter, and now it just feels like she has the wire just to hang out a little bit more. So the other day she goes, "Can we get barbecue?" And it just, man, I was so I was like, yeah, this is cool, man.
What a moment!
So we were to go check out first movie. My wife and I, and just getting prepared for the movies. Like so much, I was cool for like 45 minutes. And I kind of went to sleep, but we saw the Gabby movie, and we're doing way more stuff, so it's like pretty slick.
Love that, man. Good for
Winning
you.
off the field.
Those are those nice little wins where you're like, this is kind of how I drew it up. I'm buying my little guy a Tom Wilson jersey last night, getting the kids a couple of slap shot toys or whatever, and I'm like, there were a lot of years where I was dreaming about getting to do this with my kids.
I don't want to gloss over, but the kid asking to go eat barbecue.
It's big.
That is a development because, we had some picky eaters in my house, and it's now the kids are kind of coming around to the idea that delicious food is delicious. Opens up a whole new world.
I found barbecue early on in my household was very popular with the kids. Not yours?
No, not at all. It's
Seriously?
only within the last 6 months. My oldest is like, I want to go to Stupid Good after a game.
So when they turned down chicken or steak or whatever the protein was,
Mm-hmm.
they always were kind of, if we did like some kind of pork barbecue or some kind of like a brisket or whatever, for whatever reason, it always played early on, which was a big deal for your boy. Beltway Blitz is next. The head of the Blitz, covering the teams in town you care the most about. As soon as we come back on Grant and Danny, we are giving away tickets to see the Caps on opening night next Wednesday against the Bruins at Capital One Arena. We are in DuPont at Public Bar. We'll be here till 6:30. Come hang out. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Week 5 of the NFL season got underway last night with the 49ers beating the Rams 26-23 in overtime. For the Commanders, getting set to take on the Chargers on Sunday, 4:25 kickoff. Commanders coming in 2-2 as they head out to L.A. We'll have coverage on the Fan starting at 2 o'clock with a Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Post-game show after the game with myself and Doc Walker. Some injuries for the Commanders going into the matchup. Wide receivers Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown already out. They didn't make the trip to L.A., as well as right guard Sam Cosmi, who is coming back from the knee injury that he suffered last year in the playoffs. Also, Deebo Samuel's not practiced the last 2 days with a heel injury. Jaden Daniels was able to practice the last 2 days in full. First time for him getting back out on the practice field. Other injuries around the NFL. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson unlikely to play on Sunday against the Texans. Buccaneers have already ruled out their running back Bucky Irving. Panthers running back Chuba Hubbard expected to be out Sunday. And also today, Kyle Shanahan said after the 49ers win last night, 49ers tight end George Kittle, who's on injured reserve, he won't return until at least Week 7, so out next week as well. College football coming up tomorrow. Virginia Tech and Wake Forest. The Hokies looking for their third straight win. They're at home, kicking off at 1 o'clock. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Maryland taking on Washington at home, looking to stay unbeaten. That game will kick off at 3:30. You can hear that one over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? That's what I want to know. The exclusive sponsor of the show, the law firm Condori and Murad, can help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that G&D sent you. kmlawyers.com. We're at Public Bar in DuPont. We're going to be here until 6:30. It's a Friday field trip. It is a rare field trip to the district, so if you are in D.C., you want to come kick it with us, get on out here. Take advantage today. We are here for another 2.5 hours. Danny, let's give some tickets away to somebody who's going to go to the Caps home opener next Wednesday night.
Please win these tickets. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to opening night for the Washington Capitals. Wednesday, October 8th versus Boston. All fans in attendance will receive a schedule magnet for tickets and the complete Capitals schedule. Visit thefandc.com, courtesy of the Washington Capitals.
It is time for your Beltway Blitz on the teams in town you care the most about on this Football Friday. We're going to go Hokies, NFL, Commanders. Let's get after it. And to start on Virginia Tech football, we've got the voice of the Hokies, the great Bill Roth, with us. Bill, don't look now, but break up the boys. They've hung 38-23 in wins the last couple of weeks. They leveled up and beat NC State, going back to their last outing, and now they've got Wake Forest coming to town to look to win 3 in a row here. What can you tell us about the 1 o'clock kick tomorrow in Blacksburg?
Well, the Hokies have never gone from 0-3 to 3-3, and that is an unusual occurrence, and that's what they'll try to do tomorrow. Big crowd is expected. It's homecoming. It'll be a near sellout if it's not completely sold out. But the big story for Tech is, guys, they're calling it bully ball now because that is Terrion Stewart's nickname, Bully, and he ran for 174 yards, kind of a coming out party down in Raleigh last week. And they're going to give him the ball a whole lot again tomorrow here against Wake Forest. He is a bruising, physical running back who reminds a lot of people of Bashal Tutin, who played for us the last couple of years and is now at Jacksonville. He breaks tackles. He's hard to bring down. No one wants to get near him defensively. He's just a big, strong dude who's in his first year with Tech. And he hadn't been healthy in the first 3 or 4 games, but he played really, really well at NC State last Saturday night.
Well, that may be the answer here, Bill, but what is the key to making sure they beat Wake Forest before traveling to a good Georgia Tech team next week?
Yeah, Wake really should have had Georgia Tech beat last week. Wake's got a new coach. Coach Dicker came from Washington State. He brought a bunch of guys with him. He's got a team that nearly pulled off the upset last week. They're pretty good against the pass, but they've struggled defensively this year against the run. So I would expect Philip Montgomery, the Hokies' interim head coach and offensive coordinator, to try to pound it tomorrow. The offensive line is getting a little bit better as well. So it would be really remarkable if the Hokies could win this thing. They'd be 2-0 in the ACC and back to 3-3 after what was a really opening 21 days with a coach firing and so many opt-outs. It would be pretty cool to see this team get back to 3-3, all things considered.
Bill, educate me on Philip Montgomery a little bit. The initial win over Wofford was kind of a scheduled W, so you make the change. You call the meeting, so to speak, before you play the team you should beat. But the NC State win was impressive to me. And if they come out and handle Wake and win decisively, it's time to start giving the 53-year-old Texan some love here.
He was the head coach at Tulsa for 8 years, but he made his name at Baylor. He was the offensive coordinator at Baylor when RG3 was there. And as you guys know, they put up some ridiculous number. They put up like video game offensive statistics at Baylor, running 110 plays and averaging like 600 yards a game. Well, he was the OC down there, and then he got a head coaching job after that. Did okay at Tulsa. They went to a couple of bowl games, but they decided to make a head coaching change. He was a offensive coordinator in Birmingham in that Pro League, the UFL last year, but he's got a lot of experience. He's been in the SEC. He's been in the Big 12. And our locker room has been really galvanized by his leadership skills. He's got a deep Texas drawl, and he sounds like a Texas football coach, and that's what he is. He's from down there, and our guys have really bonded around him, and they've won 2 in a row since he's been named head coach.
What would it mean for that kind of a turnaround to end up, as you said, at 3-3? Kind of who knows next week at Georgia Tech, but a couple of make some hay games before the teeth of their schedule down the stretch. 3 ranked teams right now, Bill, in Florida State, Miami, Virginia. But what would it mean to have that kind of turnaround to beat 500 and maybe even have a chance to have a winning record after that start?
Well, it says a lot about the guys on the team. I mean, anybody that can imagine you're 0-3 and your head coach gets fired and a bunch of your players, including some key guys, decide to opt out, transfer, redshirt, and then the guys that stay win 3 games. I mean, that's pretty cool. I went back and did some research because it's hard to find. The team that I found that started 0-3 all time and then came back, at least in college football, and did well, was in 1983. Penn State started 0-3 and finished 8-4-1. And it can be done. I mean, the odds are not with you to start 0-3 and have a good season, right? Everyone knows that. There's a reason that you're 0-3. But what that Penn State team did, it had great leadership. And I think that's what I did some research and read about that team in 83. I think this team kind of has it. I don't know that we got the roster, candidly, that Joe Paterno had back then, but we got some character guys on our team. So it's interesting. It's a different experience for sure for Tech fans, but they'll be here tomorrow. I think it'll be a really cool homecoming day and a homecoming for the team after last week's road win down at NC State when they take the field here tomorrow.
Bill, have a great call. We will be listening here on the Fan at 1 o'clock tomorrow. And take care of our guy, Toby Altizer. We know he's very high maintenance.
He's such a pain, Bill.
I understand now he's going over to Madrid with the Commanders. Is that unbelievable?
That's what the rumors are saying. I think he's flying on the charter. He's staying in the team hotel. I believe he and Jaden are sharing a room.
So, see, that's the difference. So he's going to Madrid. He's going to get some paella. He's going to dance in the streets. He's going to do that Spanish guitar. And we get to go to Tallahassee. So you see the winner there.
It's the same.
Toby 1, Bill Roth 0
Exotic
on that one,
location.
I think. Yeah.
For sure. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Bill. Be good. We'll be listening. Let's talk NFL football. PJ Glasser of the BetMGM Network joins us now. PJ, I want to start with the Ravens and the Texans. I like Houston over Baltimore with all of the Ravens' injuries in this game. I know they're very minimally favored. Most of the other guys, though, on the show are telling me I'm crazy. Where are you at on this game?
Yeah, I like the Ravens, Grant. Look, they have all those injuries, right? Lamar, he hasn't officially been ruled out, but certainly doesn't look like he's going to play.
By the way, I think they just ruled him and like 6 guys out, didn't they?
Okay, they did.
Like within a minute ago, yeah.
Because I saw he didn't practice. So, yeah, he's out. Kyle Hamilton. So many guys, right? But, guys, the look-ahead line was 9.5 before the Ravens played Kansas City. I understand Lamar is not playing all these injuries. It just feels like a 10-point adjustment almost for a Texans team that has not been good on the road, that is one of the worst offenses in the NFL. We've seen, some of these backup quarterbacks, rookies, come in that first start. They play pretty well. So you still got Derrick Henry, just like the Niners with McCaffrey last night. We saw how many ways they used him. I expect them to feed Derrick a lot and find a way to win a game because, guys, they lose that. They get a Rams team at home next week off a loss. They're staring 1-5 in the face. Almost a must-win for the Ravens. I think we see that desperation. So even without all those guys, I like them to win on Sunday.
Denver, Philly, how do you see it?
So we started to see a little bit of line movement today. The Eagles are back up to 4-point favorites at some spots. I like the Eagles, guys. I'm just not buying all the Broncos love. You know, Philly, I understand they maybe haven't looked all that impressive at times. They've gotten fortunate to win some of these games. But Jalen Hurts is 9-0 against the spread as a home favorite, 6 points or less. So when he's at home in these kind of spots and people are looking towards the underdog and they think maybe Philly can get upset, that's when they tend to play their best football. And Bo Nix, since he's been in the league, he's beat up on bad teams like with Cincinnati last week, and he's struggled against a lot of the top teams, especially when he goes on the road. So I like Philadelphia. People can keep fading them every week. I'm not going to do that. I like the Eagles.
Bucks 3-1, Seahawks 3-1 in Seattle. This is a now 3.5-point spread. Seattle's favorite at home. What side are you on?
Super interesting game, right? Injury report for both teams. Bucky Irving ruled out today. Still no Mike Evans. So the Bucs are dealing with a bunch of injuries. Seattle's got a couple guys missing as well. I like Tampa, though, guys. I would probably lean that way. I think something we don't talk about enough is under the Mike McDonald era in Seattle, just how much they have struggled at home. They're 3-8 under his tenure at home. They still have a great home field. Their fans are still awesome, but they just aren't winning games at home. So I still think maybe we're like accounting for that Seattle home field a little bit when they've been a much better team on the road. You're getting Tampa as a dog. You're getting the better quarterback in Baker, and you're getting the key number at 3.5. So I like Tampa plus the points. I think that's going to be a close game.
Sunday Night Foosball, Monday Night Football, rather. Jacksonville and the Chiefs all of a sudden feels like kind of a marquee game. I didn't know what I was getting in Jacksonville, but I kind of like it.
Yeah, certainly is, right? Definitely big for the AFC standings. I like KC, guys. I think having Worthy back, you could just feel it watching that game, right? Just his presence, like how it changes that offense. And I'm still not buying Jacksonville. I know they had a nice win on the road in San Francisco last week. I'm still not there with Lawrence. I'm still not there with the offense. And I think getting KC, who's coming in, they won the last two. They're getting healthier. And Spags, I think, is going to put together another good game plan, and the Jags are going to struggle. So I like Kansas City. Feels like they win that game by a touchdown, so I'd lay the points with them.
Check out PJ Glass from the BetMGM Network, in-house with us at Odyssey. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks, fellas.
You got it. Let's keep the blitz moving. Our buddy Johnny Cakes Allville will join us in moments to talk about the Washington Commanders. Danny, we are closing in on Sunday's 4 o'clock tilt between the Commanders and the Chargers. We do have Cakes with us right now.
Flakes.
Cakesy, what's your gut feel on this one with Washington trying to get to 3-2?
As strangely confident as I was for them heading to Atlanta, I'm basically doing a 180. I'm not confident in them winning this game at all, despite the return of Jaden Daniels to the lineup. I'm terrified by the defense. I'm in Camp Danny. I'm terrified of everything defensively for this team, especially the secondary. So my vibe right now is not great for the Commanders heading into this road game against the Chargers.
Yeah, I was ooting a boot driving around this area here, and I heard my favorite radio program, the Sports Junkies, make their predictions this morning, GP. You might as well have played dun, 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 dun. Like it was a depressing march right there. JP was like, maybe if it's true they could win, it might be a good rebound game. And the rest of the Junks were like, no, they're all losing, and everyone's dead. They're going to hurt and die.
Cakesy, I am watching a video of Jaden Daniels in L.A. at practice right now. His knee brace looks like he found some type of like sports jacket out of your closet and just tied it around his leg. I mean, it is it's just a big bulky brace that he's going to be wearing in this game, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, as dynamic and as quick and as electric as he is, I mean, if you're wearing a knee brace that looks like it's straight out of the Great Depression, then, I mean, that's going to hamper you. That's going to slow you down. And look, I think that they were extra careful with him to keep him out the last 2 weeks. I feel like he's good to go, but I mean, anytime you're lugging around a knee brace out there, it has to at least be in the back of your mind that, hey, maybe I'm not 100%. Maybe, there's a reason I'm wearing this brace that I wasn't wearing in the first couple games of the season.
I mean, Danny, what's more restrictive? The brace we're looking at Daniel's wearing here, or that thing that Forrest Gump wore on his legs?
I was literally going to try to get that zing in.
This is the biggest brace I've
Yeah,
ever seen.
Forrest Gump running from bullies would try to shed that thing. What's your vibe right now on Terry McLaurin? For folks that we talk to on the telephones, Flakesy, and here, there's a little bit of irritation. Listen, who knows whose fault it is that he got hurt? I mean, that happens in football, but also you held out a long time for a team-friendly deal. Where are you guys at? Where are the sports Yankees at in terms of their Terry McLaurin vibe?
Look, man, I want Terry and all of these guys to get paid as much money as they possibly can because, look, I mean, we just saw the gruesome Tyreek Hill injury last week on Monday Night Football, and, these guys' career trajectories can end in a heartbeat. So I do not begrudge him one bit for trying to hold out and hold in or whatever you want to call it and get the best deal for him going forward. But to think that it didn't have any sort of impact on the fact that he's now missing games with his quad injury, I think is naive. So hopefully he's able to get back in the next few weeks. But, much like my outlook on the defense, my outlook on him being back, in the next week or so, I mean, I haven't heard any positive news as far as his injury goes. So I would expect he's a week-to-week guy, and hopefully he's back in the next few weeks. But again, I'm not optimistic about Terry returning next week. I think it's going to last longer than that.
Cakes, let's make each other jealous of each other. You ready?
Let's do it.
All right, number one, your boy was at Cap One Arena watching the Caps last night. Steamed up.
Love
to
it.
see little kid Leno score a preseason goal. So I'll just make you jealous.
Very good.
And then I'm jealous of Cakesy because Baseball Cakes has already had a sit down with Paul Taboni. You got to meet Taboni.
Hey, do you want me to re-raise your jealousy quotient? Because we did sit down with Paul Taboni. I got to sit down with the great one, Ovi, the greatest one, a week ago this Friday. I did a 15-minute interview with him at Cap One Arena at one of the swanky lounges for a corporate event. So I got to interview Ovi twice in the span of 9 days. Jeeps, what do you think about them apples?
Wow, that's two
Look
more
at that.
times than I've ever gotten an interview, Ovi. So you're on a heater right now. Well done, buddy.
Look at this. I'm on a life heater.
Way to go, Cakes.
Well, speaking of heaters, I thank Cakes for not bringing it up. I thought he was going to start with it. But Captain Nibblers defeated old Kerry Conklin in the Homies League this past week. Cakes got the better of me, and I thought I was going to get chirped. So I appreciate you not doing that, Cakes, respectfully.
It's not a problem, Danny. Look, this is not my first rodeo. I know that we're heading into week 5. There's a lot of runway left in this season, so no room to chirp in the first month. There's a lot of things that could go sideways. You know how these rosters are.
As a 30-year radio professional, you knew that the only two people that would care about that are you and Danny. So
Yes,
you
that's
didn't
correct.
dare
Yes.
bring it up on the radio.
Yes.
For fear that everyone
Correct.
would fall asleep at the wheel and crash their cars.
I'm very aware that nobody cares about mine or Danny's fantasy football team. I am uber aware of that, my friends.
Well, Cakesy, have a great weekend, buddy. We appreciate you hopping aboard the Beltway Blitz.
Yep, thank you, boys. You guys have a great weekend as well. Talk to you soon.
See you, buddy.
So you do have a
Yeah,
rival.
there.
I have a rival.
This is not like
Look at
what
this.
Vin Scully once said.
141 to 138. That's how close.
By the
that
way,
was.
has anyone noticed how close every fantasy game is this year? Is that just me? I
No.
mean, it sounds like it's you too.
Yeah, it's happening
every
all the time.
game I'm playing in is decided by 2 or 3 points. It's wild.
It is and it's usually, and I don't mean to sound morbid or be flippant about them. It's obviously real life stuff, but it's like an injury determines it. You know what I mean? Like where one player underperforms dramatically, usually because they left the field and their careers changed, obviously, but that's what's costing guys each matchup. It seems it's crazy.
Commanders Chargers Sunday. Let's do this next. The Commanders win the game if, and the Commanders lose the game if. We'll get into that. We are live, DuPont, Public Bar, 18th Street Northwest. Grant and Danny on a field trip Friday on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel's an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan, and we're getting ready for another NFL Sunday. You've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate. FanDuel's coming with a little something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to play the parlay that you've been thinking about. Hit your go-to player prop, and now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel is bringing the bonus. That's right. All customers are getting a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. That's a 50% profit boost on an NFL bet. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code is GP. Got to be 21. Present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, last night, Thursday Night Football kicking off Week 5. The 49ers beat the Rams 26-23 in overtime. The Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers on Sunday. 4:25 kickoff for that one. Burgundy Eagle pregame going to kick off here on the Fan at 2 o'clock with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Postgame after the game with myself and Doc Walker takes you up until 9 p.m. For the Commanders, they're going to be without wide receivers Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown, and right guard Sam Cosmi. Debo Samuel's on the practice field today. Unclear what he's going to be listed as there at practice right now. Jaden Daniels running around in a brace at practice right now. Other injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson was ruled out. Cooper Rush going to get the start for Baltimore. The Bucs have ruled out running back Bucky Irving. Panthers running back Chuba Hubbard expected to be out on Sunday. College football, Hokies taking on Wake Forest tomorrow at home. Can hear the game right here on the Fan kicking off at 1 o'clock. Maryland at home taking on Washington. That'll kick off at 3:30. Can hear that one over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan from Public Bar in D.C. A rare cameo in the district for your boys on a field trip Friday. We're here until 6:30, so come on out and hang with us. We will be on site getting you ready for an NFL and college football weekend ahead. Commanders and Chargers, we'll get back into the matchup in just a second. I want to talk about how the Commanders win and what would lead to a Commanders loss with Danny in just a few. But a couple of other storylines in the NFL going into Week 5. So the big story today, based on last night's Thursday night game, is the 49ers might just be okay. You know, it's been this roller coaster everybody's riding with them where there's a lot of injuries before the season. Are we sure they're that good? The thing you and I kept coming back to, though, was their schedule is super soft. And I think the stat I had that I used a couple times before we kicked off the season was that they played 7 games, San Francisco did, against teams that picked in the top 10 last year. Now, you might play within your division, like 2 against the same team or whatever, but the point is 7 games against top 10 picking teams. So you're going to have, when you get through the early part of the schedule, some softer opponents coming up. And now at 4-1, stealing a win from the Rams, getting a little bit healthier, they're in a pretty good spot. But I thought last night, I don't want to go too big and talk about legacy and how good is Kyle Shanahan. I do think that was a hell of a win for him, though, to kind of show how much coaching matters, how much scheme matters. He comes out on his first 15 to go right down the field and score a touchdown with a bunch of backups. Like, that is one of those games you go home, you sip on whatever your drink of choice is if you're Kyle Shanahan, and you feel like you're one of the best in the league.
Yeah, put your feet up and you go, I earned that one today. Sometimes it's get the ball to Christian McCaffrey. Sometimes it's, let my playmakers make plays for me. Well, none of those guys were available, so what did you do about it? Came out with an unbelievable plan, to your point, got the lead, held on for dear life against a team that is absolutely more talented.
And remember the storyline? This is going back several years ago. But when they were picking third, they traded way up to get the third pick. Everybody said, Kyle Shanahan wants Mac Jones. And I remember everybody going, there's no way he wants Mac Jones at number 3. That guy from Alabama? He's a point guard with a bunch of weapons. He's fairly unathletic. He can't really move. How good has Mac Jones been in this offense?
Pretty good.
They're 3-0 in his starts. Now, I'm not doing some Brock Purdy quarterback controversy thing. They've paid Purdy. Purdy's a better player, I would think, and is really, really good and has done enough to prove himself. But Mac Jones has outperformed him when he's been on the field this season for what that's worth.
Yeah, but imagine the world where they actually did that.
This is kind of what I'm getting
then there's
to.
no Purdy.
Isn't this we've talked about how much of it is talent versus fit versus scheme versus coach empowerment. What if Mac Jones went third years ago? Is he Purdy? I mean, is he just a $200 million quarterback that everyone just kind of throws into the top 10 conversation? I don't know. Probably not. But small sample, he has been really good in this offense.
Yeah, my answer is yes, by the way, is that every once in a while somebody comes along that fits the same way Drew Brees was fine as a San Diego Charger, and with Sean Payton in that system, in that place, he was perfect, right? And nobody wanted him because he didn't have arm strength anymore, especially after the shoulder issue. And Sean Payton said, well, that doesn't matter to me. we're going to throw it short and intermediate all the time, and he's an encyclopedia, so we'll kick everybody's ass and win 13 games a year. I do think that. I really do. That this would have been a Purdy situation, not a Mr. Irrelevant, but a guy with traits that wouldn't blow you away if you saw him at a combine or do anything other than run Kyle Shanahan's system to a T. If you do that, if you just let him move the joystick and when you push the C button on your old Sega Genesis, he throws the pass to the right place, you will put up really, really good numbers, and he could have executed it really well.
The other big NFL headline, and we hit this just in passing during the Beltway Blitz, but it is official. The Ravens have ruled out Lamar Jackson with that hamstring. Lamar being out for a team that is 1-3 in a gotta-have-it game here against the Texans, who last week pitched a shutout, now getting a backup quarterback in Cooper Kupp. I get that the Ravens offensively have been pretty good and that their defense has been the problem. They've been terrible. That's kind of why I like the Texans here, honestly. The Texans' defense is awesome. They have played some really good football at times this season. If you can hold Baltimore into the teens, I don't know that I trust that defense to keep a bad Houston offense out of, the 17 to 20 to 23 range, something like that. Very winnable game for the Texans. But they've got, after this Houston game, L.A., then a bye, then Chicago. And the Bears seem to be ascending. They've won back-to-back games. Ben Johnson, they've got a bye week, so they play Washington. And then not long after that, they will have a game with the Ravens. This is a game where if Baltimore loses, I think I'm going to be ready to slam the gavel and say this season's gotten away from them.
That start is so bad. Their one win is over Cleveland, I think, for goodness sakes. Just kind of tells you the story of their year. The injury list, it is Lamar Jackson, but it's also everybody else. I mean, they are going to be without, I think, 7 starters this weekend alone, where they only missed 7 man games, whatever you want to call it, last year. They are struggling at this point. I had no idea their defense would be this bad. This is kind of the bottom falling out, your worst-case scenario for a team that before the season had Super Bowl aspirations. But you're right. I mean, the schedule is not terribly easy for them. To not win that Buffalo game, I think, is really going to come back and bite them even if they do put together a run second half of the year. But over the next few weeks, it's not easy. They need to win this week somehow in Houston. And congratulations to the Ravens, by the way. I picked Houston in confidence points, which means Baltimore by 1 million. But if they somehow win one of these next couple of games, they're 2-4, maybe get healthier during the bye week, you've got a stretch where you could put some hay in the barn with games like the Dolphins and Cleveland and the Jets and Cincinnati, who's pretty beleaguered a couple times. Maybe you can get back into this thing and harvest your nuts a little bit. But, yeah, a rough start might put them behind the 8 ball.
All right, so let's turn our attention then to the Commanders and the Chargers. And we have not opened up the phones today on this game, so we could do that here with this question. Answer our Friday staple. They win if what happens, and they lose if what happens. And we're looking for 2 different variables here. So it's not like if you think they need to generate takeaways as an example to win, you can't then say, well, they lose if they don't, right? So 2 different ideas. If something happens, they win, and if what happens, they lose. Let's go positive first, Danny. Washington beat the Chargers, as we're talking on Monday, because
turnovers. And I know it's annoying because you just said you can't just say takeaways, but that's my answer. And this pass rush has to get home. It's got to be sack fumble. It's got to be a hurried pass for an interception. It's got to be a tip pass up in the air for an interception. They need more than 1 through 4 games to get this done. If Justin Herbert is allowed to throw the football, the game will end. They cannot stop that. These 3 receivers are awesome. Herbert is awesome, despite the fact that he's been harassed and harangued more and more, especially his offensive line injuries have mounted for the Chargers. That's where they have to win here, talking about Washington this week. If they get home, sack fumble, Von Miller. Sack fumble, Dorrance Armstrong. Batted pass, Daron Payne, Javon Kinlaw. Whoever's in there, you have to turn the football over at least a couple of times, and it's got to come from your pressure.
So I've got one on both sides of the ball. The Commanders defensively, they're key. Washington wins if they hit Justin Herbert and they generate the pressure they couldn't last week. The conservative nature of the design defensively the last 2 games post Green Bay has been bothersome to me, but it also was understandable to some extent. They were able to get pressure against the Raiders, rushing with their defensive front. They didn't have to blitz, and when Joe Witt occasionally dialed up something from the A-gap with Bobby Wagner, it worked. So you tap him on the back, you say, good job, coach, and you keep it moving. Against Atlanta, they were pretty convinced, it seems like, based on the plan. They didn't need to blitz. They didn't need to bring a 5th at any point. They were wrong. They didn't get home. They couldn't beat that battered offensive line. And I think they got shredded defensively, and they lost the game because of it. So that's where I'm starting. This is the underbelly of this team. This is the thing you got to take advantage of. This is how the Giants beat them. It's how everyone's going to beat the Chargers that beats them in the foreseeable future. This is a bad line, and you don't allow them to level up and play better based on Herbert being able to basically quick game you and get the ball out of his hands. 3-1 as a starter this year, Justin Herbert and the Chargers in his games, but 63.8% completion percentage, 92.2 passer rating, both the lowest, believe it or not, 4 games in his career. As great as he started through 2 games, it has plummeted back down to earth these last 2 weeks. Has nothing to do with him because he's playing lights out. I mean, he makes some big-time, ridiculous, awesome arm talent throws, but he has just been crushed the last couple of weeks. So that's the defensive plan. They win if on offense. I mentioned this in our first hour, if Daniels can run. If Daniels is able to look like he did physically, or even earlier this year when he wasn't playing at the same level as 2024, but he could just move, he can run, he can pick up 6 or 8, stay ahead of the sticks on 2nd and 12 after, a bad penalty or something. He can go scramble for 7 or 9 and set up a third and manageable, 3rd and short. I think you win. Because I do think there's going to be opportunities for him to have an 8 or 9 carry, 65 rushing yard day as a quarterback in this matchup. And frankly, the way that they're going to have to operate offensively without McLaurin, without Noah Brown, with Bates just coming back, with a banged-up offensive situation, I think you're going to need some rushing from Jaden Daniels. So that's how they win for me. What about the other side of this, Danny? Let's get into that next. The Commanders lose if, and we'll also take your calls. 800-636-1067 is the number. Live from Public Bar in D.C. on 18th and Northwest, we're Grant and Danny on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for Fanatic Sportsbook. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Here in Washington, you know the story. No Terry McLaurin, no Noah Brown, but yes, the return of Jaden Daniels against the team and the Chargers that has given up a lot of rushing yards to quarterbacks this year. Something to look for. That's today's injury report. All season long, for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, home of fair play. Download the app today. This football season, you've heard me talk about this, you need to be betting with Fanatic Sportsbook. It's the home of fair play. Protects all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays all season long from any first half injury. They were there to protect your first half prop bets all season long, and that's going to continue. The first 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, whether it's QBs, running backs, receivers, even defensive players. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. You want to protect your parlays from injury? Switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter for all pro football, every single game, all season long. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER-MD. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Yeah, I think you kind of just focus on us. And obviously they're coming off a bad taste in their mouth too, so we know we're going to get their best game when they're going back home. We're going on the road, so we haven't played the best on the road. So kind of just focus on ourselves and go out there having fun and cutting it loose.
Jaden Daniels headed home to California. Gets the nod in L.A. for the first time as an NFL starter. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders will win if, and Washington loses if what happens on Sunday against the Chargers. So for win if on defense, pressure Justin Herbert, hit him consistently, you're going to win. Lose if, for me, coming up. Danny, what was your win if?
Win if is turnovers. And the pass rush has to get home. It's got to come from there, right? It's got to come from a sack fumble, a tip pass for an interception. Pressure, pressure, pressure.
So what's your lose if?
Lose if is Justin Herbert can throw it all. There are going to be times, even with pressure, where the ball leaves his hand. He threw 41 times last week. If that happens against Washington this week, if the ball leaves his hand 41 times, it'll be complete plenty. 27, 28, 30 times. This pass defense simply cannot hold up against these receivers. You need to constantly put them in terrible down and distance and hope that even those aren't converted as they were last week.
I've got they lose the game if Daniels looks compromised and we're kind of watching him play with a knee brace on and it feels like he isn't himself. If at any point during the game there's a question of, why'd they bring him back this quick? By the way, I do not think this is going to happen because I think the video we've seen of him, he looks pretty normal. And I also just don't believe this staff would put him in harm's way. That's pretty clear by how they handled this. But I'm saying in a hypothetical where we're watching the game and we're going, yeah, he does not look completely right. This is a little too soon. Then that tells me he's not going to be able to do all the stuff they're going to need him to do to win this football game. The other thing I'll say is I think if they don't have a strong defensive performance, like vaguely, this Chargers defense can shove it on you. The Commanders are not scoring 30 in this game, I promise you. This is not a 34-30 football game, in my opinion. This is a 20-17 kind of tilt. If they can't keep the Chargers from sustaining drives, forced punts, turnovers, take them or leave them, I'm not as big on that this week as it sounds like you are, but just keep them from getting points, you're in trouble. Because I don't see this as a game. Like last week in Atlanta, I thought you could go down there and score 24, 27, 30 points against that defense. I don't know about you, Danny. I don't see that in L.A. against the Chargers this weekend.
No, here's where it's similar. I agree with your assessment, by the way. But similarly to last week, though, I think I have a pretty decent feel for what the offense is going to be doing. In other words, some plays will be made. Jaden Daniels will help you. I think they'll run the ball okay at times. I could see him putting up a decent enough offensive performance, maybe ending in the low 20s. Kind of that's what I saw last week with Mariota, except now it's Daniels back, not quite 100%, still wearing a brace, not quite Superman yet. I think he will be. He needs his sea legs underneath him. He's got to play to get them. So I feel like I've got a good feel for what the offense is going to do. To me, the variable is the defense. And we saw it was a big failure last week, and this is now a group with a better track record and pedigree of passing the ball. The variable for them, of course, is what their offensive line is doing, whereas I thought Atlanta's was playing pretty darn well. So to me, can Washington take advantage and bother him to such a high degree that they can't even run plays? That's the way to win this game. If he's able to sling the football to me, that's where I'm terrified.
Let's go out to California ahead of the game and talk to Wendell, who's listening on the Odyssey app. Free and available wherever you are. Take it with you, pause, and rewind the show. What's up, Wendell? How are you?
Hi, doing good. Thanks for the call.
You bet.
Yeah, buddy.
I think that we will win this game if we own the time of possession, period. And I think that we will lose if their defense does the same thing as what happened last week and they figure out what these worst weaknesses are.
Thanks, buddy. So
time of possession is the thing, I think.
28th in the NFL out of 32 teams right now through 4 games for Washington. 27 minutes, 44 seconds per game. Juxtapose that with last year's team where time of possession was kind of what they majored in and how they made their bacon. They were one of the best in the NFL, kind of circuit to circuit all year in that regard, and they finished in the top 10 with over 30 minutes, right around 31 minutes. They're down about 4 minutes. That's a lot more time for your bad defense to be on the field. And we went through all the numbers early in the week where we go, oh, this is kind of similar. Oh, the yards per play, the yards per game, this is not that different. It doesn't matter, though. If you don't have a good defense and they play 15 more snaps at 6 yards per play, think about the difference. Like if I'm on the field for 12 more snaps at 6 yards per play, that's 72 yards. Now, how many more points? That's 2 field goals. Is that a touchdown and a field goal? Is that possibly 10 points? And that is not just an offensive stat. It's a defensive stat, too. You're allowed to make your own plays. You're allowed to get off the field on third down. But it is indicative of a bigger picture point with this team, Danny, which is you can live and die with time of possession being substandard if you're pretty good defensively. When you're trying to avoid getting exposed at all costs, you can't be on the field for 33 minutes.
No,
it's just not going to work.
That's it right there. And, yeah, I mean, people look at that and go, oh, the offense, to a degree. Yeah, again, the offense hasn't been what it was when it was humming last year. We're all aware of that, right? But not 4 minutes worth. Right, a big chunk of that 4-minute differential to me is the defense because they've gotten into the situations that they'd want. You force a 2nd and 17, a 2nd and 16 this past week. You get long down and distances that 90-some% of the time in the NFL result in punts. You get a one throw for something, maybe a give up run or a couple in front of the sticks type throws, and you should be off the field. They're not. That's kind of where the fulcrum is. That's the tipping point to me for this defense. If they could just be reasonable in the pass game, they got a great chance to win this football game and do something this year.
I do like playing on the road and not having to deal with a super hostile environment. Like, to me, almost every road game in the NFL adds so many variables, where when they went to Lambeau Field, if you remember, Washington is practicing outside at their facility in Ashburn, and they're blaring Go Pack Go like in everybody's ears from the loudspeakers so they couldn't hear anything, because you're getting ready for that environment. When they were going to Atlanta, best you can, you try to get ready for that. So they practiced in the bubble at the end of last week, and they're pumping in music and sounds and all kinds of really loud stuff, even though it was frankly, kind of a home-type feel because it was 50-50 in the crowd. You're going to L.A. to play the Chargers, especially. I mean, the Rams, you saw the 49ers invade the stadium last night. It's not a whole lot better. But the Rams have a better chance as a former Super Bowl champion since going out there to have a home field advantage. There is nothing about the Chargers at home that is fearful.
No.
I'm just talking about a fan standpoint. So that is one good thing, is going out there. This weekend, the Giants are going to New Orleans. The Saints aren't very good. Superdome, there's still a lure to that. There's still volume, and people are going to be there.
It's still Mardi Gras party time. Yeah.
The Broncos are getting ready to go to the Link. People are throwing eggs at your bus, as you're driving up to the stadium. You just don't have to deal with any of that against the Chargers. That's one thing I feel pretty good about.
Totally right. Yeah, that's. I wonder how much of a factor that's going to be, but it's. You'd rather have it this way than not, right?
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. I want to get into something that I tweeted about yesterday that people are way more defensive of than I thought they would be. I want to get Danny's take on that. We'll also spin you around the NFL this hour, a Commanders Spotlight coming your way. It's a Football Friday, a Field Trip Friday. We are at Public Bar in DuPont, in Northwest, on Grant and Danny, and we're here till 6:30. Come on out.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, some injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson has been ruled out for their matchup on Sunday with the Texans. The Ravens 1-3 on the season, and they'll turn to their backup quarterback Cooper Rush for that matchup against Houston. Buccaneers have ruled out running back Bucky Irving, and the Panthers running back Chuba Hubbard not expected to play on Sunday. Rico Dowdle would start in his stead. For the Commanders, they're getting set to take on the Chargers on Sunday, 2-2 going into the matchup in L.A. Kickoff at 4:25. We'll have coverage here on The Fan beginning at 2 o'clock with the Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. After the game, myself and Doc Walker will have postgame coverage. For the Commanders, they're going to be without wide receivers Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown, as well as right guard Sam Cosmi, who's been opened up his 21-day practice window but has not been able to get back out on the practice field enough to go this Sunday, so they did not make the trip. Deebo Samuel was on the practice field today. It's not yet announced what his status is. Jaden Daniels has practiced in full the last couple of days. We'll get the official status here in just a couple of moments. College football tomorrow. Virginia Tech taking on Wake Forest at 1 o'clock tomorrow at home. Can hear that game right here on The Fan. The Terps looking to stay undefeated as they'll take on Washington at home. Can hear that game over on the Team 980 with kickoff at 3:30. Baldino's Lock and Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back to Public Bar, where we're out and about for a Friday field trip. Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We are sponsored today and every day by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad.
They're the exclusive sponsor of our show. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
About a half hour ago, my wife sent me a text. It was a picture, and it was a photo of an ice cream truck. Not like the one that comes to our house sometimes that gives, the ice cream bars through the window that you pay a couple bucks for. Like an actual soft serve Mr. Softy.
The Mr. Softy, yeah.
Blue and white ice cream truck, which are very, very hard to find, but they're increasingly more difficult to find in October, I would say. And so she sent me the picture. She's like, oh, my gosh, look at this. And I jokingly was like, you got to follow it. Like 20 minutes later, I get a text. They finally stopped. We're getting ice cream. They followed the truck all around the Northern Virginia area.
What a play. They're like flashing high beams at it to get to pull over, like signaling.
Well, that's what I said. I'm like, how do you get them to stop? She's like, well, eventually they have to stop. It's an ice cream truck. I'm like, but you don't know. That could just be Betty's car. Betty's just driving to the DMV today. She's not doing ice cream today. That could be your vehicle, right? If it's like a family business.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, you might have some indicators whether you're selling ice cream, you're hawking it or not. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's so elusive. Where it's just, I remember once. It has nothing to do with what you're talking about, only barely. Where I was trying to return an item before like things were automated, before Amazon made stuff easy, and they were like, just find a UPS truck. I'm like, what? Like this was the advice
that was
of the person.
What you were told to do.
Find a UPS truck, and I have the package, and I couldn't mail it at the local whatever thing, and I couldn't mail it at this, and I'm like, I want to return this bulky piece of crap air conditioning thing that didn't work, and I literally flagged this guy down. Like, so unsafe. He doesn't know, if he's getting carjacked, if it's like a Goodfellas thing where it's like, we know who you are, now you know who we are, but we know who you, we know you are. Give me your license. None of that stuff. I was like, they told me I could give you this. And he's like, yeah, no problem. I opened the truck up and I handed it to him.
It's just normal for him?
I go, this, I just want everyone to know this is so unreasonable.
Well, if that's a normal practice, which seems insane, then there's got to be an app where, like Uber, you see where all the trucks are at any given moment. So you can follow them around. Probably not the safest thing either. But if that's a thing where someone is telling you, a professional saying, yeah, just go find one of the UPS trucks out there, then what about a Track the UPS Trucks app where I can go meet them at South County High School?
Yeah, it would happen better now. But like in 2004 when this was all going down, I'm like, what a bizarre piece of advice.
But along those lines, so my wife can't be the first person to have ever done this, that sees the ice cream truck. She goes, oh, that'd be fun to get soft serve ice cream with the kids right now, and just follows the truck. Normally, it's a very ominous, scary thing. It's perilous if somebody's following you. Like, I turn left, they turn left. I turn right, they turn right. And over again, they keep kind of this. I'm like, oh, my God, someone's following me. So if you're an ice cream truck, do you never get to have that anxiety? Do you never get to have that fear? Because by the nature of what you're doing,
Yeah, of course they're following me. They want my ice cream.
You have to assume. But what if it is a bad guy?
Oh.
What if they are following you, and you're not allowed to have the same sirens in the back of your head going off that the rest of us have, because it's just normal practice that you assume they're a good guy who just wants ice cream?
I hadn't even thought of that. I hadn't even thought of that, because that's actually a very good point, where it's like someone's going to think, ooh, that's an easy mark. The ice cream truck, they probably got a little bit of cash. I can get some ice cream for my trouble. Oh, man.
Maybe a very different version of The Town.
Yeah.
If the opening credits are like Ben Affleck, like, this is Marshall Clarence. He's 44 years old and he's about to get robbed. It's like talking about the guy that's driving the Brinks truck.
Good humor bus, Frogger bus,
Right, exactly.
and a couple ice cream pops, some bomb pops, and he's about to get robbed.
He's like, this guy sells 42 bomb pops a day, 4 vanilla splits with banana, and he's like, and he's about to get robbed.
He's about to get robbed.
I mean, that is tough.
The Town 2.
I need another The Town. Sneaky, unbelievable movie. I can't even say sneaky anymore because everybody knows. How
Does it sneak? I don't think it sneaks anymore.
Well, there was a time where I thought The Town was great and nobody else did, so I said sneaky. It seems like it's now
It's been
crossed
on
the
TV
threshold
enough, yeah.
into everybody loves it. There's a couple famous lines. Whose call are we taking? That get referenced and memed all the time. It's just so good. I also think Ben Affleck. Now, this is sneaky. I think he's one of the best actors on the planet. On directors on the planet. Actor, fine, good, solid, whatever. Batting averages aren't much higher than his. There's a couple guys like Christopher Nolan who might have a higher or better batting average. I'm not even convinced of that. I'd have to dive deep into that. Not a big Interstellar guy. Maybe that's a hot take. There's been a couple of those swing and misses for him. I'm not talking about acting. Look at Ben Affleck's movies he's directed, and you find me a bad movie that he directed.
He hits bolts, and I actually think that's one of his best acting performances too. By the way, in that particular movie in The Town. But you want to go to our movie guys like Darius and Ryan, see what they think of it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Do you wanna
Best
ask them what
picture,
they
by
think?
the way, Argo won the best picture. I reference that a lot, but I haven't watched it in a while. That is a 2-hour bubble guts, edge of your seat inducing. Oh my God, are they going to get out or not? Perfectly done drama that he cooks up, and it's a nonfiction story in a sense. It's documentaries, and then there's whatever that is,
Yeah.
right? But
It's a fictionalized telling of real events.
he's so good, man.
Yeah, very good.
So if he makes it, I will watch it. All right, one thing before we get back into the Commanders that I wanted to hit on here. So we started the show talking about Al Michaels on the call last night of Thursday Night Football, and this is not a gleeful thing. I think people act like we love to Joan. We like to do some bits about, here we go.
Yeah, bits are done.
The lowest energy call ever at the end of the game. It's
To win the game.
A 67-yard field goal for the Super Bowl.
Here we go.
All right.
And it went through the yellow bars. That's the final game of the season. Like, yeah, we like
Yep.
to have a little bit of fun, okay? But I don't take glee in the fact that the game is moving forward, and our guy Al Michaels, who's in his, I think maybe 81 years old or something like that, is one of the greatest broadcaster ever, is trying to keep up and having a hard time. But I will say, I hope we're all this lucky. I thought what I said on social media yesterday was pretty correct and obvious. I was just like, man, here's a couple of calls. Watch them for yourself. These are pretty unacceptable at the highest level. You would think that I was telling people Santa Claus is a jerk and that he really did hit the person on 34th Street. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would think I was going after the Easter Bunny or something. Some of the comments I'm getting, some of the vitriol and the anger from people, like, he's the greatest living broadcaster and still on top of his game. I didn't even know this was a thing.
Oh, yeah.
That people are still Team Al Michaels right now, this second, as we sit here today, as one of the best in the business.
Because when somebody's got deposits in the bank, people don't update their files. I always say nobody reads corrections, right? Like the initial thing goes like wildfire, and then like 7 people will retweet. They're like, actually, we got that wrong. It's the opposite. Nobody cares about that one. It's the first one. You've got it in your mind. This is the person that's commenting on you. That, correctly, by the way, this is one of the great broadcasters ever. Because he is. Because he is. If there's a gold jacket for broadcasters, put him in one. Whatever color it is. Put him in it. All-timer. All-timer. If there's a Mount Rushmore, he's on it as far as I'm concerned. Right? I mean, one of the greats to ever do it. It's also 100% true that he's lost his fastball, but it's like you're not allowed to say it because he is one of the greats.
I think that's kind of where I'm at, and I don't even like being the guy to point it out, but you're not allowed to acknowledge it. So what do we do then exactly?
You have to play pretend.
I'm watching the game. We're all seeing the same thing. We can all hear it. We can all tell this was an amazing thing 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Go back and watch the Santana Moss against the Cowboys 2-touchdown game from 2004 for the Washington Redskins and his calls of the miracle on Monday night. And watch now. It's not the same broadcaster. But you're not allowed to say anything, or you're a jerk, or you're a bad guy. All I'm doing is calling balls and strikes. If I call a game, I would hope that people would say, dude, you sucked on this. We're allowed to do it with everybody else. People have no problem telling me what they think of Bob Carpenter or Kevin Franzen or Joe Beninati.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we do it with Al Michaels? And to some extent, I tread lightly because he is much older, and I don't like the idea of, like, ageist is the term or whatever, but, like, just – taking shots at the much older broadcaster. But I'm treating him like I would treat any other play-by-play person. Here's what I know. On Monday nights, we get Joe Buck. On Sunday nights, we get Mike Tirico. On Thursday nights, we get Al Michaels. Those are the three guys calling the three network-level games. Two of them are on top of their game doing an exceptional job and add to the telecast. The other one, time and again, makes the game worse for me. Makes it less enjoyable. I'm not allowed to say that? And I'm a jerk for doing so? We're all just supposed to just... and by the way, this is not a charity. This is $1 billion operation.
You just got the only...
I think he makes $15 million a year to do these games.
That was the point I was about to bring up, is that this is not some sort of Make-A-Wish charity type situation, right? It's the highest level we got, right? So it always drives me crazy when, I don't go down that road. I'll stick on this one. The idea that...
I just looked it up, by the way. Sorry to cut you off.
It's okay.
Al Michaels originally made about $15 million annually on a 3-year deal for Amazon Prime's Video Thursday Night, which equates to roughly $1 million per game. But the financial details of his new year-by-year agreement starting in 2025 have not been disclosed. So he was making $1 million a game. We now don't know what the new deal is, but I'm assuming
it's not less.
I don't think it go down.
Yeah,
I
bet you they re-upped after the success of it. Yeah, but I think you said it, and this is I get it. I've seen this enough times. We talked about this yesterday to a degree, where if somebody says something against the thing that you love, you cannot handle it. Cannot handle it. The hockey fans are calling for Ben McDonald's head, and he's got to explain himself. Same thing here, where somebody is not particularly good at this stage. He was one of the greats of all time. Not the same caliber now, and I think that's okay to say. Doesn't change his career. Nobody remembers that Willie Mays was a Met. You know what I mean? He's still one of the great baseball players of all time. We don't have to talk about the Met years as the entirety of his career. Michael Jordan, on bad knees, was still averaging 20 a game for the Wizards. Nobody thinks about his Wizards years when they talk about his greatness correctly. You know what I mean? This is okay. We don't have to remember this part. We can do all of the great stuff on his resume when, his time on this earth is over. We'll remember him correctly as one of the great broadcasters of all time. It's also okay to say now, not as good as he once was. That ain't crazy.
On Ben McDonald, who you just referenced, real quick for people that didn't see it. So he got into hot water. They're doing a rejoin, basically, a promo on ESPN. We talked about this on the show a couple of days ago. He's working with his buddy Kevin Brown, who he does O's games with. Kevin Brown knows he's not a big hockey fan, so he just did this promo for ESPN's hockey coverage, opening night coming up this week. And then he kind of puts a ball on a tee just as a joke for Ben McDonald, saying, hey, do you think Florida's going to three-peat this year in the NHL? Thinking McDonald will no-sell it and they'll move on. But he goes further. He not only makes it very clear he doesn't like hockey, but then he goes, I won't be watching 1 second of any of those games. And then Kevin Brown, to try to save him, because he just did a dumb thing that no broadcaster should do. This is a $1 billion TV deal for ESPN in the NHL. He's like, sure, you'll be watching. The games are on this network, Ben. We've got them all on ESPN, so we're all watching. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Ben McDonald, who's from Louisiana and eats crawdads and hunts and watches LSU baseball, was like, not me. I don't care. I'm not going to watch 1 second. Just kind of a funny thing. Hockey people got upset. But I tell you all this to say this. Did you watch it all yesterday? He made so many hockey references during the broadcast. There was someone put a compilation together. Very well done. So a catcher made a stop behind the plate on a bouncing ball. He's like, that was a heck of a butterfly save there. Very much subtle. Didn't take away from the game.
Good for you, Ben.
But I thought, he clearly, I think, either got a little help, because I don't think he's a hockey guy.
I don't think he is
or
either.
Just went, jotted a few down to use, but he worked them in. I thought it was actually a perfect jab back.
That's brilliant.
he wasn't going to make it about himself or kind of make this a story or go back at hockey people, but just to kind of say, I got you. He would go butterfly save or kick save there by the catcher. A couple of times, just a hockey term. They need a line change.
That forkball is like a forecheck in a way. Was it, Ben?
It was pretty well done. Yeah. All right, last one on broadcasters. So Mad Dog Russo sometimes has a tough time with names. The Yankees yesterday beat the Red Sox in a Game 3 to move on out of the wild card round. It's the first time in the history of baseball that we had 3 win or go home games in the postseason on the same day. The pitcher for the Yankees is this kid named, you got to be careful here.
Yes.
His name is
really enunciate this.
His name is Cam Schlittler. Okay, you can get in trouble on broadcast radio if you botch that one. That is Cam Schlittler. He is 24 years old, and he is electric. Yesterday, 12 strikeouts, 8 innings, one of the best outings by a rookie starter early in his career ever, pitched 14 times this year before the playoffs. Well, as you'd imagine, it's not as easy sometimes when our guy Mad Dog gets going, and he's trying to say names, speaking as fast as he does. We might have to blurt it out. I don't know. Here's Mad Dog.
Against the Red Sox to advance. Let me start here, and then we'll get into Schlichter, who obviously was Schlittler, who was just tremendous in the game.
Was he?
Schlichtler, nope. And then he came back with one that Darius had to bleep out. That was a hard T at the beginning of that.
Was Schlittler, who was just tremendous in the game.
You're going to have to go back to the well on that one. You got to be very, very careful with Schlittler.
Yes, you do. Especially if you're a guy like our boy Mad Dog, who scuffles. He put that one in the microphone glass and came up with something you can't
As a play-by-play guy, that would be really hard, though.
Yes, it would.
You can't, it's easy when we're having a conversation about the Yankees and we're going, Schlittler was really good last night. You could pause and kind of think it over and pace it out. I mean, there's times where you're Dave Jagler, you're on the call. Fastball, Schlittler's got him swinging. You're just mid-flow, man. At some point, you're going to have to operate with some pace. This is an offense that doesn't huddle.
This all happened fast and furious.
Cliff Kingsbury's calling the plays here.
The dangers on that. You guys heard the story by now. A kid from Massachusetts grew up in the shadow of Fenway Park, and pitching against the Red Sox in the postseason, throwing every other pitch at 100 miles an hour. Was just electric to send the Yankees to the divisional series. But yeah, that's the perfect thing. I want more of that somehow in Mad Dog's sphere. I just want to make him have to talk about difficult to pronounce things. I struggle, but I feel like it's funnier when he does.
All right, so we'll end the conversation on Al Michaels here. It's like this guy says, lighten up, Francis. Al Michaels isn't that bad. So what is the inference there? That I'm pacing around my house and then I won't be able to sleep tonight because I'm so bothered by his performance? Or am I just going, hey, at the highest level, this isn't good enough? That's too far. That means I've got to lighten up. So what is the alternative? What can I do? What's a reasonable amount of questioning the quality of the broadcast at this point?
I think his answer would be you don't get to question it. His answer is not that bad, is perfectly fine for one of the 3 primetime games we get per week.
But I think there's 2 types of people, right? There's a lot of people who don't care that much about what's being said on the broadcast or the quality of the performance of the broadcaster or the play-by-play call. I'm not one of those people. If you go to a movie and you just want to laugh a few times at a comedy, but you don't care about the actual film and any of the aesthetics and what the shots look like and the acting and the dialogue and the script and any of that, that's fine. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm the Academy giving out an award, but I'm not a director. When I watch a game, I care about that role. I care about that performance. I think there is a lot of us that are that way. Not everyone's watching and Kendrick Bourne catches a ball and it's a botched call and they don't notice it because the only thing they know is they're one step closer to their FanDuel parlay. There's a lot. I don't know how many, but don't you think there are plenty of people that care about otherwise, why is everyone always so negative about broadcasters on games if you don't care? I think there's a lot of people that notice when someone's not doing a very good job.
Totally. I am not one of those people generally. I'm usually not moved one way or the other by it. I get irritated at analysts more than I do some of the play-by-play guys. To me, it's background noise a lot of times, or I'll have it on quiet for a million reasons. So I don't care as much as some, but it doesn't mean I don't understand that a lot of people do.
But
do you know what I mean?
Let me ask you this about last night. Can you get through those calls without being distracted or noticing? The 2 that we played where he is just unaware of he's like, what is going on? Why was this 15-yard penalty assessed? Because it was a 13-yard completion and a 15-yard roughing. It's 28 yards. We're on to the next. Couldn't figure it out.
Yeah,
or the play at the goal
by
line. The fumble happened. The 49ers have the ball across midfield going to take their picture in the other end zone, and he's like, I think the ball's out.
Like he said at the same time the referee did. You know?
That's not at this. That's not. That hindered your experience zero?
Very little. Just because, again, the child is asleep not too far away and the volume's down low, so I actually didn't even notice it in real time.
But in
general,
I'm saying if you're watching the game at volume 17 and you're watching and listening and seeing everything, you wouldn't say that call ruined the experience for you by a little bit.
No, it's not ruined, but the point is I understand the angst. I understand the point that this is something we should take a lot more seriously, and you don't just get to do it because you were good that time. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of really, really good broadcasters that are not doing this primetime game. I know they don't have the name recognition that Al Michaels does, but the whole point is that everything matters or it doesn't, right? So for me, I'm going, that was pretty terrible, but the play happened, and I'm more marveling at what the defensive player did, and I'm not as concerned about the broadcast. But I fully understand that guys like you, guys like Darius, and millions of people are, I don't want to say obsessed because that's a negative connotation, but like very interested and care about that stuff a lot more than others, and I don't begrudge that.
Yeah, I think Dad is a good one to bring in because he's got some of that broadcast nerdery like me. He can also straddle the fence and I think live the Danny Rouillet life a little bit too. Where were you on last night, Darius, with Al Michaels?
I think that having a broadcaster stumble that way is definitely unfortunate. I love Al Michaels, but at the end of the day, I think you have to realize when it's not as good as it used to be. And this is where we are with Al Michaels. And I love the guy, but I just don't know how much longer he's going to be giving us this kind of content on the air.
I didn't realize either until I looked up his contract, this whole year-to-year thing.
Uh-huh.
You heard what I read, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's unknown now exactly what he's making as he's gone year-to-year. He's always, it sounds like, done multi-year deals. He originally signed the 3-year deal with Prime, so that is interesting to me as well, that you're kind of in a mode now. And by the way, when he hangs up the microphone, he should be honored in an unbelievably
100%,
fun,
man.
big way. This is one of the most important sports broadcasters in the history of American sport. I've read his biography. I love Al Michaels as much as the next guy. I mean, I think he called Reds games when he was like 23 years old or something crazy. Like, this dude's been at it for
legendary career,
60 years almost.
Yeah.
It's amazing. But the idea that you don't get to comment on anything, the same way you would with any other broadcaster, if Kevin Kugler does something, or if Ryan Radke does something, or some other guy, it goes viral on awful announcing. But if Al Michaels does it, he's just a sacred lamb. We
Sacred
can't say
cow.
anything.
No one says a word.
Come on, man. I don't know. I don't know if that's the way it should work. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, the run game. Cliff Kingsbury's got it cooking with this contribution by committee thing. Is this a situation where he shouldn't tweak anything because it's working, or should they try to find a higher ceiling by maybe giving somebody the ball more, riding the hot hand? You had Chris Rodriguez rip off a long run and then go a long time without another carry. You have Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt averaging 6 a pop, and he's getting 6 or 7 carries a week. That's next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. A busy weekend of football will start on Friday Night Lights tonight. The Nova High School football preview is presented by Northern Virginia Community College. Both teams ranked in the top 25 by MaxPreps. Number 25 Westfield going on the roads to take on number 14 Lake Braddock. Westfield is 3-1 on the season, coming off a bye week. Their last game they lost to Washington Liberty a couple of weeks ago, 14-13. Lake Braddock also 3-1 on the season. Last week they beat Robinson 34-7. Nova helps your student earn a degree, start a career, save on tuition, and make you proud. Northern Virginia Community College. Stop at nothing. Get started at go.nvcc.edu. College football tomorrow. Virginia Tech and Wake Forest at 1 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. And Maryland taking on Washington at home tomorrow at 3:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. For the Burgundy and Gold, the Commanders out in L.A. to take on the Chargers on Sunday. We'll have pregame coverage at 2 o'clock with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Postgame with myself and Doc Walker after the game. The Commanders are going to be without 3 players that didn't make the trip. Wide receivers Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown, as well as Sam Cosme. Dan Quinn, after practice today, said everyone else is going to be good to go except for those 3 that didn't make the trip. Jaden Daniels going to start on Sunday wearing that knee brace. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back to Public Bar in D.C. in DuPont. Grant and Danny with you over in Northwest on 18th Street. We're here for another hour, so come on out. We're here until 6:30 on the Fan, looking ahead to a juicy weekend in football. We'll look at all the big matchups at each the college and NFL levels before we get out of here over the next 60. But we got to get to a couple of the things Dan Quinn had to say in his press conference today. We can go through these right now. First and foremost, it is official. Jaden Daniels will start on Sunday. I don't know how telling that is, Danny. We've all assumed since really the Rappaport report on Sunday that he was going to go. Rap sheet came out. NFL Network said that there was a workout on Saturday. He made some major strides. This was going back to last weekend, and that all systems would be go this week at practice. When he didn't miss any time at practice, I thought it was a formality, but it's official. Jaden Daniels will start, and here's what's interesting. Quinn actually did confirm he is going to be mandated by doctors, I guess, the training staff, to wear that big, bulky brace that he practiced in today. So Daniels at the podium this week said he wasn't willing to answer the question, didn't really know. He said it'll be up to the doctors, haven't made that decision yet. Quinn says he will be wearing that big old brace.
Yeah. Oh, so now we enter into the territory again. What exactly does that mean? It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, depends on who you are. It's extra precaution, or it's because there's something that's not quite right there. He's not wearing a brace on his left ear or his left foot, or his ankle isn't extra wrapped. It's that knee brace, which tells you that it's because of something. Again, it's up to interpretation.
Well, it's not like he didn't just have an injury, right?
No, he did. But
we know that it was because of something.
Right. So, but does that mean he's himself and he's wearing a knee brace in addition to that, or is it like last year where he wasn't quite himself and he's getting wrapped up on the sideline like a mummy during every timeout because his rib was broken and he wasn't quite himself? I don't know, man, but we'll see what he looks like on Sunday. I really don't know what to expect. I'm hoping it's just the only hindrance itself is the brace, and it's just there for precaution.
So that's the bad news. The good news is Deebo Samuel was full go at practice today out in L.A. The heel, whatever this injury that he was dealing with for a couple days was, is no longer a problem. So he is expected to not only play but be at full strength, and there's no real concerns about his health. So that's a huge deal because you don't have McLaurin, you don't have Noah Brown. We've already talked about the fact that the wide receiver position is thinning for them, and the offense goes through Deebo. He's become a pertinent member of this offense. Frankly, a scarily important, a vital in a way that's uncomfortable for a guy with a long injury history. Not having him would feel like a devastating blow. I don't even want to think about that. My guess is, again, he won't return kicks. And I've said throughout the year, I know why they have him returning kicks. He's been great. He's number 1 in the NFL at kick returns. Number 2 is Luke McCaffrey, though. McCaffrey last week returned more yards worth of kicks, 199, than anybody for Washington since 2010, Brandon Banks. A lot of that had to do with how many returns he had. But he was also very effective at one of over 50 yards, as an example. So I think you let Luke return kicks. You keep Deebo on the sideline on special teams because you need him on the field at wide receiver as often as possible.
I'm with you. Yeah, the offense, especially this week. I'd like to see what it would look like if you had a fully armed and operational Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown for more than a quarter or something like that, and you had all your options available, make everybody cover everything. What things would look like with Deebo Samuel. But early on, it's been Deebo early, Deebo middle, and Deebo late, and he's returning kicks at a highly effective rate, kind of to your point. So, yeah, I mean, I'd expect a heavy dosage of him this weekend, right? You'd have to. He's been their most effective playmaker.
All right, let's hear from Dan Quinn, going through some of these particulars, get the word from him. He named the captain for Sunday and recapped what has been a quirky week of practices. They decided to go out to L.A. a little early. We asked Jay Gruden about this in his Monday appointment. He said he was a big fan of just staying at his own facility, leaving as late as possible. That way it didn't affect your entire week, your workload leading up to the game. Quinn did it the opposite way, though. They went out there on Thursday night so that they could get a full Friday practice in, and then they'll have their walkthrough in L.A. tomorrow, try to adjust to the time difference. Here's what he had to say.
I'll give you some captains as we're heading into the game. So 3 guys, heavy hitters for us and all making their impact. So on offense, it'd be Deebo. On defense, it'd be J.K. And on special teams, it'd be J-Mac. So 3 real guys, man, that were pumped, and we hit on the competitiveness all week, and they certainly fit to that. So hit to the team all week, complimentary ball. I thought through a good week, and today was the culmination of that. Make sure we could hit all the spots that we wanted to hit, and so we're ready to get rocking. So glad to.
That was Dan Quinn from practice today. This was Quinn saying Jaden Daniels would play and talking a little bit more about the ramp-up they put him through this week to make sure he was right.
Thought he threw a great week. I'd kind of mentioned I thought he really, put in the week over the last, put in the time over the last few weeks to get himself to really push it, and all the way even up to now post-practice, to get an extra couple small tweaks in to get exactly aligned like we want to. But he threw a good week, John.
And then lastly, here's where the knee brace was asked about and came up, and he confirmed that he will have to wear one, and that could, obviously this is me editorializing, but lead to him just being a little stiffer and having a different gait than normal.
I felt good. I had fresh eyes for all the days and all the things, but I felt good going into it based on what I saw from, towards the end of last week. So I was optimistic.
Is that the brace he's going to wear that he was wearing today?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not small.
Nope, it's bulky.
But I think look, all I got is, like everybody else, the videos we see of practice. He can move. I always worry about the sliding, the bending, the getting down, just the awkward athletic stuff when you have a brace that makes you slightly less athletic. That's always going to be a concern in the back of my head. But I'm still taking the over 7.5 carries. I'll bet you it's 8 or 9 runs and he has over 50 rushing yards. Like, if I have to guess, I don't think he's going to be some pocket passing statue because he's wearing a knee brace. And if that was the case, then they shouldn't play him, and it's a mistake to put him out there. I don't think they would, so I got to bet on him being Jaden Daniels.
So to me, I'm trying to find a way to quantify my nervousness about it. If, let's say for the sake of argument, at Madden rating style, his speed was in Madden terms was probably what, an 85, 86, right? That's I think it's a decent way to put it. You think of like some of the fastest guys when they're really going, Tyreek Hill or Devin Achane or something. Let's say they're 99, 100. With that brace on, what's the loss in rating? What's the loss in quickness? What's the loss in explosion? Because it's a unit, but how much is it?
-5 on everything?
Is it -5? Is it -12? Is it -3? Is it, certain faders are lower? And that's kind of my own point here. And then it's almost self-defeating in the sense that part of his ability to protect himself is the ability to get away, the ability to contort and maneuver and get in some semi-awkward spots to break that tackle or, get out of the grasp of a defender, et cetera. Does he lose that ability now? So does he take an extra hit because of it? All these variables are sprinting through my mind as I, again, have a little bit of PTSD when it comes to quarterbacks and knee braces here in this market. But, yeah, I mean, the hope is that he's, not compromised, this is precautionary, and he can still do all the things because the opportunity is there. The point we've been driving home all show against this Chargers defense and quarterbacks running the football. They don't mind giving that up, it seems.
No, they don't. All right, on Cliff Kingsbury, I teased this. I want to get to this. So the running game has been effective. They are running the ball really, really well. If you look at the numbers right now on offense in the NFL for rushing yards per play, the Commanders come in number 4 in the NFL at 4.98. In fact, when you look at each individual rusher, McNichols, because he only has a few carries and one of them was a 60-yarder, has a ton of yards per carry. I separate him a little bit. It's a little bit quirky. But both Rodriguez and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt have been immensely effective and have done a really good job in 2 games for Rodriguez, in 4 games for Bill. It's working. I'm not saying it isn't. And so whenever I bring up the idea of doing something different, everyone goes, no, just let it ride. Nobody's gotten hurt. Everyone is going to last the whole season doing it this way. This could be the right way to do it. And I'm open to that possibility. I'm not screaming into a megaphone about this. But it is my nature. And I'll go down with this ship. Like, I'll be loud wrong occasionally on this. My way of balance is the Mike Leach way of balance of just divvying up touches to my best players. And when I have exceptional athletes, getting the ball in their hands. I have put Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt into that category beyond the players at his position. And so while, yes, Chris Rodriguez had that 48-yard run that was awesome, I wonder what would that run have been with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. It was a really good play by Rodriguez, who I like a lot and have advocated for a few years. But it was a pretty much well-blocked, schemed-up, nice, patient, follow-your-blocks assignment kind of run. Could it have been 50 with Krosky-Merritt? Could he have bounced it back to the open field and hit a homer? I don't know. I just want to see more of him. Are you of the belief, Danny, that they should just not try to tweak something that has been effective for them, or are you willing to see more JCM? Let's get into that next. I want to hear what you think, and we'll take your calls on that as well. 800-636-1067. They're the number 4 rushing team in terms of yards per run in the NFL. Stick with what you're doing because the plan's working, or more Bill? Which side are you on? This is the Fan. Hey, it's GP. FanDuel's an official sports book of the Fan. You ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel's got a boost for you that you don't want to miss. It's called Boostin' with the Boys. It's giving everybody a college football profit boost every single week. Here's how it works. Each week, FanDuel's going to give everyone a profit boost to use on college football. This is not an opt-in gymnastics exercise. There's no invite-only stuff. Everybody gets the boost. They're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy, it's super fun, and it's only on FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP, FanDuel.com/GP to download the app. Check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer and get in on the action, FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required, bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, they've all been playing at a high level. Bill is exciting being a young guy. I think the sky's the limit for him as he continues to improve without the football. And then Chris is doing great things. When he touches it, you saw J-Mac against the Raiders had the huge run, and he's steady as they come. So I really like the three-man rotation we have going, and then we'll kind of see who gets hot as the season goes and where injuries take us and play it from there.
Cliff Kingsbury talking about his running back pecking order and the success Washington has had as a top 5 running team on the ground. They may meet their match this weekend with the Chargers. Welcome back to Public Bar in DuPont in D.C. G&D out and about on a Friday field trip and a football Friday on the Fan. All of our pigskin conversation comes your way via Paramount Plus. You can't count much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I understand any kind of nerves people would have about tinkering with the running game when it's working. Here's how I liken this too. You and I are on this co-pair program where we're losing weight.
Uh-huh.
I'm down 36 pounds. You look really good. You're in great shape. You're very slender now. You're very muscular. You're doing very well for yourself.
Well, thank you.
If I have a week where I lose a few pounds, I could tell myself, I'll just do everything the exact same next week because I lost a few pounds. But if I know, well, I didn't work out that day, or I didn't go for a walk, didn't get my 10,000 steps that day, I could still do more. I could still try to lean into the things that I think were the reason for my success, knowing it wasn't a perfect week. That's how I view this running game. I'm willing to acknowledge to everybody, yeah, this is working.
Yeah, they lost 5 pounds. They could have lost 7.
Right. What if, though, the 15-yard run was 22 because their best running back had the ball? I want to see what it looks like when Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt gets 17 carries. That's what I want to see. My guess is he's going to wear a team down with his physicality. He's going to turn a couple of 10s into 25s, and you're going to be more dangerous as an offense if he gets 14, 15, 16 touches. Now, someone might say, how do you know he could stay healthy for a full year doing that every week? And I don't. I can't promise you that would be the case. But I'm also not condoning you have to do that every single week. I'm saying right now they're in a place with their weaponry and some of the guys missing where I think they need to lean into any explosiveness they have, enter that guy.
I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth in 50 different ways here and contradict myself probably 6 times and argue with myself and then probably still somehow lose. So bear with me. I'm pretty sure they don't trust him in the pass game in a number of ways just yet. That's a huge factor for me. So I need, if he's going to be on the field, the full playbook armed and operational. I need the defense not to have any idea what's coming still. And they're spoon-feeding him. He's getting more and more looks. Had a couple nice receptions this past week for double-digit yards, but nothing crazy. So I need to be able to trust him in pass pro before anything else happens. And I don't think they do, which means I don't yet either. That's number one. Number two, when I come in here on a Monday morning screaming at Scott Turner or any Jag offensive coordinator that shouldn't have the gig, when the offense stinks and the best players don't have the ball, I can't handle that. When the offense doesn't stink, I kind of don't really care where it goes. It can go to Chris Moore as long as it works. Now, it didn't work last week when he dropped the pass. But you know what I mean? Like, if the ball's moving and points are scored, first downs happen, I don't really get too upset about it in general in that regard. The third point, which is going to contradict the first two, is if they asked me for my advice, I would go, yeah, I would turn the fader up on him right now. I would have more carries, more touches, more in your design. Even if you don't trust him to do all 700 pages of Al Saunders' playbook, find a way to trust him to do 100. You know what I mean? Find stuff, if you have to invent it on the fly, write on a cocktail napkin, figure out a way to have that guy get the football, because the last point you made to me is the best one, Grant. They don't have any other options right now that are worth a damn. Deebo Samuel's good. That's the list. Ertz is not dynamic. He's good for what he is, which is 8 yards, catch and fall.
The word is
he's dynamic.
They don't have a dynamicism, they don't have weapons that are scary. They don't have an explosiveness is maybe the best word. The guy that can turn the 10-yard throw into an 80-yard touchdown, I don't know if that player's on the team. I think Deebo could probably do that if you caught him. Perfect ball placement, perfect defense where he's catching a crosser like old Odell Beckham Jr. stuff. But I don't know. I've seen him get hawked and run down from behind on a kick return. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's still got that in him or not. He's awesome. I love him. But I don't know if he's a 75, 80-yard home run hitter. I don't even know if Bill's that guy. We haven't really seen him in the open field. It's not like he's a 4.29 40 guy or something. But I do think when you lack explosivity like they do, that explosiveness needs to then be basically whatever you find, you need to tap into it as often as you can. And there's only a couple guys in this offense that I think give them that right now. That's all. I also like Rodriguez. I think there's a role for him. I'm using him. It's not like this is some demotion. By the way, that guy wasn't active for the first 2 games of the season. I would have had him.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that.
But is there 4 or 5 or 6 carries for him, like has been the case for the most part? Sure. I'm probably going to run it a little bit more than they have, and that's where some of the carries are going to come from. And it's not like I'm not, my uncle from 1993 asking for 30 carries either. We're talking about this guy in week 1 had 10, and he hasn't sniffed that since. Let's do that again. Let's get him back. Some of that is converting third downs and running a lot of plays, but 10 to 12, 14 carries, that's not a big ask for a guy who's averaging 6 a pop. And by the analytical metrics at the position, like rushing yards over expected, forced tackles missed, those types of things, EPA per play, he's one of the best running backs in the league. He's a top 5 running back in a lot of these areas. I just want to see what it looks like with more work. I don't think that's crazy.
No, it's not at all.
And I get the pass pro thing because it is a reality that they don't trust him. I would need to talk to Cliff about this so he could tell me why I'm dumb. I don't believe that A doesn't equal B, like that those things are are mutually binding. I think both can be true, that you can get him on the field plenty of snaps without it becoming a liability, and also it's not a tell every time he's out there. Teams do it all the time with young running backs. They do. They figure that out. They're not the first team to not trust a running back in pass pro.
No, totally. Yeah, and I said that there are covers for it. There are ways around it. But you've heard Cliff mention this specifically. It's away from the ball. It's like a shooting guard or a guard that's played point his entire life, learning to play a shooting guard. How do you play off the ball? And that's kind of what Kingsbury's talking about here.
Well, he definitely – we talked about it all week. I brought it up a few times. He 100% does not trust him in pass protection based on the subtle comments he's made.
Without a doubt. So I think at some point that needs to, you got to have some trial by fire. You got to, throw him out there and have him actually improve at it. I know, at certain point, I'm sure he's working hard behind the scenes, and that's not a skill set he probably came into the NFL with, only having played 1 game last year because the NCAA stinks. I'm sure didn't help him develop in that regard either. But yeah, there's got to be that fix. And I think the other point that you made that's a good one is, we don't know if he's going to hold up. He hasn't taken a lot of the bumps and the bruises. He's had a couple different things that have kept him out of practice once. Then in the training camp, he was slowed down a couple times. I wouldn't shoot for the full, 14, 15 carry or touch threshold just yet. I would treat him like an Austin Eckler 2.0, where I would go 10 total touches for him is kind of my soft cap. And if he's rolling in a game where we got to have it, sure, he goes to 12. I'm not going to put myself in prison for that, but that's kind of where I would shoot for now, just see how he handles that and how he bounces back and if I can keep him healthy.
When he was on the show with us, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt talked about pass protection and what kind of work he's putting in. He comes on every Tuesday, by the way, at 5 p.m., so if you haven't heard those segments, he's pretty personable and entertaining, funny young guy, and has been a lot of fun to have on. But we asked him about getting better in that area, and he was, I thought, pointed about the fact that it's so much more as a running back than just carrying the football. Because also when you've done it your whole life, that's the thing that comes super easy. And I think he knows that's the separation for him right now between being able to get on the field consistently and get more snaps, and the snaps lead to the more carries, and where he is just that trust. That Cliff Kingsbury just needs to know when I put you out there, you're going to hold up against that blitzing linebacker. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, who's feeling the heat? And our Commanders Spotlight, plus our final predictions as we take you up to 6:30. We're in the city today, out and about. We are out of the studio in DuPont at Public Bar. Come hang with us on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside, iced teas and lemonades with vodka. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers on Sunday. 4:25 kickoff for the Commanders. They're going to be without the three guys that didn't make the trip, wide receivers Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown, as well as offensive guard Sam Cosmi. Dan Quinn said after practice, everyone should be good to go except for those three. Jaden Daniels going to make the start for Washington and will wear the knee brace he's worn at practice the last couple of days. For the Chargers, they're going to be without their offensive tackle Joe Alt, dealing with the high ankle sprain, and wide receiver Darius Davis. Other injuries around the league, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson out for Sunday's matchup against the Texans as they look to avoid a 1-4 start. Cooper Rush gets the start for Baltimore. The Buccaneers have ruled out running back Bucky Irving, and the Panthers have ruled out running back Chuba Hubbard. He's not expected to play on Sunday. College football tomorrow, Virginia Tech and Wake Forest. Kicks off at 1 o'clock at Lane Stadium. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. From Maryland, they're taking on Washington at home. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 kickoff at 3:30. Playoff baseball tomorrow, Cubs and Brewers game 1 at 2 o'clock. Dodgers and Phillies game 1, 6:30. ALDS games, Yankees and Blue Jays at 4 o'clock, and Tigers and Mariners at 8:30. Heading to the tailgate or watch party, bring Surfside iced teas and lemonades with vodka. Real brewed tea, real vodka, smooth, refreshing, and perfect for game day. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We made our running back question, our Grant and Danny poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long-distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. You can vote on the 106.7 The Fan X page now. Are you satisfied with the Commanders' run game being running back by committee, which is working, or do you want to see more Ja'Cory Krosky merit as well as he's played? 77% of people want more Bill.
They want more Bill.
23% say running back by committee. Appreciate everybody who voted. That was our poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com. Danny, do you know that Sean Alexander, the former NFL running back, a former MVP, who frankly, just based on age, I'm going to say Ryan and Toby both casually hibernate.
No, you talking about former Redskins great, Sean Alexander?
That was a Redskins great in
Yeah,
2008.
thank you.
You know that he still lives, I believe, in Ashburn or somewhere out there, Leesburg or Purcellville or whatever. He came here at the end of his career for 4 games in 2008 as a 31-year-old. Must have really liked it because I'm pretty sure they still live here.
That's crazy.
I don't know if it's a one-house, one full-time living situation or if they got a couple spots in a couple locations. But regardless, he's 48 years old. He and his wife have a lot of kids. Here's how many. I'm going to go full LeBron. Not 4.
Okay.
Not 5.
Okay.
Not 6. Like we're getting into Phillip Rivers, Tyreek Hill numbers
now
here.
it's a lot.
Not 7. Not 8. Not 9. Phillip Rivers is going to have to get back to work.
What?
Not 10. Not 11.
What are you talking about?
Not 12.
Is this real?
Not 13. Sean Alexander and his wife are about to welcome their 14th child.
Okay. Feels like 1 for every fantasy touchdown he got for a lot of people.
Now, you were blessed and so happy about having a 3rd child, but also there was a lot of like consternation about how maybe 3 is too many.
Yeah, and I'm too old for that.
Understood.
Yeah, but he's a little bit older than me doing it.
But 14. Now, here's what I'm going to give him credit. When you made all the money, millions and millions of dollars, you can kind of have as many kids as you want. There's no real financial element to it.
Oh, yeah, that's not as much a concern there, I'd say.
Like, for me, 4 is a really good number. We had 4. That's a lot.
4 is a lot.
Everyone's like, you got to go for your starting 5. And I'm like, no, I don't.
I don't have to do that.
What if I
Strange
just
person.
didn't? What if I rounded out the starting 5? Huh?
Yeah,
What if
that's right.
I played center and we worked the ball from the post to the perimeter?
Go full player coach on that thing.
But the reason I bring this up is, for me, the line of what is like, that's a big family to, that's too many for me, was always like, in my mind, it was like 4 to 5.
Like the sitcom, which you sleep on, you have no file, called Just the 10 of Us. The whole point was that it was absolute chaos for the Lubbocks. And there weren't 10 kids. You know what I mean? Like there were 8 kids at this house.
Was it that?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
the mom and dad and 8 kids. It was like, you can't imagine the chaos.
So everyone has that family. For us, it was the Gray family. That was the name. And I was buddies with a lot of them, and still, don't keep up with them, but if I bumped into them at the gas station back home or something, have a nice conversation. But where you get to a point where I think they had 9 maybe, where it's like they're that family.
Yep.
Now you need the passenger van. Now when you see someone, it's like, oh, the Grays, or whoever the family is, and they've got all the kids. You know what I'm saying? What is that number? And maybe it's a different answer than what is the between, like, if we're doing an over-under, if you throw for 4 touchdowns in a game, it's a really good day. If you throw for 5, it's a career game. I think 4.5 is kind of that threshold.
Right.
What is the threshold for kids where you kind of jump the shark to, all right, this is getting crazy?
This is now nuts. Yeah, I mean, my good friend, Little League teammate Dan Boyle was one of 13.
13.
The good Dr. Boyle and
that,
his wife had
Because
13.
people will sometimes say, like, oh, my grandma was. There was an era where that was kind of a thing.
This is what you did. Yeah, I mean, there were no choices.
But Dan Boyle was not in that era, I don't think.
No, the good doctor and his lovely wife, they're just full Bob Senley the whole time. So it was always so funny when days that Dr. Boyle couldn't come to pick up Dan for practice, and like a different man would come. Like, Dan, who's that? That's one of my older brothers. Like they're to us, they're adults, but like they were in their 20s.
Well, how did they have so many kids?
What do you think, man?
Well, I've been trying to figure out, where do these kids come from?
I don't know. Yeah. They were still very much in love. I think sometimes things happen.
So what's your answer, though? What's the number? Like, if you were to say from this number to this number is like, all right, you should probably.
From 2 to 3.
From 2 to you have 3.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when it becomes too chaotic. No, in all sincerity, when it becomes so good friends of ours are also expecting their 4th, just like you guys just did, and like their oldest I think is like 10 or 11, and you just kind of go, they're so good at not being bothered. Whereas I'm not good at not being bothered.
Who
I
is
get
they?
bothered.
The kid, you mean?
Yeah, no,
The
so the
10-year-old?
adults. The adults. They're
Okay.
like, it's gonna be a little bit of chaos. All right, whatever, that's fine. Like you know what I mean? So if you can do that, then you can do 4. To me, once you've gone,
what about 14?
That's so many. You got both extra points in there. Man, that's a lot. That's so many. Yeah, to me, like that 5 range where you just kind of go, what?
I think also if you get to 14, it's pretty clear, without getting too deep into your business here, Sean Alexander, that it's not like you're going to throw up a stop sign at some point. You would have done that already. So 15 is possible.
Right.
16 is on the – now it's just
so
about –
after 10, it's like, okay, that's enough.
I think it's now – this is just Mother Nature's decision as to when we stop having kids, right?
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
if you're at 14, he might have 17.
Yeah, if he's leaving up the chance, I think chances are pretty good.
Right. It sounds like that's what's happening,
It
doesn't
does sound like that, yes.
14 is so many. But if you had his money, 14 is doable for you.
It'd be easier. Yeah, like 14 to be easier for him than it is for
Would you have 14 kids?
No.
No, okay.
No, I would not. No, I would not. I've shut off that valve. If that's what you're asking.
Well, I don't mean yes. In your world, you have done that.
Right. But in this world where I've got Sean Alexander's money.
Yes.
We're still not doing 14, man.
Okay. Maybe like 9, maybe 12.
No, it's just something like a crazy number, like 3.
That's a lot of kids.
14, man.
And this is not your. I'm trying to think of who the player was. Was it
Antonio Cromartie?
That's who it was. Thank you. Antonio Cromartie could not name all of his kids on Hard Knocks. Where they're just going, can you name all your kids? It was so embarrassing actually for him because he's like, oh, I got it's like pets or turtles or
Right.
something. Like
Yeah.
if you scoop up,
I have 12 parakeets. What are their names? Yeah.
it's like I got Stu, and he just couldn't. And I don't know if they were all from the same marriage or what. In this case, Sean Alexander and his wife. It's not like 6 women. This is
just
the
them.
couple. This is the family, man. They have 14
Yeah,
children.
Matt Damon and Good Will Hunting is like Maki, Ricky, Danny, Timmy, Tommy, Philly. That's
Get to your NFL Week 5 games and take a look at who is feeling the heat. I'm going to start pressure on quarterback Jake Browning of the Cincinnati Bengals. He played really poorly in primetime with everybody watching this past week. I don't think this is a Jake Browning issue, but it is odd to me that the Bengals are just going to watch their season go up in smoke with Browning at quarterback, if that's what it comes to. Joe Burrow gets hurt. They said, we're fine. We got a backup we really trust. They're not shopping. They're not looking for trading anybody. They got Jake Browning. Well, after starting the season 2-0, Without Burrow now, they've lost by 38 and 25 points. Are you sure you don't want to kick the tires on a veteran QB that might be able to do a little more? There is some pressure. They're playing the Lions. Jake Browning's got to look a lot better. They got to compete, or else I would absolutely start making some phone calls Monday or Tuesday next week to get some competition in at quarterback.
One game, couple hot seats to talk about. People who are feeling the heat. Mike McDaniel, the Dolphins, right? They're struggling. They had their best effort, I thought, against a Bills team that's outclassed them by leaps and bounds, but they got their first win this past week. They go on the road now to play a Carolina team that is also struggling. They got one dominant win on the resume. Other than that, they've been non-competitive. So to me, it's Bryce Young. At some point, we need more of what we saw in the second half of last year. To his credit, after the benching, he responded really well. Has not been the case this year. A chance to get right against a pretty beleaguered Miami team.
How about Matt Eberflus, the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys? Eberflus was the head coach of the Bears, got fired. They went and hired Ben Johnson. Now Eberflus is running Dallas's defense, and it has been a struggle. I'm not saying it's all his fault. Some of this is personnel. But 29th in yards per play, 30th against the run, 30th against the pass. Look at Dallas's games so far this season. They gave up 24 in a loss to Philly, 37 in a win against the Giants. Then they gave up 31 in a loss to the Bears and 40 in a tie to Green Bay. They're giving up 30-plus points per game. If you can't have a better game against a quarterback you know intrinsically because you coached him in Justin Fields, you know all of his flaws, what he does well, what he doesn't. They were together in Chicago. He was your starter. If you can't have a better game against a Jets offense, that is bad, by the way, and Braylon Allen's out for several weeks, then they're just not going to have one in the first half of this season. So Eberflus, I don't know if his job's on the line. I don't follow the Cowboys media and reports close enough. I know that if they stink it up against the Jets, people should be talking about why, as a coordinator, they can't get off the field and they're giving up 30 every time you turn around.
Are the Houston Texans really going to be 1-4, C.J. Stroud? When you looked at the schedule to start the year, you went, a couple tough games out of the gate, right? Where you have a one-score game against the Rams in week 1. You lose by a point to the Miracle Bucks. Jacksonville's better than we thought. They won a slugfest with you. You got right against the garbage Tennessee team, but you saw this Ravens game on the schedule. At Baltimore, you went, oh, crap. Well, this is going to be a tough one before the bye week. You'll never have a better time in the history of the Baltimore Ravens to play the Baltimore Ravens. This is the greatest week ever. No Lamar Jackson. 7 other starters are out, gone, done. No chance that they're playing. Are you really going to be 1-4? At one point, you were in everybody's top 6, top 7, top 8, top 10, whatever. Hadn't been the case for a little while. What a great chance to cement something and give yourself a chance at having a season if you win this weekend.
I don't think there's heat in the sense of this guy's in trouble. I think there's some pressure in the sense of you realize you're one really good performance away from the conversation about you being really positive and really different. Drake May in New England. They're playing the Bills on the road. That's a tough environment. This is the opposite of playing in the Chargers stadium indoors on carpet in SoFi. New England 2-2 going to 4-0 Buffalo at Orchard Park. If Drake May can go out there, you know they're going to be pressuring the quarterback. You know they can generate takeaways. He can play well, protect the football, and help New England steal a win. They're heavy underdogs. They're going to be 3-2, and everyone's going to be talking about his ascension and how quickly he's become a franchise guy. But that's a big 4 quarters and a big performance still needed to get there. But I think there's some heat pressure on him showing he could do it against a really good team too. I don't need you to just show out against the Panthers when we hang 40. We're playing the Bills. We're playing good defenses. Let's be a star. Chance to do it again for him.
Bo Nix, Denver Broncos. Tough matchup this week. You got to play Philadelphia. They're really good. We all know the story, but you guys are supposed to be pretty good too. I thought we were in the trust tree with the nest. Are we not? The odds are they're your basic white cotton underpants. Maybe it's something exotic. Maybe it's a thong. What are you doing, buddy? Why the turnovers? What's going on there? Where's my excellent play? Remember, this was supposed to be kind of an ascension year because you played so well as a rookie. If it wasn't for Jaden Daniels, people would have talked about you way more than they did. But Jaden Daniels exists, so they didn't. This was supposed to be your chance to kind of cement it. Everyone picked you guys to be the team that maybe dethroned the Kansas City Chiefs. You're going to be 2-3, traveling to Philadelphia? Where's my excellent play? Why don't you do that?
Who is feeling the heat on Grant and Danny ahead of another slate of NFL games? Let's get you to the Commanders and the Chargers one final time. Our predictions loom, but it is time for our player to lock in on. This is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. Visit Baldinos.com. The Chargers favored at home over the Commanders. Washington going cross country. Got their practice in at USC's facility today. Jaden Daniels is in. Will play with the knee brace. Deebo Samuel is in. No Terry McLaurin. Who you locking in on?
It's cheap because he's the most important player the franchise has, but it is Jaden Daniels, and you mentioned why. Coming back from injury, hadn't been himself through a couple games, and then he got hurt, didn't have all the time on the grass, all the practice time with his mates, has not gotten off to the Jaden Daniels start, has not been Superman yet, and he will wear a brace on Sunday. All eyes will be on it. How does he move around? How does he look? Is he explosive? Is he quick? Is he fluid? Can he change directions? Can he do the Jaden Daniels things? If he does, you've got a puncher's chance, a fighting chance to beat a team that's walking wounded in their own right, talking about the Chargers. Jaden Daniels is my guy to lock in on. It's easy. You could do the quarterback every week, but I think this week it is especially on point.
Mike Sanders still is my answer. I want Mikey to get it going. Turn the clocks back to last year. Through 4 games, he's given up 16 catches for 227 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's the second most yards among slot corners in the NFL. Giant slot cornerback Andrew Phillips has given up just 3 more yards in coverage than Sanders still has, but it's on 8 more receptions. So there's been more explosives against Sanders still. Last season, he faced the 4th most targets and allowed the 6th most yards in coverage. But it looked different, didn't it? He made plays. He was tighter in coverage. There were PBUs. I love Mikey. I think he's going to be a captain for a long time, and he's one of these guys that I say all the time, super mature at a very young age. I'll get my kid his jersey and feel great about the purchase. But he's been back in the nickel where they think naturally he plays and is going to have a great career. In the slot on 60% of snaps this season. He was out wide at corner 83% of the time last year. And the transition has not gone as smoothly as they anticipated. I think this is a tough matchup. You're talking about Ladd McConkey, who can work you. Keenan Allen's going to play in the slot. Quentin Johnston occasionally goes inside. You're going to see 3 different guys who are heavily targeted that are very, very different. This is not a very friendly matchup. I am interested to see how this goes for Sanders still. One other guy I wanted to mention, because we haven't all week, is Benjamin St-Juste. You know he plays for the Chargers, right?
Oh, yeah.
We get to see the former Commanders great.
BSJ.
Benjamin St-Juste. He is a outside boundary corner for them who plays a good bit, actually. He's not a starter, per se, in like 11 personnel, but I think we might see him on the field. I would be curious to see if Cliff, or they try to do anything where he's out there and they know he gets a little handsy.
I know you. Yeah.
Like what if they run a double move or something with Jalen Lane to try to, if they can get that matchup with some speed down the field? That's a matchup I would take.
Certainly a good idea, and of course he'll be excited about the team that said no thank you for his services. But yeah, that's an interesting one.
Prediction, final score, MVP. How's it going down?
30-21. Darren Haynes stole my score. I think the Chargers win this one. A late score makes it look closer than it was. It'll be like the Green Bay game. Washington's pass rush will have an opportunity to get to Justin Herbert a few times. There will still be plenty of times when the ball's in the air, and when it's in the air, it will be a disaster for Washington. They cannot cover. They couldn't cover Atlanta. This is a much better, higher-level receiving group. They are going to torch this Washington secondary, which is terrible. It starts with Lattimore, it's middle with Lattimore, and it kind of ends with Lattimore as well. 30-21. Daniels does fine in his return. Better days ahead in that regard for him and the offense, but they're too limited in that regard. They can't stay on the field for long enough, mostly because this defense cannot make a play. Even if the pass rush gets home a couple times, it won't be enough unless there's a whole bunch of turnovers, which I don't see happening.
So my favorite play in this game, actually, that I feel best about is the under. I think the total's like 46.5 when I looked, something along those lines. What is it right now?
I will find that for you. I think it's right around there. I saw... Let's see.
You won't find it.
I probably should.
I'm going to go under. I think
47.5 right now.
Oh, it's up a point.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm going to say 23-20 Washington wins. Under is my favorite bet, but Commanders with points would be right behind that. I just don't think the Chargers can hold up in pass protection. And going into last week against the Giants, I gave New York very little chance. But when you go back and watch that game, Justin Herbert had no opportunity. 3 and 5 step drops were dead on arrival. Now, is the Giants' defensive front better than Washington's? Sure. But if the offensive line plays anything like it did last week for L.A., Washington's going to live in the backfield. They're going to dominate up front. I also think they know they have to. This is one of those be on your P's and Q's weeks defensively, where you've just been called on the carpet by everyone, including your coordinator publicly over the last several days. So I like them to have a much better game up front defensively. I do think if Herbert's given time, to your point with these receivers, they'll toast him on the back end. But I don't think time's going to be something they get a lot of. So I think 23-20, Washington gets a win, and they need it, man, because if they lose this game and they're 2-3, then you have the Bears off of a bye on Monday night, like a 15-day break for them. All of a sudden, the schedule starts getting a little more complicated. You're looking down the barrel of a trip out to Arrowhead to play the Chiefs. Now, the Cowboys, very winnable on the road, but then Seattle and Detroit. I mean, how about this stretch? So post-Chargers game. Bears, who have 2 weeks to prepare for you. Cowboys on the road. You should win that game, but Dak could throw it all over you. Then Kansas City, Seattle, Detroit. If they're 2-3 after today, the walls start feeling a little closer. All of a sudden, I'm Ryan Clary stuck in an elevator with a big fella in Arlington.
Who's pounding the door for help.
Who's screaming.
Yeah.
I thought about him getting stuck in an elevator all night last night.
Did you really?
I mean, it's just the anxiety I would have had. And this crazy person screaming the whole time. I understand you're panicking, buddy, but you're making me scared.
Right. You're not helping.
I'm already nervous. You're ruining this for me. And then how hot it is in there, and how sweaty I think I would get.
You sleep on the weird orange emergency light, and how like dim it is, and how every movement looks like it's like threatening and serious. Yeah, the whole thing is so scary.
I got a Commanders win. Danny's got a Commanders loss. Monday we will break it all down. Remember, 5 p.m. on Monday, Jay Gruden, head coach of the Redskins and football team at some point in time, gives us the film review. And then on Tuesday at 5 p.m., we've got Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Big thanks to everybody out here at Public Bar who took good care of us. Great hospitality all day long in D.C. And for our listeners who swung through and kicked it with us, we appreciate you guys as well. Next week, we're on the road on Wednesday out at City Tap House near Capital One Arena for the Capitals opener. And on Friday, we are back out in...
Where are we?
I think we're at Char Bar next week.
Is it Char Bar?
10th.
Yeah, there we go. I couldn't remember if it was that week or the week after.
In
Sorry
the
about
JW Marriott. You're giving me a weird look, like we weren't
No, I
there.
couldn't remember. I was like, are we there? Is the week after? I couldn't remember where we were. I'm sorry. I ruined that.
Tell them they don't need to make us another chocolate football because I'll eat all of it.
If there's a chocolate football, I'll probably have some.
All right, Linnell has overtime coming your way next. Thanks to the fellas back in studio, Toby and Metal Chris out here on site. Until we meet again, let's hope the Commanders get a dub.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.